Sir Aaron's Mind proudly presents the first novel in Roger Zelazny's classic Amber series, 9 Princes in Amber, produced and narrated by William Barton. This is a fan-made production created to honor the original artist. No copyright infringement is intended. Please support the official release.
It was starting to end. After what seemed most of eternity to me, I attempted to wriggle my toes. Succeeded. I was sprawled there in a hospital bed, and my legs were done up in plaster casts, but they were still mine. I squeezed my eyes shut and opened them 3 times. The room grew steady. Where the hell was I? Then the fogs were slowly broken, and some of that which is called memory returned to me. I recalled nights and nurses and needles. Every time things had come to clear, but someone had come in and jabbed me with something. That's how it had been for a while now. Yes. Now, though, I was feeling halfway decent. They'd have to stop, wouldn't they? The thought came to assail me. Maybe not. Some natural skepticism as to the purity of all human motives came and sat upon my chest. I'd been over-narcotized, I suddenly knew. No real reason for it from the way I was feeling, so no reason for them to stop it now if they'd been paid to keep it up. So play it cool and stay dopey, said a voice which was my worst, if wiser, self. So I did. A nurse poked her head in the door around 10 minutes later, and I was, of course, still stacking Z's. She went away. By then, I'd reconstructed a bit of what had occurred. I'd been in some sort of accident involving an auto, I recalled. One hell of a one. What had happened before that was still a blur, and as to what had happened before that, I had no inkling whatsoever. But I had first been in a hospital and then brought to this place, I remembered. Why? I didn't know. However, my legs felt pretty good. Good enough to hold me up, though I didn't know how much time had lapsed since their breaking, and I knew they'd been broken. So I sat up. It took me a real effort as my muscles were very tired. It was dark outside and a handful of stars were standing naked beyond the window. I winked back at them and threw my legs over the edge of the bed. I was dizzy, but after a while it subsided and I got up, gripping the rail at the head of the bed, and I took my first step. Okay. My legs held me. So, theoretically, I was in good enough shape to walk out. I made it back to the bed and sat and thought. I was sweating and shaking. How long had I been here? Then the door opened, letting in light, and a nurse entered with a hypo in her hand.
Mr. Corey, you shouldn't be out of your bed.
Ah, good evening.
Good evening.
When do I check out?
I'll have to ask Doctor.
Do so.
In the meantime, please roll up your sleeve.
No thanks.
I have to give you an injection.
No, you don't.
I'm afraid that's for Doctor to say.
Then send him around and let him say it. But in the meantime, I will not permit it.
Very well. I'll have to report this.
Please do. And while you're at it, tell him I've decided to check out in the morning.
That's impossible. You can't even walk. Besides, there were internal injuries.
We'll see. Good night. She left without another word. So I lay there and mulled. It seemed I was in some sort of private place. So somebody was footing the bill. Whom did I know? No visions of relatives appeared behind my eyes. Friends either. What did that leave? Enemies? I thought a while. Nothing. Nobody to benefact me thus. I'd gone over a cliff in my car and into a lake, I remembered. And that was all I remembered. I didn't know who I was. But to occupy myself, I stripped away all my bandages. I seemed all right underneath them, and it seemed like the right thing to do. I felt a terrible sense of urgency upon me, like there was somewhere I needed to go, or something that I needed to do. I got up and searched the closet then. No clothes, but I did find a wooden coat hanger to help me get my casts off. Both legs seemed fine. Good. Then I heard footsteps again, and I knew that the time had come for me to act. I returned to my bed and covered over the broken casts and discarded bandages. Then the door swung inward once again, and there was light all around me, and a beefy guy in a white jacket standing with his hand on the wall switch.
What's all this I hear about you giving a nurse a hard time?
I don't know. What is it?
It's time for your shot.
Are you an MD?
No, but I'm authorized to give you a shot.
And I refuse it, as I have a legal right to do. What's it to you?
You'll have your shot.
And he moved around to the left side of the bed. He had a hypo in one hand, which had been out of sight until then. It was a very foul blow. About 4 inches below the belt buckle, I'd say. And it left him on his knees.
Damn you!
Come within spitting distance again and we'll see what happens.
We have ways of dealing with patients like you.
Where are my clothes?
Damn you!
Then I guess I'll have to take yours. Give them to me.
Damn you.
It became boring with the third repetition, so I threw the bedclothes over his head and clobbered him with the coat hanger. Within 2 minutes, I'd say, I was garbed all in the color of Moby Dick and vanilla ice cream. Ugly. I stuffed the guy into the closet, and his wristwatch told me it was 5:44 a.m. I slipped the coat hanger into a belt loop and looked out of the latticed window. The grass was silvery and sparkled. The night was bargaining weakly with the sun. But there was nothing to show, for me, where this place was located. I seemed to be on the 3rd floor of the building, though, so I left the room and considered the hallway. I found some stairs and took them. I was looking for whoever was in charge. I had a lot of questions, and it seemed likely that he or she would have the answers. I found him on the bottom floor, in a big executive office, and I didn't bother to knock. Good morning. You're in trouble.
What do you mean?
I mean that you're about to suffer a lawsuit for holding me incommunicado, and another one for your indiscriminate use of narcotics. I'm already suffering from withdrawal symptoms and might do something violent.
Get out of here! Go back to your room or I'll have you taken back.
I saw a pack of cigarettes on his desk. I helped myself and said, "Sit down and shut up. We got things to talk about." He sat down, but he didn't shut up.
You're breaking several regulations.
So are you. We'll let a court decide who's liable. Now, I want my personal effects and my clothes. I've decided I'm checking out.
You're in no condition to...
Nobody asked you. Pony up this minute or answer to the law.
I'm calling security.
No, you should have done that when I came in. It's too late now.
Mr. Corey, you're being most difficult.
Look, I didn't check me in here, but I damn well have a right to check me out. And now's the time, so let's be about it.
Obviously, you're in no condition to leave this institution. I cannot permit it. I have a legal obligation not to. I'm going to call for someone to take you back to your bed now.
Don't try it, or you'll find out exactly what condition I'm in. Now, I have several questions. First off, who checked me in here, and who's footing the bill?
Very well.
and his tiny, sandy mustaches sagged as low as they could. He opened a drawer and put his hand inside, and I was wary. I knocked it down before he had the safety catch off. A .32 automatic, very neat, Colt. I snapped the catch myself when I retrieved it from the desktop and pointed it and said, "You will answer my questions. Obviously, you consider me dangerous. You may be right."
All right, Carl, all right. It'll make you happy. Your sister checked you in.
Huh. Thought I... Which sister?
Evelyn.
That's ridiculous. I haven't seen Evelyn in years. Besides, she didn't even know I was in this part of the country.
Nevertheless...
Where's she staying now? I want to call her.
I don't have her address handy.
Get it. He rose, crossed to a filing cabinet, opened it, riffled, withdrew a card.
Here. A Mrs. Evelyn Flamel, Westchester, New York.
Okay. Where are my clothes? And what are you going to pay me?
Your clothes and effects were destroyed in the crash, and I must tell you that your legs were broken, one of them in 2 places. Frankly, I can't tell how you're able to walk. It's only been 2 weeks.
I always heal fast. Now, about the money.
What money?
The out-of-court settlement for my malpractice complaint. And the other one, too.
Don't be ridiculous.
Who's being ridiculous? I'll settle for 1,000. Cash. Right now.
I won't even discuss such a thing.
Well, you'd better consider it. And win or lose, think about the name it'll give this place if I manage to get enough pre-trial publicity. I'll certainly get in touch with the AMA, the newspapers.
Blackmail? I'll have nothing to do with it.
Pay now or pay later. I don't care, but it'll be cheaper for you this way.
I don't have 1,000 here.
Name a compromise figure, then.
This is larceny, you know.
Not if it's cash and carry, Charlie. Now name it.
I might have 500 in my safe.
Get it. He told me, after inspecting the contents of a small wall safe, that there was 430, and I didn't want to leave fingerprints on the safe just to check him out, so I accepted and stuffed the bills into my side pocket. Then I made him dial me a cab because I didn't know the name of the place and I didn't want him to know the condition of my memory, since one of those bandages had been around my head. And while he was making the arrangement, I heard him name the place. It was called Greenwood Private Hospital. I snubbed out my cigarette, picked up another, and removed perhaps 200 pounds from my feet by resting in a brown upholstered chair beside his bookcase. "We wait here and you'll see me to the door," I said, and I never heard another word out of him after that. It was about 8 o'clock when the cab deposited me on a random corner in the nearest town. I paid off the driver and walked for around 20 minutes. Then I stopped in a diner, found a booth and had juice, a couple of eggs, toast, bacon, and 3 cups of coffee. The bacon was too greasy. After giving breakfast a good hour, I started walking, found a clothes store, waited till its 9:30 opening, bought a pair of slacks, 3 sports shirts, a belt, some underwear, and a pair of shoes that fit. I also picked up a handkerchief, a wallet, and a pocket comb. Then I found a Greyhound station and boarded a bus for New York. No one tried to stop me. No one seemed to be looking for me. Good. Sitting there, watching the countryside all autumn-colored and tickled by brisk winds beneath a bright, cold sky, I reviewed everything I knew about myself and my circumstances. I had been registered at Greenwood as Carl Corey by my sister Evelyn Flamel, whom I had no memory of. This had been subsequent to an auto accident some 15 or so days past, in which I had suffered broken bones which no longer troubled me. The Greenwood people had been instructed to keep me passive, and they were afraid of the law when I'd got loose and threatened them with it. So, Someone was afraid of me, for some reason. I'd play it for all it was worth. I forced my mind back to the accident, dwelled upon it till my head hurt. It was no accident, I had that impression, though I didn't know why. I would find out, and someone would pay. Very, very much would they pay. I felt a strong desire to kill whoever had been responsible, and I knew that it was not the first time in my life that I had felt such a thing. I knew, too, that I had followed through on it in the past, more than once. I stared out of the window, watching the dead leaves fall. When I hit the big city, the first thing I did was to get a shave and a haircut in the nearest clip joint, and the second was to change my shirt and undershirt in the men's room, because I can't stand hair down my back. Then I ate a quick lunch, and rode subways and buses for an hour, then finally got a cab to take me out to the Westchester address of Evelyn, my nominal sister, and hopeful jogger of memories. Before I arrived, I'd already decided on the tact I'd take. I had thought about it as I'd walked up the long, winding, white gravel driveway, between the dark oaks and bright maples, leaves crunching beneath my feet, and the wind cold on my fresh-scraped neck within the raised collar of my jacket. The smell of my hair tonic mingled with a musty odor from the ropes of ivy that crowded all over the walls of that old brick place. There was no sense of familiarity. I didn't think I'd ever been there before. When I got to the door, I knocked, and there had come an echo. Then I jammed my hands into my pockets and waited. After around a 30-second wait, the huge old wooden door swung inwards with a creak, and I was greeted by a pretty young woman in black and white frills with a slight French accent, who I took to be the house's maid.
Oui?
Ah, bonjour. I'd like to see Miss Flamel, please.
Whom shall I say is calling?
Her brother Carl.
Oh, please come in then.
I entered a hallway and examined my surroundings. The floor was a mosaic of tiny salmon and turquoise tiles. The wall was lined with mahogany panels. A trough of big-leaved green things occupied a room divider to my left, and from overhead a cube of glass and enamel threw down a yellow light around us. The gal turned then, and bade me to wait while she sought out her mistress. So I stood, and looked around me for something familiar. Nothing. I didn't think I'd ever been there before, but I couldn't tell, what with my memory being so screwed up and all. I knew, though, that whatever Evelyn was about to say to me, I'd have to sound her out, and be quite passive and neutral in terms of making responses. And above all, I couldn't let her know about the condition of my memory. For some reason, I felt a sense of distrust overcome me. The maid returned.
Please, follow me. She will see you in the library.
Thank you. I followed, up 3 stairs and down a corridor, past 2 closed doors. The third one to my left was open, and the maid indicated I should enter it. So I did, then immediately paused on the threshold. Like all libraries, it was full of books. It also held 3 paintings, 2 indicating quiet landscapes and 1 a peaceful seascape. The floor was heavily carpeted and green. To my left, a gramophone was quietly playing Vivaldi's 4 Seasons, and at the end of the room, between the bookshelves, was a big, shiny desk with a large globe beside it, and Africa facing me. A wall-to-wall window behind the desk showed rolling hills and green countryside behind the house, but none of these things was the reason I'd paused. The woman behind the desk wore a wide-collared V-neck dress of blue-green color, had long blonde hair and low bangs, and her eyes, behind glasses I didn't think she really needed, were as blue as Lake Erie at 3 o'clock on a cloudless summer afternoon, and the color of her compressed smile was the red of summer roses. But none of these things was the reason I'd paused. I knew her. I advanced, holding my own smile, and said, "Hello."
Sit down, please.
She indicated a high-backed, big-armed chair that bulged and was brown, of the kind just tilted at the angle in which I loved to loaf. So I did, and she studied me.
Glad to see that you're up and about.
Me too. How have you been?
Oh, fine. Just fine, thank you. I must say, I didn't expect to see you here.
I know. But here I am, to thank you for your sisterly kindness.
Well, it was the least I could do for you. You should learn to drive more carefully.
I will.
I always loved the gusto with which you assail life, Corwin. It's one of the reasons I'd hate to see you part company with it.
Me too.
Anyway, have you eaten?
Only a light lunch, a few hours ago.
Then we'll have dinner soon. Carmela?
The maid entered.
Oui, madame?
Please begin the preparations for this evening's meal.
Yes, of course, madame. Anything else?
Yes, get Corwin a drink if he wants one.
What would you like to drink, monsieur?
Whiskey. Irish mist, if you have any.
Certainly.
She bowed, then crossed to a drinks cabinet between two bookcases, and started doing her thing.
I thought you would take it upon yourself to leave Greenwood, but I didn't think it would be so soon after the crash, and I didn't think that you'd come here.
I know. That's why I did.
You always were unpredictable. And whilst this has helped you in the past, I wouldn't count on it now.
What do you mean?
The stakes are far too high for a bluff, and I think that's what you're trying to do. I admire your courage, Corwin, but don't be a fool. You know what the score is. Thank you, Carmela.
Merci.
She handed me my drink, then curtsied and left quietly. Maybe I don't. I've been asleep a while, remember?
You mean you haven't been in touch?
Haven't had a chance since I woke up.
Rash, but possible. Just possible. You might mean it. You might. I'll pretend that you do for now, but in that case, you may have done a smart, safe thing. Let me think about it.
I took a sip of my drink, hoping that she'd say more, but she didn't, so I decided to seize what seemed the advantage in a game that I didn't understand, with players that I didn't know, for stakes that I had no inkling of, and said, "The fact I'm here obviously means something, though, doesn't it?"
Yes, but you're smart. So your being here might indicate more than one thing. We'll just have to wait and see.
Wait? Wait for what? See what? Thing? Just then the track on the record changed to the Autumn Symphony, and it sparked a memory. I pictured us in a high-ceilinged ballroom. She was in a low-cut gown as green as the green of the sea, with full skirts. There was music and dancing, and voices behind us. I wore black and silver, and the vision faded. But it was a true piece of my memory, I knew, and inwardly I cursed that I lacked its entirety. What had she been saying in her green to me in my black and silver that night, behind the music, the dancing, and the voices? I took one of the cigarettes she'd offered me, lit hers, lit mine, took a long, deep drag, and decided to test the vision. You know, I remember one night when you were all in green and I in my colors. Oh, how lovely things seemed, and the music.
Yes. Were not those the days? You really haven't been in touch?
A word of honor. We drank our drinks and sat in silence a few moments. I wondered if I'd said the wrong thing.
Things have grown far worse now, and the shadows contain more horrors than any had ever imagined.
And?
He still has his troubles, of course.
Oh.
Yes. And he'll want to know where you stand?
Right here.
You mean...
For now. Since I still don't know the full state of affairs.
Oh.
Perhaps I had interrupted her too quickly. She looked kind of sad then. Finally, I decided to say, "What of the others? which could have meant anything, but sounded safe. She leant back then and stared at the ceiling.
As always, no one new has been heard from. Perhaps yours was the wisest way. I'm still enjoying myself, of course. But how can one forget the glory?
I lowered my eyes, for I knew not what they could contain. One can't. One never can, I don't think. I felt her gaze then.
Do you hate me?
Of course not. How could I, all things considered?
Good. Thank you. Whatever else, you're a gentleman.
I bowed and smirked. You'll turn my head.
Hardly. All things considered. Well, what do you propose doing?
Of course you don't trust me.
Well, how could we?
I was determined to remember that we. For the time being, I'm willing to place myself under your surveillance. I'll be glad to stay here where you can keep an eye on me.
And afterwards?
Afterwards, we'll see.
Clever. Very clever. Now you have placed me in an awkward position.
At that point, an enormous dog entered the room, an Irish wolfhound, and it curled up in front of the desk. Another one followed shortly after, circled the globe twice, and then lay down next to the first.
Yes, of course you may stay, but let me warn you. Donner and Blitzen here have 4 brothers, and they're all trained to take care of nasty men like you. Their kind is the reason that there are no wolves left in Ireland, you know.
I know.
Yes. Eric will like it that you're my guest. It should cause him to leave you alone, for now. Which is what you want, n'est-ce pas?
Oui. Eric. It meant something. Yes. I had known an Eric, and it was vitally important that I did. Why? I hated him was one reason. Enough to have contemplated killing him, maybe even tried. But there was some other bond between us. What was it? Kinship? Yes, that was it. Neither of us liked it being brothers, but it was true. I remembered. Big, powerful Eric with his wet curly beard and blue eyes just like Evelyn's. I pictured him then in a half-recalled library. He had on big black boots and black gloves, dark trousers, and he held a sword, a rapier, like an old duelist's blade. I was racked with a new surge of memory as my temples began to throb and the back of my neck was suddenly warm. I didn't let any of it show on my face, of course, but I still forced myself to take another drag on my cigarette and another sip of whiskey, as I realized that Evelyn was indeed my sister. Only, Evelyn wasn't her name. I couldn't think of what it was, but it wasn't Evelyn. I'd be careful, I resolved. I'd not use any name at all when addressing her until I remembered. And what of me? And what was it that was going on around me? Eric, I suddenly felt, had some connection with my accident. It should have been a fatal one, only I'd pulled through. He was the one, wasn't he? Yes, my feelings replied. It had to be Eric. And Evelyn was working with him, paying Greenwood to keep me in a coma. Better than being dead, but I realized that I'd just somehow delivered myself into Eric's hands by coming to Evelyn's place. But then she had suggested that my being her guest would cause him to leave me alone. I wondered. I couldn't take anything at face value anymore. I'd have to be constantly on my guard. Perhaps it would be better if I just went away and let my memories return gradually. But then there was this terrible sense of urgency. I had to find out the full story as soon as possible and act as soon as I knew it. It lay like a compulsion upon me. If danger was the price of memory and risk the cost of opportunity, then so be it, I'd say. I realized then that she had been talking for a while, and I hadn't even been listening. Perhaps it was because of the reflective quality of her words, not really requiring any sort of response, and because of the urgency of my thoughts.
And I remember the day that you beat Julian at his favorite game, and he threw a glass of wine at you and cursed you. But you took the prize, and he was suddenly then afraid that he'd gone too far. But you laughed and then drank a glass of wine with him. I think he felt badly over that show of temper, though, normally being so cool-headed. And I think he was envious of you that day. Do you recall? I think he has, to a certain extent, imitated many of your ways since then. But I still hate him and hope that he does go down shortly. I feel he will. Oh, and Cain! Oh, how you gulled him! He hates you yet, you know.
Julian. Yes and no. Something about a game and my baiting a man and shattering an almost legendary sense of self-control. Yes, there was a feeling of familiarity, and no, I couldn't really say for certain what all had been involved. I gathered that I was not very much liked by my family. Somehow the thought pleased me. But Cain, too, sounded familiar. Very. Those names. Eric, Julian, Cain, Corwin. The names swam around in my head, and in a way it was too much to hold within me. It has been so long.
Corwin, let's not fence. You want more than security, we both know that, and you're still strong enough to get something out of this if you play your cards just right. Maybe we can make a deal with Eric. Do you have a proposal for him?
The we had obviously shifted. I may, but I've much pondering to do first, since I've so recently recovered. Still, I wanted to be in the best place if I decided that my best interests lay with Eric's.
Take care, Corwin. You know I'll report every word.
Of course, I said, not knowing that at all and groping for a quick hedge. Unless your best interests were conjoined with my own. Her eyebrows moved closer together, and tiny wrinkles appeared between them.
I'm not sure what you're proposing.
I'm not proposing anything. I'm just being completely open and honest with you and saying, I don't know.
You've been offered an alternative? Blaze. Of course.
She stood quickly and the dog started getting rowdy at her side. Sit down. Do you really think I'd come here and place myself in your arms so casually, just to be dog meat because you happen to think of Blaze? She relaxed, maybe even sagged a little, then reseated herself.
Possibly not. But you're a gambler, and I know you're treacherous. If you're here to dispose of a partisan, then you can forget it. I'm not even that important. You should know that by now. Besides, I thought you liked me.
I am. I'm not here to do that, and I do. So you have nothing to worry about. It is interesting, though, that you should mention Blaze.
Why? Has he approached you?
I'd rather not say, but if he had, I'd answer him the same as I would Eric. I'll think about it. Blaze, I like you. I forget why, and I know there's reasons why I shouldn't. But I like you, I know it.
Blaze. You don't think he has a chance, do you?
Who knows? Not I.
You? You're not thinking of trying yourself, are you?
Don't be ridiculous. Me? But as I said it, something dark within me replied a deep and powerful, "Why not?" I was suddenly afraid. She seemed relieved, though, at my disavowal of whatever it was I was disavowing, and she smiled. You know, it's pleasant being together with you this way. Even if it's only for a short time, it brings back memories.
Yes. I almost feel an amber with you around.
And I almost dropped my drink. Amber. It meant something. Something electrical and potent. Suddenly she was crying. Don't cry, little girl. It makes me unhappy too, you know. Hey, there will be good days once again.
You really believe that?
Yes. Yes, I do. I stood up, and she laughed.
You're crazy. But maybe that's why you always were my favorite brother. I could almost believe anything you say. Corwin, if you do make it, if by some wild chance out of shadow you should make it, will you remember your little sister Florimel?
Yes, I will, I said, knowing it to be her name.
Thank you. I will tell Eric only the essentials.
Thank you, Flora.
But I don't trust you worth a damn.
That goes without saying. We drank together then, and had dinner shortly afterwards. Steaks and beer and wine and bread. So I was temporarily freed from the necessity of making cryptic and general statements for her to ponder as subtle or cagey. Mine was a good steak, pink inside and full of juice, and I tore at the fresh, tough-crusted bread with my teeth and gulped the beer with a great hunger and thirst. She laughed as she watched me, whilst cutting off tiny pieces of her own. Then she showed me to my bedroom and bade me good night. I turned, managed to undress, collapsed into the bed, and slept for 11 hours. In the morning, she was gone, and there was no message. Her maid served me breakfast in the kitchen, and went away to do maid things. I disregarded the notion of trying to pump information out of the woman, as she either wouldn't know or wouldn't tell me the things I wanted to know. I would no doubt also report my attempt to Flora. So, since it seemed I had the run of the house, I decided to return to the library and see what I could learn there. Besides, I like libraries. It makes me feel comfortable and secure to have walls of words, both beautiful and wise, all around me. Donna, or Blitzen, or one of their relatives, appeared from somewhere and followed me up the hallway. I looked into some of the other rooms as I went along, and they were just places, innocuous-looking ones. So I entered the library, and Africa still faced me. I closed the door behind me to keep the dogs out, and I strolled around the room, reading the titles on the shelves. There were lots of history books. In fact, they seemed to dominate her collection. There were also many art books, of the big and expensive variety, and I leafed through a few of these. I wondered at the sources of Flora's obvious wealth. If we were related, did that mean that I perhaps enjoyed somewhat of opulence also? I thought about my economic and social status, my profession, my origins. I had a feeling that I had never worried too much about money, and that there had always been enough or ways of getting it to keep me satisfied. Did I own a big house like this? I couldn't remember. What did I do? I sat behind a desk and examined my mind for any special caches of knowledge I might possess. It is difficult to examine yourself in this way, as a stranger. Maybe that's why I couldn't come up with anything. I looked to my right to see a copy of Da Vinci's famous anatomical drawings of man, and almost by reflex in my mind, I had begun going through the steps of various surgical operations. I realized then that I had operated on people in the past. But I wasn't a doctor. While I realized that I had a medical background, I knew that it was part of something bigger. So what then? What else was involved? Then something caught my eye. Seated there at the desk, I commanded a view of the far wall, on which, among other things, hung an antique cavalry saber, which I had overlooked the first time around in the room. I rose and crossed over to it, took it down from its pegs. In my mind, I tusked at the shape it was in. I wanted an oily rag and a whetstone to make it the way it should be once again. So I knew something about antique arms then, edged weapons in particular. What's more, the saber felt light and useful in my hand. I felt capable with it. I struck an on guard. I parried and cut a few times. Yes, I could use the thing. What sort of background was that then? I looked around for new memory joggers, but nothing else occurred to me, so I replaced the blade and returned to the desk. Sitting there, I decided to go through the thing. I started with the middle one and worked my way up the left side and down the right, drawer by drawer. Stationery, envelopes, postage stamps, paper clips, pencil stubs, rubber bands, all the usual items. I'd pulled each drawer out all the way, though, and held it in my lap as I'd inspected its contents. It wasn't just an idea. It was part of some sort of training I'd once received, which told me I should inspect the sides and bottoms as well. One thing almost slipped me by, but caught my attention at the last instant. The back of the lower right-hand drawer did not rise as high as the backs of the others. This indicated something, and when I knelt and looked inside the drawer space, I saw a little box-like affair fixed to the upper side. It was a small drawer in itself, way in the back, and it was locked. It took me about a minute of fooling around with paper clips, safety pins, and finally a metal shoehorn I'd seen in another drawer. The shoehorn did the trick. The drawer contained a packet of playing cards. The pack, and subsequently the cards, were just shy of twice the size of a standard deck, though, which made me wonder. The pack itself was made with black felt and lined with golden trimmings. On its front was an embroidered white unicorn, rearing to the dexter in a plain of green velvet. Black and gold and green and white it was. I stiffened at the sight of it. Perspiration wetted my brow. My breath came rapidly. I knew that device, and it hurt me that I could not name it, for these were no ordinary cards. I opened the packet and extracted the cards. They were on the order of tarots, with their wands, pentacles, cups, and swords, but between them and the arcana was a set of greater trumps that were quite different. I replaced both drawers, being careful not to lock the smaller one before I continued my inspection. They were almost lifelike in appearance, the greater trumps, ready to step out through those glistening surfaces. The cards seemed quite cold to my touch, and it gave me a distinct pleasure to handle them. I had once had a packet like this myself, I suddenly knew. I began spreading them on the blotter before me. The first bore a wily-looking man, with a sharp nose and a laughing mouth, and a shock of straw-colored hair. He was dressed in something like a Renaissance costume of red and green and orange and yellow. He wore long hose and a tight-fitting embroidered doublet, and I knew him. His name was Random. Next, there was the passive countenance of Julian, dark hair hanging long, blue eyes containing neither passion nor compassion. He was dressed completely in scaled white armor, not silver or metallic-colored, but looking as if it had been enameled. I knew, though, that it was terribly tough and shock-resistant, despite its decorative and festive appearance. He was the man I had beaten at his favorite game, for which he had thrown a glass of wine at me. I knew him, and I hated him. Then there was Benedict, tall and dour, thin of body, thin of face, wide of mind. He wore orange and yellow and brown, and reminded me of haystacks and pumpkins and scarecrows, and the legend of Sleepy Hollow. He had a strong jaw and hazel eyes and brown hair that never curled. He stood beside a tan horse and leaned upon a lance about which was twined a rope of flowers. He seldom laughed. I liked him. Then I paused when I uncovered the next card, and my heart leapt forward and banged against my sternum and begged to be let out. It was me. I knew the me I shaved, and this was the guy behind the mirror. Green eyes, black hair, dressed in black and silver, yes. I had on a cloak, and it was slightly furled as by a wind. I had on black boots like Eric's, and I too wore a blade, only mine was heavier, though not quite as long, and its sharp edge shined like rainbows in the moonlight, and its name, I knew, was Grey Swandeer. I had on silver gloves, and the clasp at my neck was cast in the shape of a silver rose. Me. Corwin. And a big powerful man regarded me from the next card, resembling me quite strongly save that he was bigger than I, with a heavier jaw and more muscular arms. In fact, I knew that his strength was a thing out of legend. He wore a dressing gown of blue and grey ermine, clasped about the middle with a wide black belt, and he stood laughing. About his neck on a cord there hung a silver hunting horn. He wore a fringed beard and a light moustache, and in his right hand he held a goblet of wine. I had a sudden affection for him, and I could see that his eyes bore kindness. He was a seaman, and a great swordsman as well as a wrestler, but I knew that he would not fight if he could help it, for he was Gerard. Then came a fiery, bearded, flame-crowned man, dressed all in red and black and orange, mainly of silk stuff, and he held a sword in one hand and a glass of wine in the other, and the devil himself danced behind his eyes, as blue as Flora's or Eric's. His sword was inlaid with an elaborate filigree of a golden colour, and he wore 2 huge rings on his right hand and one on his left, an emerald, a ruby, and a sapphire, respectively. This, I knew, was Blaze. Next there was a figure both like Blaze and myself. My features, though smaller. My eyes. Blaze hair. Beardless. He wore a riding suit of green and sat atop a white horse, heading towards the dexter side of the card. There was a quality of both strength and weakness about him, questing and abandonment. I both approved and disapproved, liked and was repelled by this one. His name was Brand. I knew. As soon as I lay my eyes on him, I knew. In fact, I realized that I knew all of them well, or had, at least, their strengths and weaknesses, their victories and defeats, for they were my brothers. Strange that I should remember more about them than myself. I lit a cigarette that I'd filched from Flora's desk box, and I leaned back and considered all the things I'd recalled. They were my brothers, those 6 strange men garbed in their strange costumes, and I knew it was right and fitting that they should dress in whatever manner they chose, just as it was right for me to wear the black and the silver. Then I chuckled, as I realized what I was wearing, what I had purchased in the little clothing store of that little town I had stopped in after my departure from Greenwood. I had on black slacks, and all of the 3 shirts I had purchased had been of a greyish, silvery colour, and my leather jacket, too, was black. I returned to the cards, and there was Flora, with her golden hair and piercing blue eyes, her beautiful smile and her divine figure. She wore a flowing green gown similar to the one I'd remembered her in the previous evening, and she stared up at me from my hand. But behind those eyes was a magnificent thinking device, and I knew that despite her looks she was just as crafty as the rest of us. Then, when I turned over the next card, my eyes filled with tears. I do not know why. Her name was Deirdre. Black hair that bobbed around her shoulders, a pale face that contained no imperfection, wearing a suit of silver breastplate, wielding a large axe. She looked beautiful to me in ways that I can't fully describe, and even now, thinking about her, my eyes wet. And finally, there was Luella, whose hair matched her large jade-colored eyes, and who had an almost olive complexion. She looked moist and sad, and I knew that she was not like the rest of us, but that she too was my sister. I suddenly felt a terrible sense of distance and removal from all these people, yet somehow they felt physically close. The cards were so very cold to my fingertips, and I had a very strong desire to pick them up again, just to relinquish their touch. There were no more, though. All the rest were of minor or major arcana, and several were missing. I knew somehow, though, that somehow, again, well, I knew somehow that there were cards missing from the greater trumps as well, but I couldn't for the life of me think what the missing cards represented. I was strangely saddened by this, and I picked up my cigarette and mused. Why did all these things rush back so easily when I viewed the cards? Rush back without dragging their contexts along with them. I knew more now than I'd known before, in the way of names and faces, but that was about all. I couldn't figure the significance of the fact that we were all done up in cards this way. I had a terribly strong desire to own a pack of them myself. However, if I picked up Flora's, I knew that she'd spot in a hurry that they were missing, and I'd be in trouble. Therefore, I put them back in the little drawer behind the big drawer, and locked them in again. Then, God, how I racked my brains, until a magical word returned to me. Amber. I had been greatly upset by the word on the previous evening. I had been sufficiently upset so that I had avoided thinking of it since then. But now I courted it. Now I rolled it around in my mind and examined all the associations that sprang up when it struck. The word was charged with a mighty longing and a massive nostalgia. It had, wrapped up inside it, a sense of forsaken beauty, grand achievement, and a feeling of power that was terrible and almost ultimate. Somehow, the word belonged in my vocabulary. Somehow, I was a part of it, and it was a part of me. It was the name of a place, I knew. It was the name of a place that I had once known and lived in. There came no pictures, though. Only emotions. How long I sat, I do not know. Time had somehow divorced itself from my reveries. I realized then from the center of my thoughts that there had come a gentle rapping upon the door. Then the handle slowly turned, and the maid entered and asked me if I was interested in lunch. It seemed like a good idea, so I followed her back to the kitchen and ate half a chicken, a doorstep of bread, and drank a quart of milk. I took a pot of coffee back with me to the library, avoiding the dogs as I went, and I was into the second cup when the telephone rang. I longed to pick it up, but I figured there must be extensions all over the house, and Carmela would probably get it from somewhere. I was wrong. It kept ringing. Finally, I could resist it no longer. Hello? This is the Flamel residence.
Yes, may I speak with Miss Flamel, please?
I'm sorry, she's not here right now. Can I take a message or have her call you back?
Wait, who am I talking to?
The name's Corwin.
My God.
Hello?
Is she still alive?
Of course she is. Who the hell am I talking to?
Don't you recognize the voice, Corwin? It's me, your brother Random. Listen, I'm in California, and I'm in trouble. I was calling to ask Flora for her sanctuary. Are you with her?
Temporarily.
I see. Will you give me your protection, Corwin?
As much as I can, but I can't commit Flora to anything.
Will you protect me against her?
Yes.
Then you're good enough for me, man. Listen, I'm going to try to make it to New York now. I'll be coming by a rather circuitous route, so I don't know how long it'll take me. If I can avoid the wrong shadows, then I'll be seeing you whenever. Wish me luck.
Luck. So, cocky little Random was in trouble. I had a feeling it shouldn't have bothered me especially, but now he was one of the only keys to my past, and quite possibly my future as well. So I would try to help him in any way I could until I learned all I wanted from him. There wasn't much brotherly love between us, but I knew that he was nobody's fool. He was shrewd, resourceful, and strangely sentimental over the damnedest things. But, on the other hand, his word wasn't worth spit, and he'd probably sell my corpse to a medical school if he could get a good price for it. Yes, I remembered the little fink all right, but with a touch of affection. Perhaps for a few pleasant times we seemed to have spent together. But trust him? Never. I decided not to tell Flora about his coming over until the last possible moment, so that he could serve as an ace, or at least a knave, in the hole. I added some hot coffee to what remained in my cup and sipped it slowly. Who was he running from? Not Eric, certainly, or he wouldn't have been calling here. I wondered then, concerning his question as to whether Flora was dead, just because I happened to be present here. Was she really that strongly allied with the brother that I knew I hated, that it was common knowledge in the family that I'd do her in too, given the chance? It seemed strange, but then he'd asked the question. And what was it in which they were allied? What was the source of this tension, this opposition? Why was it that Random was running? Amber. That was the answer. Amber. Somehow, the key to everything lay in Amber, I knew. The secret of the entire mess was in Amber, in some event that had transpired in that place, and fairly recently, I'd judge. I'd have to be on my toes. I'd have to pretend knowledge that I didn't possess, while I mined it piece by piece from those who did. And I felt confident that I could do it. There was enough distrust circulating for everybody to be cagey. I'd play on that. I'd get what I needed and take what I wanted, and I'd remember those who helped me and step on the rest, for this, I knew, was the law by which our family lived, and I was a true son of my father. My headache came on again then, suddenly, throbbing to crack my skull. Something about my father, I thought, guessed, felt, was what had served to set it off, but I wasn't sure why or how. After a time it subsided, and I slept, there, in the chair. After a much longer time, the door opened and Flora entered, and it was night outside once more. She was dressed in a pale green blouse and white undershirt, had a short woolen skirt that was grey, and she had on walking shoes and flowery stockings. Her hair was pulled back behind her head, and she looked slightly pale. "Good evening, lady. You look tired." But she did not reply. Instead, she walked across the room to the bar, poured herself a shot of Jack Daniels, and tossed it off like a man. Then she poured another, and took it with her to the chair I'd sat in the previous evening. I lit a cigarette and handed it to her. She nodded, took a long drag, then sighed and said,
"The road to Amber is blocked."
"Why?"
"When did you last try it?"
"I don't remember. Why?"
Just wondering how much of it was your doing.
"You're missing some trumps, aren't you?"
Give them back. I'll kill you if you've taken them.
"I didn't take them. I was just making an observation."
I thought you were saying you'd taken the ones I had left, not just making a nasty and obvious comment.
How far did you get?
Not far at all, actually. Some of those things were yours, weren't they? You're trying to make him come here, aren't you? But he won't come here, you see. He'll send a messenger or call me on my trump.
Do you think I'm stupid, Flora? Do you think I came here to wait around until you hand me over to Eric? Whatever you ran into, it serves you right.
All right. I don't play in your league, but you're an exile too. That shows you weren't so lucky.
Somehow her words burned and I knew they were wrong. Like hell I am.
I knew that would get a rise out of you. All right. You walk in shadows on purpose, then. What's the difference? You're crazy all the same.
I was just curious as to what you were up to, that's all. You can't keep me here if I don't want to stay. We both know that. So maybe I'm just getting sentimental in my old age. Whatever the case, I'm going to stay for a while longer, and then I'll be gone for good. If you hadn't been so quick to see what you could get for me, then you might have profited, lady.
What do you want? Why did you really come here?
You asked me to remember you one day, if a certain thing occurred, remember? It took several seconds for what I thought I was implying to sink in.
You're going to try. You're really going to try, aren't you?
I stood up. You're goddamn right I'm gonna try. And you can tell that to Eric if you want to, when he calls you. But remember that I might make it. And bear in mind that if I do, it might be nice to be my friend. I sure wish I knew what the hell I was talking about. But I'd picked up enough terms and felt the importance attached to them, so that I could use them properly without knowing what they meant. But they felt right. So very right. Suddenly, she was kissing me.
I won't tell. Really, I won't. I won't even tell him that you were here. I think you can do it. Blaise would be difficult, but Gerard probably would help you, and maybe Benedict too. Then Cain would swing over once he saw what was going on, and...
I can do my own planning.
Here. I'll get his drinks.
She drew away then, poured 2 glasses of wine and handed one to me.
To the future.
I'll always drink to that. And we did. Then she refilled mine and studied me.
It had to be Eric, Blaise, or you. You're the only ones with any guts or brains. But you've been out of the picture so long that I'd almost counted you out of the running.
Just goes to show, you never can tell. I sipped my drink and hoped that she'd shut up for a minute. It seemed to me that she was being a bit too obvious in trying to play on every side available. But there was something bothering me and I wanted to think about it. How old was I? That question, I knew, was a part of the answer to the terrible sense of distance and removal that I felt from all the persons depicted in the playing cards. I was far older than I appeared to be. I was 30-ish, or at least I seemed to be when I looked in the mirror, but now I knew that it was because the shadows would lie for me. I was far, far older, and it had been a very long time since I had seen my brothers and sisters, all together and friendly, existing side by side as they did on the cards, with no tension, no friction among them. We heard the sound of the doorbell then, and Carmela moved to answer the door. That would be Brother Random. He's under my protection.
Clever. Very clever.
It wasn't, of course, but it made me feel safer to make her think that it was. I felt safe for all of about 5 minutes. We moved down the stairs and came into the hall just as Carmela opened the door. He staggered in and immediately pushed the door shut behind himself and shot the bolt. There were lines under those eyes, and he wasn't wearing a bright doublet and long hose. He needed a shave, and he had on a brown wool suit. He carried a gabardine overcoat over one arm and wore dark suede shoes. But he was Random, all right. The Random I had seen on the card. Only the laughing mouth looked tired, and there was dirt beneath his fingernails.
Corwin!
He embraced me, and I squeezed him back. You look like you need a drink.
Yes.
I steered him towards the cobble-floored kitchen.
Hi, Flora. How have you been?
Hello, Random. Just fine, thank you. Yourself?
Not so bad until about a week ago, but it's a long story. Do you mind if I consume some of your sharp stuff?
Go ahead.
After about 3 minutes, he was sat down at the table with a glass of whiskey in one hand and a cigarette in the other. And he said, with an exhausted look on his face,
They're after me, you know. They'll be here soon.
Who?
People out of Shadow. I don't know what they are or who sent them, but they can shift like we can. I managed to shake them in Manhattan, but it's only a matter of small time.
And you've no idea who sent them?
Well, I guess we'd be safe limiting it to the family, huh? Maybe Blaze, maybe Julian, maybe Kane, maybe even you. Hope not, though. You didn't, did you?
Afraid not. He took a sip.
Ah, that's the stuff.
So, what shall we do?
Do? There exists a possibility that they will enter. Therefore, they will. When did you last stand to battle, sister?
It has been so long.
Then you'd better start remembering fast or stay out of the way. They're armed and guided, I can tell you that. But there are at least 6 of them and 3 of us. Why worry?
He stripped off his suit jacket then and looked about the room. His eyes fell upon a hanging saber, and he was across the room in an instant and had it in his hand. I felt the weight of the 32 within my jacket pocket and thumbed off the safety catch.
We don't know what they are.
Then the knocking came.
Does it matter? They're here now. Damn, that was fast.
Nothing. Shall I go let them in? They both blanched slightly.
Ugh, might as well wait.
Should I call the cops? Okay, what about Carmela?
I have decided improbable that she will answer the door.
No! You don't know what you're up against.
He dashed out of the door and into the hallway. He caught up with the maid just as she was about to open the door. He took her by the shoulders, turned her around, and said,
Young miss, please go and wait in your room until your lady tells you it's safe to come out.
She quietly nodded and moved quickly back down the corridor.
How did they do that?
Do you see the strength of our opposition now?
I see. But how do I know this isn't some trick?
You don't, but I wish it were. They're pretty wild.
And just then the sound of breaking glass and barking dogs filled the room to our right.
They're in the living room.
Random nodded and we both moved towards the door. When we opened it, 2 men were already inside and both had guns. I dropped the first and hit the floor, firing at the second. Random leapt above me, brandishing his blade, and I saw the second man's head depart his shoulders. By then, 2 more were through the window. I emptied the automatic at them, and I heard the snarling of Flora's hounds, mixed with gunfire that was not my own. I saw 3 of the men on the floor, and the same number of Flora's dogs. It made me feel good to think that we'd gotten half of them. And as the rest came through the window, I killed another in a manner which surprised me. Suddenly, and without thinking, I picked up a huge overstuffed chair and hurled it perhaps 30 feet across the room. It broke the back of the man it struck. I leapt towards the remaining 2, but before I crossed the room, Random had pierced one of them with the saber and was turning towards the other. The other had been dragged to the floor before he could act. One of the dogs had gone for his legs and the other had gone straight for his throat. He managed to shoot the one around his neck, but he never killed anything again after that. He bled out on the carpet next to the others. It turned out that 3 of the dogs were dead, and 1 was badly hurt. Random killed the injured one with a quick thrust, and we turned our attention to the men. There was something unusual about their appearance. Flora entered and helped us decide what. For one thing, all 6 had sunken-in and uniformly bloodshot eyes, with snake-like pupils. For another, they all had an extra joint in each finger and thumb, and sharp, forward-curving spurs on the back of their hands. All of them had prominent jaws, and when I forced one open, I counted 44 teeth. All of them were sharp and long. Their flesh was a light grayish purple, and it was hard and shiny, and had a kind of scaled texture to it. They were all bald, and had flattened holes in place of noses and ears. There were undoubtedly other differences also, but those were sufficient to prove a point of some kind. We took their weapons, and I hung on to 3 small pistols. Finally, Random stood up and sighed.
They crawled out of the shadows all right. Man, that was lucky. I don't think they expected me to turn around and show up with reinforcements. A militant brother and a half-ton of dogs.
He went and peered out of the window.
Nothing. I think we got them all.
What were they?
I still don't know, but they scare me.
We started replacing the furniture, and moved all the bodies into a pile in the corner.
So it would seem I'm temporarily safe, now that 3 of us share the scene.
So it would seem.
God, I haven't eaten since yesterday.
Let's go back to the kitchen.
Yes, I need to finish my drink.
I need to go and find Carmela and tell her that it's safe again, and that we'd like to eat soon.
She turned down the corridor, and we moved back into the kitchen.
So, what's it between you?
She's still Eric's thing.
That figures. So, why are you still here?
I was trying to sucker Eric into coming around after me himself. He knows it's the only way he'll really get me, and I wanted to see how badly he wanted to.
I don't think he'll do it. No percentage. So long as you're here and he's there, why bother sticking his neck out? He's still got the stronger position. If you want him, you'll have to go after him yourself.
I'd pretty much come to that same conclusion.
So are you going to do it?
Maybe.
Well, don't maybe me, baby. It's written all over your face. I'd almost be willing to go along with you. Of all my relations, I like sex the best and Eric the least.
I sipped my drink.
You're thinking, how far can I trust Random this time? He's sneaky and mean, and just like his name suggests, and he'll doubtless sell me out if someone offers him a better deal. True?
I nodded.
But consider this, that while I've never done you much good, I've never done you any especial harm either. Oh, a few pranks here and there, but you might say we've gotten along best of all in the family. That is to say, we've kept out of each other's way. Until now. So, think it over, huh?
All right. We'll see. Just then, Flora entered.
What are you two conspiring about?
Conspiring? Us? Dear sister, you offend me.
Oh, do I? Well, I suppose we're even then, since your best friends ruined my living room, killed 2 of my dogs, scared my maid half to death, and spilled their bodily fluids everywhere. Do you know how hard it is to get blood out of carpet?
Really? We're even?
I was joking.
And she threw him a look that might have killed a lesser man.
I know. Don't worry, I'll fix it. Come the morning, everything will be just fine.
So what were you talking about?
Oh, just planning a funeral. Now, what's for dinner?
He sipped his drink and winked at me behind her back. We didn't talk much after that. I wanted to ask him so many questions, but couldn't, with Flora there. Besides, he seemed more concerned with drowning his sorrows in Flora's stocks, so I just went to bed and tried to get some sleep. Random kept his word. In the morning, everything was cleaned and fixed. The blood and bodies were all gone. The alcoholic stocks he had consumed the previous evening had been refilled, and, to my extreme surprise, even the dogs whom I thought had died greeted me when I entered the kitchen. It was as if the events of the previous evening hadn't even happened. But something seemed slightly different about the place. I couldn't say what, though. Random had merely stated that he'd taken care of things, and while I was curious, I didn't see fit to question him further. After breakfast, we borrowed Flora's Mercedes and went for a drive. The countryside seemed strangely altered. I couldn't quite put my finger on what it was that was missing or new, but somehow things felt different. This, too, gave me a headache when I attempted to consider it, so I decided to suspend such thinking for the nonce. I was at the wheel. Random was at my side. I observed that I'd like to be back in Amber again, just to see what sort of response it would obtain. And he was silent for several seconds, watching the trees go by, until finally he shifted in his seat and said,
I've been wondering if you were out for vengeance, pure and simple, or something more.
I've been thinking about that too. Been trying to figure my chances. You know, I think I might just try.
I suppose we've all had that ambition, or at least thought about it. I know I have. If you're asking me if I'll help you, then the answer is yes. I'll do it just to screw over the others, if nothing else. What do you think of Flora? Would she be of any help?
I doubt it very much. She'd throw in if things were certain. But then, what's certain at this point?
Or any.
Or any. I was afraid to confide in him as to the condition of my memory. I was also afraid to tell him, so I didn't. There were so very many things that I wanted to know, but I had no one to turn to. I thought about it a bit as we drove along. Well, when do you want to start?
Whenever you're ready.
And there it was, right in my lap, and I didn't know what to do with it. How about now? He was silent. He lit a cigarette, I think to buy time. I did the same.
All right. When was the last time you tried?
It's been so damn long, I'm not even sure if I remember the way.
All right. Then we're going to have to go away before we can come back. How much gas have we got?
3/4 of a tank.
Turn left at the next corner, and we'll see what happens.
I did this thing, and the sidewalks began to sparkle slightly, like they were made out of gemstones or glitter.
Damn. It's been so long since I made the journey myself that I'm remembering all the right things in the wrong order. Let's try again.
We kept driving, and I kept wondering what the hell was happening. The pavements had stopped glowing, but now the sky had taken on a greenish tint, and then shaded over to pink. I bit my lip against the asking of questions just then. We passed beneath an old railway bridge, and when we emerged on the other side, the sky was a normal color again, but there were windmills all over the place, big yellow ones on either side of the road, dotted among golden fields of corn.
Don't worry. It could be worse.
We passed a few stray pedestrians. They had very pink skin and wore strange clothes.
Turn right here.
We approached a crossroads which wasn't there a moment earlier, and I did. Purple clouds covered over the sun, and it began to rain. Lightning stalked the heavens, and the skies grumbled above us. I had the windshield wipers going at full speed, but they weren't doing a whole lot of good. I turned on the headlights and slowed even more. I could have sworn that we passed a horseman, racing in the other direction, dressed all in grey, collar turned high and head lowered against the rain. Then the clouds broke themselves apart and we were driving along a seashore. The waves splashed high, and enormous gulls swept low above them. The rain had stopped, and I killed the lights and wipers. We came into a town with a tarmac road and red brick houses, but there were no people to be seen anywhere. We passed out of it and into lightly wooded green fields, and in the rearview mirror there was no sign of the town we had just departed. My grip tightened upon the wheel as we passed by a sudden gallows where a skeleton was suspended by the neck, pushed from side to side by the wind. I forbade myself from asking as to what the hell was going on. I wasn't sure if I was somehow high, or if this was really happening. It sure felt like a bad trip, though, and trying to think about it logically just made my head spin. Random just kept smoking and staring out of the window. The trees vanished one by one, leaving a grassy plain to our right, and a row of hills climbing higher to our left. The sky by now was a dark but brilliant blue, like a deep, clear pool, sheltered and shaded. I did not recall ever having seen a sky like that before. Random opened up his window to throw away the butt, and an icy breeze came in and swirled around inside the car until he closed the window again. The breeze had a sea scent to it, salty and sharp.
All roads lead to Amber.
The road was now made of red bricks, and pine-like trees had begun cropping up on either side of it. Then I suddenly recalled what Flora had said the day before. I didn't want to sound like a dunce or a withholder of crucial information, but I had to tell him, for my sake as well as his own, when I realized what her statements had implied. You know, when you rang the other day, and I answered because Flora was out, she was trying to get to Amber. She lacked Eric's trump, and so tried to make it by foot. She told me after returning a few hours later that she'd found the way blocked.
The woman has very little imagination. Of course it would be blocked at a time like this. Ultimately, we'll be reduced to walking, I'm sure. And it will doubtless take all of our strength and ingenuity to make it, if we make it at all. Did she think she could walk back like a princess in state, treading on flowers the whole way? She's a dumb bitch. She doesn't really deserve to live, but that's not for me to say. Yet. Turn right at this crossroads.
What the hell was happening? I knew that he was in some way responsible for the exotic changes going on about us, but I couldn't determine how he was doing it, or where he was getting us to. I knew I had to learn his secret, but I couldn't just ask him, or he'd know I didn't know, and then I'd be at his mercy. He seemed to do nothing but smoke and stare. I made the turn and we entered a blue desert, and the sun was now pink above our heads within the shimmering sky. And in the rearview mirror, miles and miles of desert stretched out behind us for as far as I could see, even though a few moments earlier we'd been in a dense pine forest. Neat trick, that. I said nothing, though. Not even when the lavender sandstorm struck us. When it cleared, I gasped. There was a god-awful line of cars all jammed up about half a mile before us. They were all standing still and I could hear their horns.
Slow down. It's the first obstacle.
I did, and another gust of sand and lavender petals swept over us. Before I could switch on the lights, it was gone, and I blinked my eyes several times. All the cars were gone.
Damn! I'm sure I shifted just the way he wanted us to, whoever set up that block. And it pisses me off that I did what he expected. The obvious.
Eric?
Probably. What do you think we should do? Stop and try it the hard way for a while, or go on and see if there are more blocks?
Let's go on a bit. After all, that was only the first.
Okay, but who knows what the second will be?
The second was a thing. I don't know how else to describe it. It was a thing that looked like a smelter with arms, squatting in the middle of the road, reaching down and picking up cars and eating them. I hit the brakes.
What's the matter? Keep going. How else can we get past it?
Nothing. It just shook me a little, is all. He gave me a strange, sidelong look as another dust storm came up. It had been the wrong thing to say, I knew. When the dust cleared away, we were racing along an empty road once more, and there were clear-looking cylindrical towers in the distance.
I think I've screwed him up. I've combined several shadows into one, and I think it may be one he hasn't anticipated. After all, no one can block all the roads to Amber.
True, I said, hoping to redeem myself from whatever faux pas had drawn that strange look earlier. I considered Random then, a little weak-looking guy who could have died as easily as I on the previous evening. What was his power? And what was all this talk of shadows? Something told me that whatever shadows were, we moved among them even now. How? It was something that Random was doing, and since he seemed physically at rest, his hands plain in sight, I decided it was something that he did with his mind. Again, how? I decided then, with a sudden certainty, that he was somehow adding and subtracting items to and from the world that was visible about us, to bring us closer and closer into alignment with that strange place, Amber, for which he was solving. It was something that I'd once known how to do, and the key to it, I knew in a flash, was remembering Amber. But I couldn't. The road curved abruptly. The desert ended, giving way to fields of tall, blue, sharp-looking grass. After a while, the terrain became a bit hilly, and at the foot of the third hill, the pavement ended, and we entered upon a narrow dirt road. It was hard-packed, and it wound its way among greater hills upon which small shrubs and bayonet-like thistle bushes now began to appear. After about half an hour of this, the hills went away, and we entered a small forest of squat, big, bold trees with diamond-shaped leaves of autumn orange and purple. A light rain began to fall, and there were many shadows. Pale mists arose from mats of soggy leaves, and off somewhere to the right I heard a howl. I noticed then that the car had changed somewhat during our trip. Where it had started off as a silver Mercedes, it was looking a lot more orange now. The roof was a bit taller too, the steering wheel had changed shape slightly, and we had somewhere acquired a hood ornament in the shape of a flamingo. I refrained from commenting on these things, but accommodated myself to whatever positions the seat assumed and new operating requirements the vehicle obtained. Random glanced at the trees around us, just as another howl occurred, shook his head, and then suddenly the trees were much higher, though festooned with hanging vines and something like a blue veiling of Spanish moss. I glanced at the fuel gauge and noted that we had half a tank.
We're making headway,
he remarked, and I nodded. The road widened abruptly and acquired a concrete surface. There were canals on both sides full of muddy water. Leaves, small branches, and colored feathers glided along their surfaces. I suddenly became lightheaded and a bit dizzy.
Breathe easy, brother. Slowly and deeply. We're taking some shortcuts, and the atmosphere and gravitation will be a bit different for a time. I think we've been pretty lucky so far, and I want to push it for all it's worth. Get as close as we can, as quickly as we can.
Good idea.
Maybe, maybe not, since it involves swapping between extremes. But I think it's worth the gain. After we get out of here, we'll stop for lunch. Look out!
We were climbing up a hill, and a truck topped it and came barreling down towards us. It was on the wrong side of the road. I swerved to avoid it, but it swerved too. At the very last instant, I had to go off the road, onto the soft shoulder to my left, and head first into the edge of the canal in order to avoid a collision. To my right, the truck screeched to a halt. I tried to pull off the shoulder and back onto the road, but we were stuck in the soft soil. Then I heard a door slam, and I saw that the driver had climbed down from the right side of the cab, which meant that he was probably driving on the proper side of the road after all, and we were in the wrong. I was sure that nowhere in the States did traffic flow in a British manner, but I was certain by this time that we had long ago left the earth that I knew. The truck was a tanker, and it said Zenoco Oil on the side, in big blood-red letters, and beneath this was the motto, "We cover the world." The driver covered me with abuse as I stepped out, rounded the car, and began apologizing. He was a big guy, as round as a beer barrel, and had bright red skin and black eyes.
You bloomin' lunatic, you! Driving on the wrong side of the road?
Sorry, I didn't realize.
Didn't realize? Where in the nine hells do you think you are? Why, I oughta...
Look, I said I'm sorry. What do you want me to do? Nobody got hurt, and there was no damage done.
They shouldn't turn goddamn drivers like you loose on the road. You're a friggin' menace.
Random got out of the car then, with a gun in his hand.
Mister, you'd better move along.
Put that away. But he flipped the safety catch off and raised it. The guy turned and started to run, a look of fear widening his eyes and loosening his jaw. Random held the pistol and took careful aim at the man's back. I managed to knock his arm to the side just as he pulled the trigger. It scored the pavement and ricocheted away. Random turned towards me. His face was almost white.
You bloody fool! That shot could have hit the tank!
It also could have hit the man you were aiming at.
So? Who the hell cares? We'll never pass this way again, in this generation. That bastard dared to insult a Prince of Amber? It was your honor I was thinking about.
I can take care of my own damn honor. And something cold and powerful suddenly gripped me by the cuff and answered, for he was mine to kill, not yours, had I chosen to. And a sense of outrage filled me. He bowed his head then, as the cab door slammed and the truck took off down the road.
I'm sorry, brother. I did not mean to presume. But it offended me to hear one of them speak to you in such a manner. I know I should have waited to let you dispose of him as you saw fit. Or at least have consulted with you.
Well, whatever. Let's just get back to the road and get moving if we can. The rear wheels were sunken up to their hubcaps, and as I stared at them trying to decide the best way to go about things, Random called out,
Okay, I've got the front bumper. You take the rear and we'll carry it back to the road. And we'd better deposit it in the left lane.
He wasn't kidding. He'd said something about lesser gravitation, but I didn't feel that light. I knew I was strong, but I had my doubts about being able to raise the rear end of a Mercedes. But, on the other hand, I had to try, since he seemed to expect it of me, and I couldn't tip him off as to any gaps in my memory. So I stooped, squatted, grasped, and started to straighten my legs. With a sucking sound, the rear wheels freed themselves from the moist earth, and to my surprise I was holding my end of the car about 2 feet above the ground. It was heavy. Damn, it was heavy. But I could do it. With each step that I took, I sank about 6 inches into the ground, but I was carrying it, and Random was doing the same with his end. We set it down on the roadway with a slight jostling of springs. Then I took off my shoes and emptied them, cleaned them with swatches of grass, wrung out my socks, brushed off the cuffs of my trousers, threw my footgear into the rear seat and climbed back into the front, barefooted. Random jumped in on the passenger's side and said,
Look, I want to apologize again.
Don't. Just drop it already. It's been and done.
Yes, but I don't want you to hold it against me.
I won't. Just curb your impetuosity in the future when it involves life-taking in my presence.
I will.
Then that's all. Now, let's get moving again. And we did. I believe you were saying something about lunch.
Yeah, how much gas have we got left?
About a quarter tank.
We'll go on a little further then, and I'll find us a gas station and a diner or something.
We moved through a canyon of rocks, and then onto what seemed like an eternal sheet of silicon. After a while it narrowed and became our road, and after another while there were marshes to our left and right, low, brown, and stinking. The sky was now of royal blue, and the sun was a fallow gold. After about 3 miles, we came to a Zonoko service station with a few diners, coffee shops, and even a bookstore attached to it. We pulled in, and a plump, red-skinned man with a strawberry nose came out from the building and approached the car.
What'll it be?
Fill her up.
With regular. I got out my wallet, then stopped and thought and turned to Random. Is my money any good here?
Take a look.
I did, and I found it was stuffed with orange and yellow bills with various Roman numerals in the corners, followed by the letters DR.
See? I've taken care of everything.
Great. Then let's get something to eat. We stepped out of the car and waited for Strawberry Nose to finish. He sloshed a little on the ground to make it come out even, then hung up the hose, approached, and said,
8 Dratchy Regums, please.
I handed him the money, and we entered the building while he checked our oil and water levels and cleaned our windshield. We bought ourselves each a bucket of deep-fried butter chicken and a pint of slightly salty beer. We drank and ate in silence. Then we went and got some coffee and donuts from the Green and White Starchild's coffee shop, and each went to use the lavatory. When I returned to the car, I went to put my shoes back on, and it was only then that I realized my clothes had changed. No more was I wearing the black slacks and leather coat, but now I wore my true attire once more. My white shirt with silver linings, my silver arm guards and shoulder pads, my black and grey embroidered waistcoat, my charcoal chaps and light grey pants. And when I opened the backseat door, I saw my shoes had become my big black boots, and on the seat lay folded was my black cloak and silver rose, my silver scaled gloves, and my legendary sword, Grey Swandeer. Random smiled as he approached the car and saw me struggling with my boots, and I saw that he too wore the attire of his card.
Did you think them lost forever?
Damn near.
Well, I thought since we were going to Amber, we should at least look the part. So I worked on the changes over lunch.
Thank you.
Well, shall we get going?
Yes, let's. So we hit the road again, back to the silicon plain and brown marshes.
I'm loath to relinquish amberous sky. But I'm afraid to try it all at once, in case we're torn to bits.
Agreed.
But, on the other hand, I don't like this place.
I nodded, and we drove on till the silicon plain was replaced by orange and brown rocks, and the marsh shrubs were replaced by small green and brown brambles. What are you doing now?
Well, don't you see? I finally got the sky right. So now I'm trying for the terrain.
I see. And he was right. The sky did look right. A rich royal blue with just the slightest touch of green and white to make it slightly paler. The clouds were white and grey and wispy, and the sun was a rolling golden ball of brilliant white light. And the rocks slowly became boulders as we went, till they built up into mounds of pastel-coloured stone, and there were patches of loose earth building up then, rich dark brown-coloured soil filling in the gaps between the stone. Then I saw splotches of green, first a bit of grass here and there, and then it covered everything around us until we were driving through rolling green hills. But it was a very, very bright green, of a kind like yet unlike that common on earth as I knew it. After a time there were trees spotted occasionally along our way, with light brown stems and light green leaves. Then there were bigger trees, with thicker trunks and dark needle-shaped leaves. And then there was a forest. And oh, what a forest. I had never seen such trees as this, mighty and majestic, of a deep, rich green, slightly tinged with gold. They towered, they soared. They were enormous pines, oaks, maples, and many others which I could not distinguish. And through them crept a breeze of fantastic and lovely fragrance that wafted in when I cracked the window a bit. I decided to open it all the way and leave it like that after I'd had a few whiffs.
We made it. The Forest of Arden,
said the man who was my brother. And I knew he was right, and somehow I both loved and envied him for his wisdom, his knowledge. Brother, you're doing all right. Better than I'd expected. Thank you. And he almost blushed. It seemed to take him aback somewhat. It was as if he'd never received a good word from a relative before, and he straightened in his seat before he spoke again.
Yes. Well, I'm doing my best, and I'll do it all the way, I promise. Look at it. We've got the sky, we've got the forest. It's almost too good to be true. We've passed the halfway point, and nothing's bugged us especially. I think we're very fortunate.
Yes, I think so too.
Will you give me a regency?
Yes, I said, not knowing exactly what it meant, but willing to grant it if it lay within my powers. He chuckled.
You're all right, you know.
Thanks. We were driving on a bare dirt roadway through a cathedral of enormous trees. It seemed to go on forever and ever. I felt safe in the place. The sunlight was sometimes filtered through the leaves, angling like tight golden strings on some exotic musical instrument. The breeze was moist and spoke of living things, and it came to me that I knew this place, that I had ridden this road often in the past. I had ridden through the Forest of Arden on horseback, walked through it, hunted in it, lay on my back beneath some of those great boughs, my arms beneath my head, staring upwards. I had climbed among the branches of some of those great giants and looked down upon the green world below. I love this place, I said, not realizing that I'd said it out loud.
You always did.
Then, off in the distance, I heard a note which I knew to be the voice of a hunting horn.
Drive faster. That sounds to be Julian's horn.
The horn sounded again, nearer.
Those damn hounds of his will tear this car to pieces, and his birds will feed on our eyes. I'd hate to meet him when he's this well prepared. Whatever he hunts, I know he'd willingly relinquish it for quarries such as two of his brothers.
Live and let live is my philosophy these days.
What a quaint notion. I bet it'll last all of 5 minutes.
The horn sounded again, even nearer.
Damn!
What shall we do?
Speed up and hope it's not us he's following.
The speedometer said 75 in quaint runic numerals, and I was afraid to go any faster on that road. And the horn sounded again, much nearer now, 3 notes long, and I could hear the baying of hounds off to my left. What the hell is he riding? A locomotive?
I'd say he's riding the mighty Morgenstern, the fastest horse he's ever made.
I let that last word roll around in my head for a while, wondering at it and wondering at it. Yes, it was true. some inner voice told me. He did make Morgenstern, out of shadows, fusing into the beast the strength and speed of a hurricane and a pile driver. I remembered that I had call to fear that animal, and then I saw him. Morgenstern was 6 hands higher than any other horse I'd ever seen, and his eyes were blazing red. His coat was a light grey-brown color, and his hooves looked like polished steel. He raced along like the wind, pacing the car, and Julian crouched in his saddle. The Julian of the playing cards, long black hair and bright blue eyes, and he had on his scaled white armor. Julian smiled at us and waved, and Morgenstern tossed his head, and his magnificent mane rippled in the wind like a flag. His legs were a blur. And all about him ran the storm hounds with their tough bodies and their teeth like iron knives. They too had come out of shadow, for no normal dog could run like that. But I knew for a certainty that the word normal did not really apply to anything in this place. Julian signaled us to stop then, and I glanced at random and he nodded, so I hit the brakes, slowed, and stopped. Morgenstern reared, pawed the air, struck the earth with all 4 hooves and cantered over. The dogs milled about, their tongues hanging out, their sides heaving. And a great bird of prey, a hawk, came and perched on Julian's left shoulder as he reached the hood of the car. He leaned forwards and spoke to us through the windshield.
2 sons of Amber traveling on my road. What a surprise.
Yes, isn't it? How have you been?
Oh, capital, as always. What of yourself and Brother Random?
I'm in good shape.
I would have thought that you'd be indulging in other sports at a time like this.
Not at all. I enjoy the slaughtering of beasts, and I think of my relatives constantly.
A slight coldness worked its way down my back.
I was distracted from my hunt by the sound of your motor vehicle. At the time, I did not expect it to contain 2 such as you. I'd assume you're not simply driving for pleasure, but have a destination in mind, such as Amber. True?
True, but I might inquire as to why you are here instead of there.
I already told you. Eric set me to watching this road, and I take my new role very seriously.
I'm sure.
Well, brothers, I welcome you back, and I wish you a good journey. I'll doubtless see you shortly in Amber. Good afternoon.
You too. And he turned and rode off the track and into the woods to our right. The dogs followed shortly after.
Come on, let's get the hell out of here. He's probably planning an ambush or a chase.
And with that, he drew one of his pistols from his belt and held it in his lap. We drove on at a decent speed. After about 5 minutes, when I was just beginning to breathe a bit easier, I heard the horn again. I pushed down on the gas pedal. We skidded around corners and roared up hills and through dales. I almost hit a deer at one point, but we made it around the beast without cracking up or slowing. The horn sounded nearer now, and Random was muttering obscenities. I had the feeling that we still had quite a distance to go within the forest, and this didn't hearten me a bit. We hit a long straight stretch where I was able to floor it for almost a minute, and the horn's notes grew more distant for a time. But I could see his hawk flying above us, and I knew that he would catch us eventually, wherever we went. Still, I wanted to buy us more time. We entered a section where the road wound and twisted, and I had to slow down, and he began to gain on us once again. After about 6 minutes, he appeared in the rearview mirror, thundering down along the road, his pack all around him, baying and slavering. Random rolled down his window, leaned out, and began firing.
Damn that armor! I swear I hit him twice and nothing's happened.
I hate the thought of killing that beast, but try for the horse.
Already have, several times. And either I'm a lousier shot than I thought, or it's true what they say, that it'll take a silver bullet to kill that thing.
He picked off 6 of the dogs with his remaining rounds, but there were still about 24 left. I passed him one of my pistols, and he accounted for 5 more of the beasts. They were perhaps 40 feet behind me at that point, and gaining, so I slammed on the brakes. Some of the dogs couldn't halt in time, but Julian was suddenly gone, and a dark shadow passed overhead. Morgenstern had leapt over the car. He wheeled then, and as horse and rider both turned to face us, I gunned the engine and the car sped forward again. And with a magnificent leap, Morgenstern got them out of the way again. In the rearview mirror, I saw 2 dogs drop a fender they'd torn loose and renew the pursuit. Some were lying on the road, but there were about 15 left, still giving chase.
Good show, but you're lucky they didn't go for the tires. They probably never hunted a car before.
I passed him my remaining pistol. Get more dogs.
Right.
And he leaned out again and fired deliberately and with perfect accuracy, accounting for 6 more. But Julian was beside the car then, and on the right, his curved sword in hand, and laughing. I blew the horn, hoping to spook Morgenstern, but it didn't work. I swerved towards them, but the horse danced away and came around our left. Random crouched low in his seat and aimed past me, his right hand holding the pistol and resting it upon his left forearm. Don't fire yet. I'm gonna try and take him.
You're crazy!
It's worth a shot. He lowered his weapon. I hit the brakes then, hard. I flung the door open and leapt out. I ducked beneath his blade, seized his arm and hurled him from the saddle. He struck me on the head with his mailed left fist, and there were Roman candles going off all around me in a terrible pain. But he lay where he had fallen, being groggy, and there were dogs all around me barking at me, and Random was kicking them. I snatched up Julian's blade from where it lay and touched his throat with the point. "Call them off, or I'll nail you to the ground." He screamed orders at the dogs and they drew back. Random was holding Morgenstern's bridle and struggling with the horse attached, trying to tie it to a nearby tree. "Now, dear brother, what have you to say for yourself?" There was a cold blue fire within his eyes, and his face was without expression. I looked down at him and smiled, somehow enjoying the sight of dirt on his impeccable armor.
If you're going to kill me, then be quick about it.
In my own damn time, thank you. Now, what is your life worth to you?
Anything, of course.
Get up, and get in the back seat of the car, and give me your knife while you're at it. He did these things, and I tossed the knife to Random across the car once he'd returned.
Why not just kill him?
I think he'll be useful, I said, getting into the car again. Besides, there's much that I wish to know, and still a long way to go.
I'm afraid I won't be worth much to you as a prisoner. Although you will torture me, I can only tell you what I know, and that isn't much.
Then start with that, and we started driving.
Eric looks to have the strongest position, having been right there in Amber when the whole thing broke loose. At least, this is the way I saw it. So I offered him my support. Had it been one of you, I'd probably have done the same thing. Eric charged me with keeping guard in Arden, since it's one of the main routes. Gerard controls the southern seaways, and Kane is off in northern waters.
What of Benedict?
I don't know. I haven't heard anything. He might be with Blaze. He might be off somewhere else in shadow, and not even have heard of this thing yet. He might even be dead. It's been years since we've heard from him.
How many men have you got in Arden?
Over 1,000. Probably a few watching us right now, even.
And if they want you to go on living, that's all they'll do.
You are doubtless correct, I have to admit. Corwin did a shrewd thing in taking me prisoner rather than killing me. You just might make it through the forest this way.
You're just saying that because you want to live.
Of course I want to live. May I?
Why?
For the information I've given you.
Ha! You've given us very little so far. I'm sure there's more that can be torn from you.
I assure you that there isn't.
Where's Fiona?
Fiona. Now there's a name I'd forgotten. She hadn't been in Flora's deck. Kane either. I furrowed my brow trying to picture their faces, but couldn't, so returned my attention to Julian.
She's in the south somewhere, in shadow. I don't know where.
How about Deirdre?
I don't know. I think she was in the palace last I saw her. Although it wouldn't surprise me if Eric has taken her prisoner by this point.
Why?
Because he knows you're coming, and he knows how fond of her you are. So to use her as some kind of bargaining material if needs be.
Luella?
In Rebma. Obviously. And before you ask, Blaze is off in shadow, raising an army against Eric.
All right. I think that's everyone then. Stay silent till I get you where I want you, unless I think of some more questions. We drove on in silence. At first the dogs started to follow, but we quickly lost them. I noticed, however, that the hawk was still circling us. The road took a turn upwards, and we were headed toward a pass between two grey-brown mountains. The gas tank was a little better than a quarter full. Within an hour we were passing between high shoulders of stone.
This seems to be a good place for a roadblock.
That seems likely. Well, what of it, Julian?
Yes, you should be coming up to one very soon. I'm sure you know how to get by it.
We did. When we came to the gate, and the guard in green and brown leather, sword unsheathed, advanced upon us, I jerked my thumb towards the back seat and said, "Get the picture?" He did, and he recognized us also. He hastened to raise the gate, and he saluted us as we passed by. There were 2 more gates before we made it through the pass, and somewhere along the way it appeared that we had lost the hawk. We'd gained several feet in elevation now, and we could see for many miles. The forest seemed to stretch infinitely, and I had a strong feeling that it genuinely did. I braked the car on a flat section of road that crawled along the face of the cliff. "Here, this will do." I got out of the car and opened the door to Julian. "Get out. You're going to take a short walk." He paled and stepped out.
I won't grovel. I won't beg for my life.
Hell, I haven't had a good grovel in weeks. Well, go stand over there on the edge. A little closer, please. And Random got out too, keeping the pistol aimed at his head. "Now, a little while back you said that you would probably support anyone who occupied Eric's position."
That's right.
Look down. He did. It was a long way. Okay. Just remember that if things undergo a sudden change. And remember who gave you your life when another would have taken it. We left him, standing there, breathing heavily, his brows woven together. We approached the top and we were almost out of gas, but suddenly the engine coughed, sputtered, steadied itself, repeated the performance, and then halted entirely.
Damn! I knew this would happen sooner or later. Surprised we got this far, actually. Looks like we're walking from here, buddy.
We exited the car then, and he threw his gun on the seat.
Won't be needing this now, either.
Then he looked back the way we came, towards the setting sun, and held his arm out at full length, and counted his fingers between the horizon and the sun's descent.
Looks like we've got about an hour till nightfall. Damn.
He moved past the car then, and started walking the way we were headed. Then turned back to me.
Well, are you coming or what?
I snapped my attention back to him then, from admiring the forest below, in the orange light, and nodded, then followed. After about 10 minutes of walking in silence, he finally said,
"You've lost none of your old guile. I'd probably have killed him myself for what he tried. But I think you did the right thing. I think he'll throw us his support, if we can get an edge on Eric. In the meantime, of course, he'll report what happened to him."
"Of course."
"But you have more reason to want him dead than any of us."
Personal feelings don't make for good politics, legal decisions, or business deals. Random lit 2 cigarettes and handed one to me.
Well, we're almost there now.
And just then we came over the ridge, and staring downwards through the smoke, I caught my first glimpse of that sea. Beneath the orange and pink-washed blue-green sky, the sea was so rich, thick as paint, textured like a piece of cloth, of royal blue, almost purple, and it troubled me to look upon it. I realized then that I was reciting the lyrics of a song I'd once written, in a language that I'd forgotten I could speak. There we stood before the water's edge, gazing yonder, gazing ahead, in the trees of pride and thread. Yea, we stood there, yea, we fled, to the flagstones of fire and silver, where the sins of our past are always forgotten, to lay our promise of silver and cotton. Here we stand at the water's edge, never remembered, never forgotten.
The Ballad of the Watercrossers. It's often been said that you composed that. Is it true?
Yes, I think so. I realized then that we'd been speaking in this different language for some time now, and I hadn't even noticed. Since before the Forest of Arden, at least. Possibly even as far back as the accident with the trucker. I thought about it while I stared down at the country before me.
The Lighthouse of Cabra. I had all but forgotten it.
And he gestured past the cove that held the sea, and out towards a small silhouette of a tower on the rocks, on the horizon. It was barely visible, but I recognized it instantly. And it's so strange now, coming back, like this. And I remembered then that the language was called Thari.
Yes. Makes you want to go back to simpler times.
I nodded, and continued to stare out at the land which was my home. Below us, I knew, was the ancient glacial valley of Garnath, and a smaller range of mountains faced us directly, on the other side. The valley was filled with woods of oaks and maples and birches. To our right, the valley was eventually capped by a set of larger mountains with ice on their peaks, reaching out far beyond our field of view. And to our left, above the cove, standing at the edge of the vale, was the great mountain of Colvir, and on its face, but turned away from us, I knew, stood the great city of Amber. I longed to see its full majesty once more, but it was still many miles away, and the valley lay between us. Random stood up then. He had apparently sat down while I'd been staring out, which made me wonder how long I'd been standing there. And he moved forwards again then, and down. We both did. Down, down, down the winding path we went. We walked for what must have been hours, for it was night time by the time we reached the woods below. When we did, Random broke the peace.
I don't like this.
What do you mean?
Things have gone too easily so far. I don't like it. We've made it through the Forest of Arden with barely a scratch. I mean, sure, Julian was there, but did he really think he could take on 2 Amberites at once?
To be fair, he had his dogs with him, and if we didn't have guns, then I'm sure we'd have been torn to pieces.
Nevertheless, we've made it so far so readily that I'd almost suspect we were being permitted to do it.
The thought had crossed my mind. What do you think it portends?
I fear, brother, that we're walking into a trap.
What do you want to do?
Keep going. It's too late to turn back now, but we're in the real world now. There's no shadow stuff to play with, and our guns don't work anymore, so we'll have to rely on our blades. There's nothing much to do about it, but now that we are here, I wish that we'd had to battle for every inch of the way. I suggest we get off the road. As much as I'd like to try and find a horse, it's much more discreet without one. And right now, we need to be stealthy. Eric probably has these roads on lockdown.
So we did. We passed among trees, moved past the dark shapes of rocks and bushes, and the moon slowly rose, big and silvery blue, lighting up the entire night.
I'm taken suddenly by the feeling that we won't be able to do it.
And what reliance can we pin on this feeling?
Much.
Why?
I'm a good gambler. You know that better than most, Corwin. So, call it instinct.
All right. What do we do then?
I don't think we should head straight for the city. But I don't know where else to go. Have you thought about the course of action you'll take with Eric?
Yes.
And?
I didn't answer him because I didn't know what to say, and because I wanted to convey a sense of mystery and brooding, to show that I still didn't completely trust him.
Fine, be that way. There's no sign of rain tonight, so we can be thankful for that at least.
We continued for another mile or so, then paused for cigarettes, which we held cupped in our hands. Then we spotted a soft glow, as from a campfire, far away in the distance. What do you reckon that is?
An encampment, I'd say.
One of Eric's, do you think?
Well, let's go take a look.
It took the better part of an hour before we struck the camp. There were 4 men seated about the fire, and 2 of them sleeping, off in the shadows. And there was a girl bound to a stake near the fire. She had her head turned away from us, but I felt my heart quicken as I looked upon her form. Could that be?
Yes, I think it is.
Then she turned her head, and I knew it was Deirdre.
I'd wondered what that old bitch has been up to. From those guys' colors, I'd venture that they were taking her back to the castle.
I saw that they wore black and brown and red, which I remembered from somewhere to be the colors of Eric. If Eric wants her, he can't have her.
I never cared much for Deirdre, but I know that you do.
He unsheathed his blade, and I did the same. Get ready. And we rose into a crouch, then rushed them. 2 minutes. That's about what it took. She was watching us by then, the firelight making her face into a twisted mask. She cried and laughed and said our names in a loud and frightened voice. I slashed her bonds and helped her to her feet. We embraced, then withdrew, and I smiled.
Corwin.
Greetings, sister. Will you join us on the road to Amber?
No. I thank you for my life, but I'd like to keep it. Why do you walk to Amber? As if I didn't know.
There's a throne to be won.
Which was news to me.
And we are interested parties.
If you're smart, you'll stay away and live longer.
Perhaps.
Eric is the only prince in Amber, and the troops are loyal to him.
I'm not afraid of Eric.
He'll never let you into Amber, you know. I was a prisoner myself till I made it out of one of the secret ways yesterday. I thought I could walk in the shadows till all things were done, but it is not easy to begin this close to the real place. So his troops found me earlier this evening. They were taking me back to the palace. I think he might have killed me had I been returned, though I'm not sure. At any rate, I'd have remained a puppet in the city. I think Eric may be mad, but again, I'm not sure.
What of Blaze?
He sends things out of the shadows, and Eric is greatly disturbed. But he is never attacked with his real force, so the disposition of the crown and the sceptre remains uncertain. But Eric is acting like regent for the moment, and he has taken the title of Defender of Amber.
I see.
Has he ever spoken of us?
Not of you, Random, but of Corwin, yes. He still fears the return of Corwin to Amber. There is relative safety for perhaps 5 more miles, but beyond that, every step of the way is studded with peril because of Blaze and because of Corwin. He wanted you to get at least this far, so that you would not work with shadows nor easily escape his power. But it is absolutely impossible for either of you to enter into Amber without falling into one of his traps.
Yet you escaped.
That was different. I was trying to get out, not in. Perhaps he did not guard me as carefully as he would one of you, because of my sex and because of my lack of ambition. And nevertheless, as you can see, I did not succeed.
You have now, sister, so long as my blade is free to swing on your behalf. And she smiled sweetly, and kissed my brow and squeezed my hand. I was always a sucker for that. Random grunted then. He'd apparently somewhere acquired a skin of wine, and was sat in one of the dead soldiers' seats.
So, what now?
It was too simple of a question, but I was tired and confused. I didn't trust either of them, even dear Deirdre, but if I had to level with anyone, it would be these 2. If only because Random was at least up to his neck in this thing with me, and because Deirdre was my favorite. Beloved relatives, I've a confession to make. Random stood up immediately, drew his sword and held it to my neck.
If you're here to betray me, you won't take me alive.
What? Are you kidding me? I want your help, not your head. Listen. I don't know what the hell is going on. I've made some guesses, but I don't really know where the devil we are, what Amber is, how we got here, or why we're here in the first place. Or, for that matter, who I am. And there was an awfully long silence.
What do you mean?
Yes, what do you mean?
I mean that I managed to fool you. Didn't you think it was strange how all I did this whole time was smoke and drive?
I thought you were brooding or planning. And you did some pretty shrewd things along the way, too, so I know that you're Corwin.
Which is a thing I only found out myself the other day. I know that I'm the one you call Corwin, but I was in an accident a while back. I had head injuries, and I'm suffering from amnesia. I don't dig all this talk about shadows. I don't even remember that much about Amber. All I remember is my relatives, and the fact I can't trust them. That's my story. What's to be done about it?
Christ. Yeah, I can see it now. I understand all the little things that puzzled me along the way. How did you manage to take Flora in so completely?
Luck. And subconscious sneakiness, I guess. No, that's not it. She was stupid. Now, I really need your help, though.
Do you think we could make it into the shadows?
She had clearly turned the focus of her attention to random.
Yeah, but I'm not for it. I'd like to see Corwin and Amber, and I'd like to see Eric's head on a pole. I'm willing to take a few chances to see these things, so I'm not turning back to the shadows now. You can if you want. You all think I'm a weakling and a bluff. Now you're going to find out. I'm going to see this thing through.
Thanks, brother.
Ill met by moonlight.
You could still be tied to a stake.
Ugh. So, where should we go?
To the sea.
Why?
It holds Corwin's memories.
How?
Rebma, of course.
They'll kill you and feed you to the fishes.
I won't be going the full distance. You'll have to go with him and talk to your sister's sister.
You mean him to walk the pattern there?
Yes.
It's risky.
I know, but it's our only choice. Listen, Corwin, you've been decent enough with me recently. If by some chance you're not really Corwin, then you're dead. But you've got to be. You can't be someone else. Not from the way you've operated. Without memory, even. No, I'll bet your life on it. Take a chance and try the thing called the pattern. Odds are it'll restore your memory. You game?
Probably. But what is it?
Rebma is the mirror city. It's the reflection of Amber within the sea. In it, everything in Amber is duplicated, as in a mirror. Luella's people live there, and dwell as though in Amber. They hate me for a few past picadillos, so I can't venture there with you. But if you would speak fair with them and perhaps hint at your mission, I feel they would let you walk the pattern of Rebma, which, while it is the reverse of that in Amber, should have the same effect. That is, it gives to a son or a daughter of our father the power to walk among the shadows.
How will this power help me?
It should make you to know what you are.
Then I'm game. We walked all that night then, towards the great cove. We avoided 3 parties of armed troops along the way, and in the morning we slept in a cave. We spent 2 evenings making our way to the pink and sable sands of the great sea. It was on the morning of the 3rd day that we arrived at the beach, having successfully avoided a small party the sundown before. We were loath to step out into the open until we had located the precise spot, Faela Bionin, the stairway to Rebma, and could cross to it quickly. The rising sun cast billions of bright shards into the foaming swell of the waters, and our eyes were dazzled by their dance so that we could not see beneath the surface. We had lived on nothing but fruit and water for the past 2 days, and I was ravenously hungry. But I forgot this as I regarded the white, sloping tiger beach with its sudden twists and rises of coral, orange, pink, and red, and its abrupt caches of shells, driftwood, and small polished stones. And the sea beyond, rising and falling, splashing softly, all gold and blue and royal purple, and casting forth its life-song breezes like benedictions beneath dawn's violet skies. The mountain that faces the dawn, Corwin, which has held Amber like a mother her child for all of time, stood perhaps 20 miles to our left, the north. And the sun covered her with gold and made a rainbow veil above the city. Random looked upon it and gnashed his teeth, then looked away. Maybe I did too. Deirdre touched my hand, gestured with her head, and began to walk to the north, parallel to the shore. Random and I followed. She had apparently spotted some landmark. We'd advanced perhaps a quarter of a mile. Then she said,
"Look, there they are."
She gestured at 2 pillars of grey stone standing out of the water, perhaps 100 yards away, and about 8 feet in height, worn away by the wind, the sand, and the water. I heard a hawk's call then, looked up and saw it circling us. Damn.
Well, brother, this is where I must leave you, I'm afraid.
Where will you go?
Deep into shadow. I'll be fine.
All right. Be sure to write.
I will.
And just then we heard the sound of a hunting horn, different from Julian's, but still just as deadly.
Eric!
Run!
We did, over the dune and onto the beach and towards the stones. I could hear the hoofbeats by then, and Random was running with us.
We're sitting ducks out here.
The hawk descended and swooped past Random's head. He swung his sword at it, but missed. I drew mine then, too, and kept running. The hawk came in for another attack, and I tried to cut. Feathers flew. I didn't have time to see if I'd killed it, though, nor did I care, so long as it stopped attacking us. The sound of hoofbeats was quite steady now, and loud, and the horn's notes were near at hand. We reached the stones, and Deirdre was wading into the water between them. I was not about to argue with someone who seemed to know what they were doing, so I followed, and permitted myself a quick look around behind us. I saw the horseman top the dune and barrel down the beach towards us. We were up to our waists when Random said,
Crap. It's death if I stay or death if I go.
One is imminent, the other might be open to negotiation. Now come on, let's move. We did. We were on some sort of rocky surface which descended into the sea. I didn't know how we would breathe while we walked it, but Deirdre didn't seem worried about it, so I tried not to be. But I was. When the water swirled and swished about our heads, I was very worried. Deirdre walked straight ahead, though, descending, and I followed, and Random followed. Each few feet there was a drop, as though we were descending a great staircase. One more step would bring the waters above my head, but Deirdre had already dropped below the waterline, so I drew a deep breath and took the plunge. There were more steps, and I kept following them, wondering why my body was not naturally buoyed above them, for I continued to remain erect, and each step bore me downwards, as though on a natural staircase. Though my movements were somewhat slowed, I began wondering what I'd do when I could no longer hold my breath. There were bubbles around Random's head, and Deirdre's. I tried to observe what they were doing, but I couldn't figure it. Their breasts seemed to be rising and falling in a normal manner. My vision was blurred to begin with, but it seemed to grow clearer the deeper we descended, and there was no stinging pain in my eyes, like I'd expected there to be. When we were about 10 feet beneath the surface, Random glanced at me from where he'd moved at my left side, and I heard his voice. It was slightly deeper than normal, and came to my ears from all sides, but it was clear.
I don't think they'll manage to persuade the dogs to follow, even if the horses do.
How are you managing to breathe? I tried saying, and I heard my own words distantly.
Relax. If you're holding your breath, then let it out, as long as you don't venture off the path. See how there's no pressure either, and you're not buoyant?
How can that be?
If we make it, you'll know.
We were about 20 feet beneath the surface by then, and I exhaled a small amount of air and tried inhaling for perhaps a second. There was nothing disturbing about the sensation, so I protracted it. There were more bubbles, but beyond that I felt nothing uncomfortable in the transition. There was no sense of increasing pressure during the next 10 feet or so, and I could see the staircase on which we moved, as though through a greenish fog. Down, down, down it led, straight, direct, and there was some kind of light coming from below us. We hurried on. By the time we were perhaps 50 feet below the surface, the waters grew quite dark and chill, but the glow before and below us increased, and after another 10 steps I could make out the source. There was a pillar rising to the right. At its top was something globe-like and glowing. Perhaps 15 steps lower, another such formation occurred to the left. Beyond that, it seemed there was another one on the right, and so on. When we entered the vicinity of the thing, the waters grew warmer, and the stairway itself became clearer. It was white, shot through with pink and green, and resembled marble, but was not slippery despite the water. It was perhaps 15 feet wide, and there was a banister of swirling gold and pearl on either side. Fish swam past us as we walked. When I looked over my shoulder, there seemed to be no sign of pursuit. It became brighter, and we entered the vicinity of the first light. And it wasn't a globe on top of the pillar. My mind must have added that touch to the phenomenon, to try and rationalize it, at least a bit. It appeared to be a white flame, about 2 feet in height, dancing there, sourceless. I decided to ask about it later, to save my, if you'll excuse the expression, breath, for the descent that we were making. Above and behind us, then, we heard the distant sounds of the hoofbeats and a whinny.
Sounds like they decided to come down. Damn.
Let them. For now we have made it this far, I feel a power upon me. We hurried, though, and to our left and to our right, the waters grew black as ink. Only the stairway was illuminated in our mad flight down it, and distantly I saw what appeared to be a mighty arch.
We'll be safe if we can pass through that golden archway. Come.
You'll be safe,
he corrected, and I wondered what Random had done to be so despised in the place called Rebma. Deirdre was leaping down the stairs 2 at a time, and there came a vibration now from the staccato beats of the horses' hooves behind us. I turned and saw the faded silhouettes of 4 horsemen. 1, 2, 3, 4... 5 beacons until I looked back again and saw that the horsemen were perhaps 50 feet behind us now. The golden archway loomed ahead, perhaps 200 feet distant. Big, shining like an alabaster, and carved with tritons, sea nymphs, mermaids, and dolphins it was. I drew my blade then, and it flashed in the torchlight. Random followed suit. After another 20 steps or so, the vibrations were terrible within the green, and we turned so as not to be cut down as we ran. They were almost upon us, and the gates lay 100 feet to our backs, but it might as well have been 100 miles unless we could take the 4 horsemen. I crouched as the man who was headed towards me swung his blade. There was another rider to his right and slightly to his rear, so naturally I moved to his left, near to the rail. This required that he strike across his body, as he held his blade in his right hand. When he struck, I parried in court and riposted. He was leaning far forward in the saddle, and the point of my blade entered his neck on the right side. A great billow of blood like crimson smoke arose and swirled within the greenish light, and crazily I wished that Van Gogh were there to see it. The horse continued past, and I leaped at the second rider from the rear. He turned to parry the stroke, succeeded, but the force of his speed through the water and the strength of my blow removed him from the saddle. As he fell, I kicked and he drifted. I struck at him, hovering there above me, and he parried again, but this carried him beyond the rail. I heard him scream as the pressure of the waters came upon him, and then he was silent. I turned my attention then to Random, who had slain both a horse and a man, and was dueling with a second man on foot. By the time I reached them, he had slain the man and was laughing. The blood billowed above them, and I suddenly realized then that I had known mad, sad, bad Vincent van Gogh, and it really was too bad that he couldn't have painted this. We emerged from the red mist that had surrounded us, and I saw that Deirdre was waiting. We approached the gate.
I think I'd have preferred to go down in the fight. At least then the history books would commemorate me for something.
What exactly did you do to piss these guys off so much?
I'm sure you'll find out soon enough. Look out.
A set of guards approached us from the archway then. They wore steel-plated armor with a blue-green tinge, and what appeared to be orange and yellow fins, stemming forth from the sides of their helmets, greaves, and gauntlets. Deirdre moved towards one with a golden set of swirls on the crest of his helmet, seeming to indicate his higher rank, and I overheard their conversation.
Halt! Identify yourselves. Why do you travel with this scumbag prince?
I am Princess Deirdre of the Royal Court of Amber, and the one in black is my brother, Prince Corwin of Amber, Duke of Colvia. We are refugees from the reign of our evil brother Eric, who would seek to destroy us. We seek counsel with Her Majesty the Queen, and we bring Random as an offering of our goodwill, so she might do with him as she sees fit.
Very well. You will be escorted to the palace, and Random taken into custody. Thank you, my lady. We've been looking for this bastard for years. Her Majesty will likely want to see you immediately.
She moved back up the stairs towards us, and 3 guards followed.
We have been granted permission to enter the city, and I have asked for counsel with Queen Moi. Random, you're about to be arrested.
Shit.
The 3 men disarmed him, and cuffed his hands behind his back, then took each of his arms and guided him forwards, and the 3rd held his sword to his back. We started to move forwards, past the golden gates. More guards joined us in our descent as we did, and the city came into full view then, suddenly. It was still quite hard to make out through the haze, but it was clear that it had several layers, plateaus at differing heights. Most of the buildings were made of a pale marble or pearl substance, and there were towers of all sorts of shapes and sizes, some arched, others curved and warped in places. Some had bridges between them, others just spired high above the others. There were large domed buildings too, and I noted some smaller shapes that seemed to be residential buildings. I saw a grand cathedral, and statues, and many lights that grew brighter as we neared. And on the far side of the city, to the right, I could just about see the shape of the palace. I longed for a clearer view, for I knew then what Random had meant when he said that Rebma was the Mirror City. For this was Amber at its core, different only from the true city by its colors, the haze, and its orientation. Inside the city we were conducted up a wide avenue, and there came a cool current, like a breeze. People stared out at us from behind octagonal tinted windows, and bright-bellied fish swam by. Above us I saw sharks and dolphins, merfolk and turtles alike, all going about their daily businesses. I had walked these streets before, I knew, or ones very much like them, and the colors and the patterns tore through my mind, seeking after remembrance. They failed, the sole result of their digging being the now familiar ache that accompanies the half-recalled, the unrecalled, and the never truly forgotten. Eventually we came to the palace, in the back center right of the city, and I knew it as my hand knew the hilt of my blade. It was a mirror image of the Palace of Amber, obscured only by the haze and rippling shadows. Behind it was a slope that seemed to proxy that of Colvia, and I realized then that its peak probably formed the mound of stone and sand that the lighthouse of Cabra sat atop. Once inside, we were conducted to the throne room, and I saw the woman who was queen, Moi. Her hair was green with a silver shine to it. Her eyes were 2 beautiful moons of jade, and her brows rose like the wings of olive gulls. Her mouth was small, her chin was small, her cheeks were high and wide and rounded. A circlet of white gold crossed her brow, and there was a crystal necklace about her neck. At its tip there flashed a sapphire between her sweet bare breasts, whose nipples were also pale pink. She wore striped trunks of blue and turquoise, and the buckle of her belt was cast in the shape of a silver clamshell. She held a scepter of pink coral in her right hand, and had rings upon every finger, each with a stone of a different blue within it. She sat upon a heavy silver and gold-rimmed throne, and she smiled when she saw me, then frowned when she saw Random behind me. Her voice was a soft, flowing, gentle thing, but it was not without authority.
What do you seek here, outcasts of Amber?
We flee the wrath of the prince who sits in the true city, Eric. To be frank, we wish to work his downfall. If he is loved here, we are lost, and we have delivered ourselves into the hands of our enemies. But I feel he is not loved here. So we come asking aid, gentle moi.
I will not give you troops to assault Amber. As you know, the chaos would be reflected in our own world too.
That is not what we would ask of you, dear moi, but a simple thing that can be achieved at no cost to yourself or your subjects.
Name it. For as you know, Eric is almost as disliked here as this recreant who stands at your left hand.
Random chuckled at my side. I knew that if he was going to pay, whatever the price, for whatever he had done, I could see that he would pay it like a true Prince of Amber, as our two dead brothers had done, ages ago. He would pay it, mocking them the while, and as he died he would pronounce an irrevocable blood curse which would come to pass and haunt them for eternity. I, too, had this power, and I would use it if circumstances warranted.
The thing I would ask is for my brother Corwin here. He is half-brother to your half-sister Luella, who resides here also. I do not believe he has ever given you or your sister any particular grief, has he?
Nay, he has not. But why doth not he speak for himself?
That is part of the problem, your majesty. He cannot speak, for he does not know what to say. Much of his memory is departed from an accident which occurred when he dwelled among shadows. It is to restore his remembrance that we have come here, to bring back his recollection of the old days, so that he might oppose Eric in Amber.
Continue.
Deep in the dungeons of this building is a large obsidian room where few would go. In there lies a duplicate of the fiery design that we call the pattern. Only a true son or daughter of Oberon may walk it and utilize its power to traverse the shadows as we do. We ask that you grant Corwin permission to walk the pattern there, as we believe it will restore unto him his lost memories as to who he is and make him a whole prince once more. He cannot go to Amber to do it, as Eric is liege there for now, and the only other place that it's duplicated is in Tirnano, the city in the sky. But you know as well as we that we cannot go to that place as freely as we might come here.
She cast her majestic gaze over our entire company, and then fixated on me.
Is Corwin willing to essay the thing?
I bowed. Yes, Your Grace.
Very well. You are welcome to stay here as long as you like, until you feel you are ready to be about this deed. You have my blessings. I can guarantee you no guarantees of safety beyond my realm, however.
We expect no boons, but we'll take care of it ourselves upon our departure.
Apart from Random, who will be quite safe here.
What mean you?
She stood up and took a step down from the throne.
Surely you recall that once there was a time that Random came into my realm as a friend, and did thereafter depart in haste with my daughter Morgane. A month thereafter was she returned to me. Her suicide came some months after the birth of her son Martin. What have you to say to that, Prince Random?
Nothing.
When Martin came of age, because he was of the blood of Amber, he determined to walk the pattern. He is the only one of my people to have succeeded. Thereafter, he walked in shadow, and I have not seen him since. What have you to say to that, Lord Random?
Nothing.
Therefore, I will punish thee. You are to marry the woman of my choice and remain with her in my realm for a year's time, or you will forfeit your life. What say you to that, Random?
Random said nothing, but he nodded abruptly.
Very well, so be it.
And she struck her scepter upon the marble steps, and so it was. We were escorted from the great hall then, and to a set of guest rooms that had been prepared, apart from Random, who was taken away to some other district of the palace. We were told to wait until called upon for dinner, so I lay on my bed and thought a while about all that had come to pass since I'd awoken in Greenwood. Then I noticed a gentle rapping at the door. I called out from my bed, "Who is it?"
"'Tis I, moi."
I stood quickly then, crossed the room and hastened to open the door.
"Hail, moi."
"Lord Corwin of Amber, often I have wished to meet thee."
"And I thee."
I lied.
"Your exploits are legendary."
"Thank you, but I barely recall the highlights."
"May I come in?"
"Of course. Please sit down."
And I stepped aside and bowed as I waved my hand for her to enter. She did, and she perched herself on the edge of an orange couch to my left.
"When are you thinking of walking the pattern?"
"As soon as possible, I suppose. After dinner, perhaps?"
"Where have you been in shadows?"
A place very far from here, called Earth. A place I learned to love.
It is strange that a Lord of Amber should have this capacity.
Beg pardon?
To love.
Perhaps I chose the wrong word.
I doubt it. For the ballads of Corwin, Duke of Corvir, have touched upon the heartstrings of many, including myself.
The lady is kind.
Did you think me otherwise?
No, not at all.
But I'm not wrong, am I?
Once I have my memory back, I'll give you a ballad or two. One day.
I'd like that. Tell me, what did you do on that shadow that you so grew to love?
It occurs to me, I said, seating myself on the other side of the couch from her,
that I was a professional soldier. I would fight for whoever paid me, and was regarded highly by those who did. I spent some time working as a surgeon, and later as an information broker between warring countries. I was also responsible for the composition of the words and music of many well-known songs in that place.
Naturally.
Pray tell, what of my brother Random?
He is to marry a girl named Vial. She is blind and has no wooers among our kind.
Are you certain that that is the best thing for her?
She will obtain a good status in this manner and become a lady of my court. Though Random will likely leave after the year is done, I believe this will put her in a good position.
What if she grows to love him?
Can any?
I can, in a way. He's my brother.
Then this is the first time a son of Amber has ever said such a thing, and I attribute it to your poetic temperament.
What may I say to you? Perhaps you do a good thing. I can only hope.
You, Prince Corwin, are the only one of your family who I would be willing to support if I must. Save for Benedict, but he is gone these 12 years and 10, and Lear says he knows where his bones yet lie. Pity.
I did not know this. My memory is so screwed up. Please, bear with me. I shall miss Benedict. He was my master of arms, and taught me a great deal of what I know about weapons and warfare. But he was gentle.
As are you, Corwin.
And she moved off her perch and closer towards me.
No, not really.
I disagree.
Then she leaned across the couch.
When do we eat?
When I declare it.
And she slowly crawled forwards, her delicate hands, now ringless, working their way towards me, her hips rising. She put her face a few inches from mine and placed a hand upon my thigh.
So we have plenty of time, then?
Plenty of time, yes.
And her eyes drooped, and her hand moved further up. So I drew her upon me, and found the catch to the buckle which covered the softness of her belly. There was more softness beneath, and her hair was green. Upon the couch I gave her her ballad, and her lips replied without words. After we had eaten, and I'd learned the trick of eating underwater, which I might detail later on if circumstances really warrant, we rose from our place within the marble high hall, decorated with hanging balls in brown nets and turquoise and golden tapestries, and we made our way back along a narrow corridor, and down beneath the floor of the sea itself, first by means of a spiral staircase that screwed its way through absolute darkness, and then through winding corridors of hewn stone and bare rock. Moir carried a torch of white fire, and she led the way. The passage broke off in several places, leading to more pathways still, and sometimes our own path would break out into an open cave or wooden bridge. We came to a section where a banisterless stairway wound down a smooth cliff face to our left, and nothing but blackness to our right. Then we entered a region of rooms which were illuminated by the occasional torch. Then there were dungeons and prisons, corridors, caves, and mineshafts alike. I wondered how many secrets these tunnels held, and subconsciously I moved a little closer to Moir for fear of losing her. After about 10 minutes, we came upon a large cylindrical room with a hole through the middle of it and a banister around it. We approached the balcony and looked around, above us and below us. There were more floors that looked like ours, and many passageways and stairways leading in all directions on each floor. Moi climbed over the banister and began swimming downwards then. We all did the same. We swam across the room and down 4 floors. As we crossed it, I looked down the cylinder towards the floor, and was troubled to see it extend into black nothingness. Once we landed, we set down yet more corridors, and I wondered how long it would have taken to reach that spot if we hadn't been able to swim. Eventually, we came to a foreboding place. A long, dark, wide, tall corridor stretched out before us. Every 20 paces or so there was an arch for suspension, and between 2 sets of arches on alternating sides there were large grey-blue slate doors bound in metal and had large complex-looking locks. We passed 3 doors, and behind the 4th I thought I heard music playing. When I shook my head and listened again, it was gone. Behind the 6th I heard a groan, long and deep and dark. Then we stopped at the 7th door. I looked past it, and could see no end to the corridor of doors. I looked back the way we came, and couldn't see the entrance to the place either. I shivered slightly. Then Moi touched my shoulder and smiled, just at me, and produced a large key from a ring upon her belt and set it within the lock. She twisted the key within, and there came a succession of loud clicks. Then she withdrew it, and threw her weight against the door. And very slowly, with a loud creaking of metal, the door swung inwards. I moved to help her, but she wouldn't let me. We peered inside. The room seemed to be a natural cave made of some kind of obsidian, black and shiny, glass-like, beautiful. We were stood on a raised balcony, and natural arches of volcanic glass formed a staircase that wound its way around the inside of the cave to our left. At the base of the staircase, the cave widened abruptly, and within the larger section of the cave, inscribed upon the black glass, were the burning blue swirling lines of the pattern. My mind recoiled from the touch of it. But if I were indeed a Prince of Amber, then somewhere within my blood, my nervous system, my genes, this pattern was recorded somehow, so that I would respond properly, so that I could walk the bloody thing. We moved down the stairs towards it. I looked behind us and saw that a pool of pale blue water was sitting underneath the staircase. We moved closer still, down a short set of wider stairs and into the larger chamber. I stared out at it. It shimmered like the cold fire that it was, quivered, made the whole room seem somehow insubstantial. It was an elaborate tracery of bright power, composed mainly of curves, though there were a few straight lines near its middle. It reminded me of a fantastically intricate life-scale version of one of those maze things you do with a pencil. It was perhaps 100 yards across, and completely circular. I could just make out what seemed to be the starting point, directly across from me, on the other side of the room, and it seemed to end somewhere in the middle. I shivered again, and took a deep breath, suddenly wishing for smoke.
Good luck, Lord Corwin.
Take care.
Thanks, girls, for everything.
And I bowed. Then Random took my arm and started to walk me around the room, clockwise, towards the starting point.
Listen, it's an ordeal, but it's not impossible or we wouldn't be here. Take it very slowly and don't let yourself get distracted. Don't be alarmed by the shower of sparks and flames that will arise with each step. They can't hurt you. You'll feel a mild current passing through you the whole time, and after a while you'll start feeling high. But keep concentrating, and don't forget, keep walking. Don't stop whatever you do, and don't stray from the path, or it'll probably kill you.
Thanks. I tried to talk her out of this thing she's arranged for you. No luck.
Don't worry about it. I can do a year standing on my head. I'm just glad she didn't want me immediately executed.
The girl she has lined up is called Vial. She's blind.
Great. Great joke.
Remember that regency we spoke of?
Yeah?
Be kind to her then. Stay the full year, and I will be generous.
She's a friend of yours, eh? What's she like?
Is it a deal?
It's a deal.
I'll see you soon then, brother. And with that, I moved forwards and regarded the lines of inlaid fires that made up the pattern, constituting the only illumination within the room. The waters were chill about me. I strode forwards, setting my left foot upon the path. It was outlined by blue and white sparks. Then I set my right foot upon it, and I felt the current that Random had mentioned. I took another step. There was a crackle, and I felt my hair beginning to rise. I took another step. Then the thing began to curve, abruptly, back upon itself. I took 10 more paces, and a sudden resistance seemed to arise. It was as if a black barrier had grown up before me, of some substance which pushed back upon me with each effort that I made to pass forwards. I fought it. It was the first veil, I suddenly knew. To get beyond it would be an achievement, a good sign, showing that I was indeed a part of the pattern. Each raising and lowering of my foot suddenly required a terrible effort, and the sparks shot forth from my hair. I concentrated on the fiery line, trying to control my breathing. Suddenly, the pressure was eased. The veil had parted before me as abruptly as it had occurred. I had passed beyond it and acquired something. I had gained a piece of myself. I remembered. I remembered my life within the shadow place called Earth. I remembered the places I'd visited, the things I'd done, the people I'd met. I saw the paper skins and knobbly stick-like bones of the dead of Auschwitz. I had been present at Nuremberg, I knew. I heard the voice of Stephen Spender reciting Vienna. I saw Mother Courage cross the stage on the night of a Brecht premiere. I saw the rockets leap up from the stained hard places. Peenemünde, Vandenberg, Kennedy, Kizilkum in Kazakhstan, and I touched my hand with the wall of China. We were drinking beer and wine, and Shakespeare said he was drunk and went off to puke. I entered the green forest of the Western Reserve and took 3 scalps one day. I hummed a tune as we marched along, and it caught on. It became Après de ma blonde, I remembered. I remembered. My life within the shadow place its inhabitants had called Earth. 3 more steps, and I held a bloody blade and saw 3 dead men and my horse, on which I had fled the revolution in France. And more, so much more. I remembered the harsh cold of Russia and telling Napoleon to turn back. I remembered. I remembered. All the way back to the dead. They were all about me. There was a horrible stink, the smell of decaying flesh. Billows of black smoke filled the sky, and an icy wind swept around me, bearing a few small drops of rain. My throat was parched, and my hands shook, and my head was on fire. I staggered alone, seeing everything through the haze of a fever that burned me. The gutters were filled with garbage and dead cats, and the emptying of chamber pots. With a rattle and the ringing of a bell, the death wagon thundered by, splashing me with mud and cold water. How long I wandered, I do not know, before I found an empty house to sleep in. Perhaps 10 hours later, in the middle of the night, I awoke in a cold sweat and realized my fever had broken. I was weak, but rational once more. I realized that I had lived through the plague. I took a man's coat I found in the wardrobe and took some money I found in a drawer. Then I went forth into London and the night, in the year of the plague, looking for something. I had no recollection of who I was, or what I was doing there. And that was how it had started. I was well into the pattern now, and the sparks flashed continually about my feet, reaching to the height of my knees.
I no longer knew which direction I faced, or where Random and Deirdre and moi stood. The current swept through me, and it seemed my eyeballs were vibrating. There came a pins and needles feeling in my cheeks and a coldness on the back of my neck. I clenched my teeth to keep them from chattering. The auto accident had not given me my amnesia. I had been without full memory since the reign of Elizabeth I. Flora must have concluded then that the recent accident had restored me, so she had known of my condition. I was suddenly struck by the thought that she was on that Shadow Earth mainly to keep tabs on me. Since the 16th century, then? I couldn't say. I'd find out, though. I took 6 more rapid steps, reaching the end of an arc, and coming to the beginning of a place of a straight line. I set my foot upon it, and with each step that I took, another barrier began to raise against me. It was the second veil. I was a Prince of Amber, it was true. There had been 12 brothers, 2 were dead and 1 was missing. There had been 6 sisters, and 1 was dead, possibly 2. We had spent much of our time wandering in shadows, or in our own universes. It is an academic, though valid philosophical question, as to whether one with the power over shadows creates his own universes as he walks, or if the places he goes have always existed, and that he simply passes through them. Whatever the ultimate answer, from a practical point of view, all that mattered was the fact that we could do it. Another curve began, and it was as though I was walking in glue as I moved slowly along it. 1, 2, 3, 4. I raised my fiery boots and let them down again. My head throbbed, and my heart felt as though it were fibrillating to pieces. Amber. Amber. The going was suddenly easy once more, as I remembered Amber. Amber was the greatest city that ever existed or would exist. Amber had always been and always would be, and every other city, everywhere, every other city that ever existed was but a reflection of a shadow of some phase of Amber. Amber, Amber, Amber. I remember thee. I shall never forget thee again. Through all those centuries I wandered the Shadow Earth. Often at night my dreams were troubled by images of thy golden spires and thy sweeping terraces. I remember thy wide promenades and thy decks of flowers, golden and red. I recall the sweetness of thy airs, and temples and palaces, and pleasaunces thou contained, and always will contain. Amber, immortal city from which every other city has taken its shape, I cannot forget thee. Even now, nothing can compare with the pleasure and love of remembering thee. And even now, as I stand, contemplating the courts of chaos, telling this story to the only one present to hear, that perhaps he may repeat it, that I will not die after I have died within. Even now, I remember thee with love, city that I was born to rule. 10 paces, then a swirling filigree of fire confronted me. I essayed it, my sweat vanishing into the waters as fast as it sprang forth. It was tricky, so devilishly tricky, and it seemed that the waters of the room suddenly moved in great currents which threatened to sweep me from the pattern. I struggled on, resisting them. Instinctively I knew that to leave the pattern before I completed it would mean my death. I dared not raise my eyes from the place of light that lay before me to see how far I'd come, or how far I'd yet to go. The currents subsided and more of my memories returned, memories of my life as a Prince of Amber. No, they are not yours for the asking. They are mine. Some are vicious and cruel, others perhaps noble. Memories going back to my childhood, in the great palace of Amber, with the green banner of my father, Oberon, flaring above it, white unicorn, rampant, facing to the dexter. Random made it through the pattern. Even Deirdre had made it. Therefore, I, Corwin, would make it, no matter what the resistance. I emerged from the filigree and marched along the grand curve, and the forces that shaped the universe fell upon me and beat me into their image. I had an advantage over any other person who attempted to walk it, however. I knew that I had done it before, so I knew that I could do it again. This helped me against the unnatural fears which rose like black clouds and were gone again, only to return, their strength redoubled. I walked the pattern and I remembered all. I remembered all the days before my centuries on the Shadow Earth. I remembered other places of shadow, many of them special and dear to me, and one which I loved above all, save for Amber. I walked 3 more curves, a straight line and a series of sharp arcs, and I held within me once again a consciousness of the things which I had never really lost. Mine was the power over shadows. 10 arcs which left me dizzy, another short arc, a straight line, and the final veil. It was agony to move. Everything tried to beat me aside. The waters were cold, then boiling. It seemed that they were constantly pushed against me. I struggled, putting one foot in front of the other. The sparks reached as high as my waist at this point, then my breast, then my shoulders. They were into my eyes. They were all about me. I could barely see the pattern itself. Then a short arc, ending in blackness. 1, 2, 3, and to take the last step was like trying to push through a concrete wall. I did it, and I was granted a vision of the future. I saw I stood at a cliff edge, and I saw a figure falling before me into the blackness. Something held me back, and I had tears in my eyes. The vision faded, and I knew not what it meant. Then I turned, slowly, and looked back over the course I'd come. I would not permit myself the luxury of sagging to my knees. I was a Prince of Amber, and by God, nothing could humble me in the presence of my peers. Not even the pattern. I waved jauntily in what I thought to be the right direction. Whether or not I could be made out very clearly was another matter. Then I stood there a moment and thought. I was at the center of the universe, and I could call upon its power to transport me anywhere I desired. They were waiting for me, my brother and sister, and Moi with her thighs like marble pillars. Deirdre could take care of herself from here on out. After all, we'd saved her life. I didn't feel obliged to go on protecting her on a day-by-day basis. Random was stuck in Redma for a year, unless he had the guts enough to leap forwards and take the pattern himself. And as for Moi, it had been nice knowing her, and maybe I'd see her again, someday. I'd like that. I closed my eyes and bowed my head. Before I did, though, I thought I saw a fleeting shadow. Random? Trying it? Whatever. He wouldn't know where I was headed. No one would. I knew of a hiding place within the palace. The real palace, in Amber. It was a windowless cubicle, hidden within a section of the library, but it had a bed, and sleep and secrecy were my 2 top goals at the moment. When I opened my eyes, I stood within that room. So I slept. For how long? I don't know. When I awoke, I quietly climbed up the metal rungs that led up to the 3rd floor. I climbed onto the balcony and slowly and carefully moved the framed painting that hung in front of me to my right, giving me vision of the library below. It was empty. I stepped out onto the 3rd floor balcony that overlooked the room below and replaced the painting. Then I moved to the left, down the spiral staircase, and into the room proper. Within, I was stricken by the multitude of books. They always do that to me. I moved towards the place where a crystal case contained everything that led up to a family banquet. Private joke. And carefully turned the key that was sitting in the lock and opened the glass door. It held several decks of cards, all in the same black and gold cases as Flora's, with the white unicorn and the green oval. I withdrew a pack and moved towards a desk, seated myself, and withdrew the cards. I shuffled and spread them, all out before me, in the proper manner. Then I read them, and saw that bad things were in store for the entire family. And I gathered them all together then, save for one. It was the card depicting my brother Blaze. I replaced the others in their case and tucked it into a special pouch on my belt that had been specifically made for the purpose of holding the trumps. Then I considered Blaze. And just then there came a scratching in the lock at the wooden door past the fireplace to my left. I ducked beneath the desk and loosened my blade in its scabbard and waited. Peering out, I saw that it was one of the palace retainers, an older guy named Dick. He'd obviously come to clean the place. He was emptying ashtrays and waste paper baskets. I decided then to expose myself, since it would be demeaning to be discovered. So I rose and said, "Hello, Dick. Remember me?" He turned 3 kinds of pale, half bolted upright, and said,
"Of course, my lord. How could I forget?"
I suppose it would be possible. After all this time.
Never, Lord Corwin.
Come here a moment, my friend. I'd like to tell you something. And he did. There was a time when I was considered gone for good, and abandoned forever. Since I live, however, and since I maintain all my faculties, I fear that I must dispute Eric's claim to the throne of Amber. Though it is not a thing to be settled simply, as he is not the firstborn, nor the most legitimate claimant, nor do I feel he would enjoy popular support if another were in sight. For these, among other reasons, most of them personal, I am about to oppose him. I have not yet decided how, nor upon what grounds, but by God, he deserves opposition. Tell him that. If he wishes to seek me, tell him that I dwell among shadows, but different ones than before. He may know what I mean by that. I will not be easily destroyed, for I will guard myself at least as well as he does here. I will oppose him from hell to eternity, and I will not cease until one of us is dead. What say you to this, old retainer? He took my hand and kissed it, and there was a tear in his eye.
Hail to thee, Corwin, Lord of Amber.
Then the door creaked and cracked behind him and swung open. Eric entered.
Huh?
Hello, brother, I said, rising. I didn't expect to see you this early in the game. How goes things in Amber? And his eyes were wide with amaze, and his voice heavy with that which men call sarcasm.
Well, when it comes to things, Corwin. Poorly on other accounts, however.
Pity. How shall we put things right? I said, moving around the desk to his left.
I know a way.
He loosened his blade and glared at Dick, who promptly departed and closed the door behind him.
You want the throne.
Don't we all?
I suppose we do. It's true that uneasy lies the head bit. I don't know why we are driven to strive for this ridiculous position, but you must recall that I defeated you twice, mercifully granting you your life on that shadow world on the last occasion.
That wasn't a mercy, and you know it. You took me to a place and left me to die there. As for the first time, it was a draw, as I recall it.
Then it's between the two of us now. I am your elder and your better. If you wish to try me at arms, I find myself suitably attired. Slay me, and the throne will probably be yours. Try it. I don't think you can succeed, though. And I'd like to quit your claim right now. So come at me, bro. Let's see what you learned on the Shadow Earth.
And my blade was in my hand and his was in his. What an enormous chutzpah you possess. What makes you think you're better than the rest of us? More fit to rule?
The fact that I've managed to occupy the throne this long. Come, try and take it.
We lunged towards each other. I tried a head cut, which he parried, and I parried his riposte to my heart and cut at his wrist. He parried this and kicked a small stool between us. I set it aside, hopefully in the direction of his face, with my right toe, but it missed and he had at me. I parried his attack and he mine. Then I lunged, was parried, was attacked and parried again myself. I tried a very fancy attack I'd learnt in France, which involved a beat, a feint in quarte, a feint in six, and a lunge veering off to an attack on his wrist. I nicked him and the blood flowed.
Ah! Oh, damnable brother,
he said, retreating.
Report has it that Random accompanies thee.
Oh yes, there are more than one of us assembled against you now. We circled each other a few moments in the center of the room, between the fireplace and the bookshelves, the desk and the armchairs. Then he lunged at me and beat me back, and I suddenly felt that for all my work he was still my master. He was perhaps one of the greatest swordsmen I'd ever faced, and I suddenly had the feeling that I couldn't take him, and I parried like a madman and retreated in the same fashion as he beat me back step by step. We'd both had centuries under the greatest master of the blade in the business. The greatest alive, I knew, was Brother Benedict, but he wasn't around to help anymore, one way or the other. He came on strong and I circled to his left. I was afraid. The man was magnificent. If I didn't hate him so, I would have applauded his performance. So I kept backing away, and the fear and the knowledge came upon me. I knew I still couldn't take him. He was a better man than I was when it came to the blade. I cursed this, but I couldn't get around it. I tried 3 more elaborate attacks and was defeated on each occasion. He parried me and made me retreat before his own attacks. Now, don't get the wrong idea. I'm damn good. It's just that he seemed better. Then there were some alarms and excursions from the hall outside. Eric's retainers were coming, and if he didn't kill me before they arrived, then I was confident that they'd do the job, probably with a bolt from a crossbow. There was blood dripping from his right wrist, and his hand was still steady, but I had the feeling then that under other circumstances, by fighting a defensive fight, I might be able to wear him down with that wrist injury going against him, and perhaps I could get through his guard at the proper moment when he began to slow. I cursed softly. Crap.
You're a fool to have come here.
He didn't realize what I was doing until it was too late. I'd been retreating until the door was at my back. It was risky, leaving myself with no room for retreat, but it was better than a sure death. With my left hand I managed to drop the bar. It was a big, heavy door, and they'd have to knock it down now to get in. That gave me a few more minutes. It also gave me a shoulder wound from an attack which I could only partly parry as I dropped the bar. But it was my left shoulder. My sword arm remained intact. I smiled to put up a good front. Maybe I am. But then, you're slowing, you know. And I tried a hard, fast, vicious attack. He parried it, but he fell back 2 paces in doing so. That wound's getting to you. Your strength is leaving you by the second. Drop by drop.
Shut up!
And I realized I'd gotten through to him. This increased my chances by several %, I decided, and I pressed him as hard as I could, realizing that I couldn't keep that pace very long. But Eric didn't realize it. I'd planted the seeds of fear, and he fell back before my sudden onslaught. There was a banging on the door, but I didn't have to worry about that for a short while. I'm going to take you, Eric. I'm tougher than I used to be, and you've had it. I saw the fear begin in his eyes, and it spread over his face. His style shifted to follow suit. He began fighting in a completely defensive battle, backing away from my attack. I'm sure he wasn't faking either. I felt I had bluffed him, for he had always been better than I. But what if it had been partly psychological on my part too? What if I had almost beaten myself with this attitude, which Eric had helped to foster? What if I had bluffed myself all along? Maybe I was as good. With a strange sense of confidence, I tried the same attack I had used before, and I scored, leaving another trail of red on his forearm. Then, with his left arm, he swept a row of books from a shelf, and they struck me and fell about me. He didn't seize the opportunity to attack, however. He dashed across the room and picked up a small chair which he held in his left hand. The banging on the door stopped, and the voices which had been shouting inquiries through it fell silent. I knew that they'd be back soon with something to knock the door down. I wondered if I had enough time. Eric had wedged himself into a corner and held the chair and his blade before him. I started to cross the room, then stopped as I heard the axes banging against the door. He laughed, and I was presented with an ultimatum. I didn't think I'd be able to take him in time now, so I backed away again. Well, damn. It looks like you're going to live. For a time. I ran back up the spiral staircase quickly, keeping my eye on him as I did. You're lucky. Next time we meet, though, there won't be anyone to help you, I said from the top of the balcony.
Guards! Stop him!
I ducked down into the cubbyhole and turned to replace the painting. There came a thunk, and 8 inches of steel gleamed on my side of the panel as I was fastening it. He had thrown his blade. Risky, if I chose to return, but he knew that I wouldn't, for the door sounded about ready to fall. This made me feel good. If we met again, as I was sure we would, and there was no outside interference, who knew? I would court the chance, however. Today's encounter had scared him. I was certain of that. That might serve to slow his hand, to cause the necessary hesitation on the next occasion. I let go and dropped the final few feet, bending my knees as I landed. I was a few minutes ahead of the posse, but I was sure I could take advantage of it and escape, for I had the cards in my belt. I drew the card that was Blaze from my pocket and stared at it. My shoulder hurt, but I forgot it, as the coldness came upon me. There were 2 ways to depart from Amber directly into shadow. One was the pattern, seldom used for this purpose. The other was the trumps, if you could trust a brother. I stared at him, and contact came like an icy wind. The figure on the card seemed life-sized now, and animated. He had changed position to whatever stance he presently held. No longer did he stand near the fireplace in the library I'd just departed, but now he stood on a cream-colored sandstone balcony in an orange light. He turned to face out towards me, eyes not quite focused on mine. His lips moved.
Who is it?
It's me, Corwin.
You look in haste, brother.
I am. Please, may I come to you?
Indeed you may. Take my hand.
And I did. I reached out before me, and with my free left hand I felt our fingers touch. I clasped his hand, and I saw the world around me begin to fade. I took a step forwards, and crossed through the countless dimensions to the balcony upon which he stood. Hello, Blaze. Thank you for your assistance.
You're welcome.
I looked around us. We were perched on the side of a grand-looking mansion, dug into the side of a dark orange and brown mountain at one end of a large dusty valley. The sky was orange, and the blue sun was setting in front of us. Below, in the sand among strange-colored shrubs, I saw tents and campfires, and lots of them. Where are we?
One of my private shadows. Where have you just come from? And why are you in such a hurry?
Amber. I was running from Eric's men after I wounded him in a duel.
You wounded him?
I nodded, suddenly quite breathless, as I put Blaze's card back in the deck box. The contact had been broken, and his image had returned to that of the laughing mouth and the goblet of wine.
Damn, I wish you'd killed him.
So do I, and I think I would have, if his guards hadn't shown up.
Then again, then you'd have held the throne. I might have a better chance against Eric than I'd have against you. Come inside. I was just about to have dinner. Drinks?
Please. And we made our way inside a quaint dining room with dark furnishings and a dark blue-green tiled floor. There was an almost black table in the center of the room, on a dark orange rug. It held 6 chairs of a similar colored wood, 2 at each length and 1 at each head, and a white cloth covered the entire table, which made to be the brightest object in the room. And there were 6 dark silver plates and crockery for each placed in front of each chair. There was no food, though. Blaze crossed the room towards a drinks cabinet in the corner and drew up 2 glasses and a bottle of red.
What are your plans?
I took a seat at the nearest head and looked out to my left, out of a window at the same view as from the balcony, then to my right, where some embers smouldered in a brown and red brick fireplace. I was silent a few moments, trying to think what to say, and still collecting myself after all that had just occurred. Then I decided upon complete honesty. Well, we all want the throne, so there's no reason to lie to one another. I'm not about to kill you for it, though. That would be foolish. But, on the other hand, I'm not about to renounce my claim because I'm enjoying your hospitality. Random would like it, but he's pretty much out of the picture. No one has heard from Benedict for some time now. Moi thinks he might even be dead. Gerard and Kane and Julian seem to be supporting Eric rather than promoting their own claims, so that leaves Brand and our sisters. I don't know what the hell Brand is up to these days, but I know that Deirdre is without power unless she and Luella can raise something in Rebma, and Flora is Eric's creature. I don't know what Fiona is doing.
Yes, you're right,
he said, as he placed my drink near my plate and then crossed to the other side of the room and put a hand on his chair.
I don't know what's going on in everyone's head right now, but I can assess our relative strengths, and I think I'm in the best position. You made a wise choice in coming to me. Support me, and I'll give you a regency.
Bless your heart. We'll see. Thanks for the drink, by the way.
My pleasure.
And we sipped them slowly in silence for a few moments.
You didn't answer my question, though,
he said, as he finally took a seat.
What are your plans?
I might raise an army now and lay siege to Amber.
Where in shadow lie your forces?
That is my own affair, of course. I won't oppose you if that's what you're asking, and I think you are. When it comes to monarchs, I'd like to see either you, me, Benedict, if he still lives, or Gerard on the throne.
Preferably you, of course.
Of course.
Then we understand one another. I think we can work together, for the time being.
And I, else I would not have delivered myself unto you.
I was the lesser of two evils.
I suppose you were.
I wish Benedict were here, and I wish Gerard had not sold out.
Wishes, wishes. Wish in one hand and do something else in the other. Squeeze them both and see which comes true.
Fair one.
He pulled a pipe from his pocket then, brushed it off and lit a match, sucked it in a few times, then let it settle. Then he took a long drag and let it out slowly, while he stared out of the window.
How far can I trust you?
As far as I can trust you.
Then let's strike a deal. Frankly, I had thought you dead for many years. I hadn't foreseen you showing up at such a crucial time like this and pressing your own claim. But you're here now, and that's that. Let's form an alliance, combine our forces, and lay siege to Amber together. Whichever of us lives through it winds up on top. If we both do, well, hell, we can always fight a duel.
I thought about it. It sounded like the best deal I'd get anywhere. Still, I'd like to think about it. I'll tell you in the morning.
All right. Well, let me get us some food.
He stood up then, and he held his hands across the table before him. They seemed to glow slightly, and he closed his eyes. When he opened them, our plates had been covered with serving domes, and underneath them was a delicious-looking plate of smothered pork and rice. We ate, and fell to reminiscing. My shoulder throbbed a bit, but the after-dinner whiskey helped, and the salve which Blaze had supplied. After a time, we were almost maudlin. It is strange, I guess, to have kin, and be without kinship. For as long as we have lived, our lives had led us upon separate paths. Lord, we talked the moon out of the heavens before either of us grew tired. Then he clapped me upon my good shoulder, and told me that he was beginning to feel his load, and that a servant would be by in the morning to bring my breakfast. I nodded, we embraced, and he retired. Then I moved to the window, and from that vantage I could see down far into the chasm. The campfires below burned like stars. There were thousands of them. I could tell that Blaze had assembled a mighty force, and I was envious. But, on the other hand, it was a good thing. If anyone could take Eric, it was probably Blaze. He wouldn't be a bad thing in Amber. It was just that I preferred me. I continued to stare. I saw that strange shapes moved among the lights. and I wondered as to the nature of his army. Whatever. It was more than I possessed. I drew forth my stolen trumps then, and thumbed out Eric's. Maybe I was drunk, or maybe I was just being cocky, but I decided to call him. He was in his bedroom, at his desk, in his sleeping garments, and I saw that his hand had been bandaged.
Who is it?
Me, Corwin. How are you?
Yeah, piss off.
I just felt like telling you that all goes well with me. I also wanted to advise you that you were right when you spoke of the uneasy head. You won't be wearing it long, though. So cheerio, brother. The day I come to Amber again is the day you die. Just thought I'd tell you, since that day is not too far off.
Come ahead, and I'll not want for grace in the matter of your passing.
His eyes focused on me then, and we were close. I thumbed my nose at him and passed my palm over the card. It was like hanging up on a telephone, and I shuffled Eric back in with all the rest. I left the dining room then, and followed the directions Blaze had given me towards a spare bedroom. It was stark, but it had a desk that faced a window and a bed which looked clean. I stripped down to my undergarments and lay on the bed. I wondered then, concerning those troops of Blaze which occupied the defile below, and I thought upon Eric's defences. It would not be easy. The land was known as Avernus, and the assembled troops were not quite men. I reviewed them the following morning with Blaze as we rode to the docks. The climate was warm, the colors bewildering, and everyone thought we were gods. They were all of them around 7 feet in height, had very red skin and little hair, cat-like eyes, and each had a smaller set of arms below their first. They wore garments that looked as light as silk, but were woven of something else, and were mainly blue or grey in color. Each bore 2 short blades, hooked at the end and serrated on one side. Their ears were pointed, and their many fingers and bare toes clawed. I drew rein before a trooper who was moving towards a tent. "Halt, you there. Who is Eric?"
"The Lord of all evil."
"Very good." I nodded, and we passed on. Blaze had custom-made cannon fodder. He had found a place where the religion involved brother gods who looked like us and had their troubles. Invariably, in terms of this mythos, an evil brother would seize power and seek to oppress the good brothers. And of course, there was the legend of an apocalypse where they themselves would be called upon to stand on the side of the surviving good brothers. I wore my left arm in a black sling and considered those who were about to die. How large is the army?
Currently, around 50,000.
I salute those who are about to give it their all, but you can't take the immortal city with 50,000 men, even if you can get them all to the foot of Mount Colvir untouched, and you can't.
I know, but I'm getting more.
Well, we'd better get a lot more. Eric will sit in Amber and kill us as we march through shadows. If this is the best you've got, brother, then I have misgivings concerning this expedition.
Eric has announced his coronation in 3 months' time. I can triple my forces by then, at least. Perhaps I can even have 250,000 shadow troops to lead against Amber. There are other worlds like this one, and I will penetrate them. I will raise me such a force of holy crusaders as never been seen against Amber before.
And Eric will have the same time to intensify his defenses. I don't know, Blaze. It's almost a suicide run. I didn't know the full situation when I came here.
And what have you brought with you? Nothing! It is rumored that you once commanded troops. Where are they?
They are no more, I'm certain.
Then what real good are you to me?
I'll go, if that's all you really see me as. If that's all you really wanted me for.
Wait. Perhaps I spoke in haste. I do not want to lose your counsel. If nothing else, look, I'll even apologize.
That won't be necessary, I said, knowing what this thing means to a Prince of Amber. I'll stay with you. I'll even be able to help you.
Good. I'm glad to hear it.
and I'll get you more troops. And I did. I walked among shadows and found a race of furry, pig-like creatures, dark and clawed and fanged, reasonably manlike, and about as intelligent as a freshman in the high school of your choice. Sorry, kids, but what I mean is that they were loyal, devoted, honest, and too easily screwed over by bastards like me and my brother. I felt like the DJ of your choice. Around 100,000 of them worshipped us to the extent of taking up arms, and I knew that I could get more by traveling to adjacent shadows. Blaze was impressed and shut up. After about 2 months we had our 250,000 and more, and the naval fleet was expanded to accommodate it. I reviewed the troops and told them more of Amber. Strangely, they got along like brothers, the big red guys and the little hairy ones. It was sad, and it was true. We were their gods, and that was that. I considered the troops of Avernus, and my recruits from the place called Reek. Theirs was the task of marching to Earth and Amber. But I was feeling kind of funny. Most of these troops were destined to die, and I was the agent responsible for much of this. I felt some remorse, though I knew the difference between us and them. Each death would be a real death, however. I knew that also. And some nights I dwelled upon the playing cards. The missing trumps had been restored to the pack I held. One of them was a portrait of Amber itself, and I knew it could bear me back to the city. The others were those of our dead or missing relatives. There was Osric and Findo, who had both been sent away to try and win some impossible war, and whom both perished. There was also Myrrel, who had no trump, but who I then remembered fully. She had been Random's full sister, and she had died of some strange disease when she was still quite young, and her immune system wasn't as good as ours. There was also Delwyn and Sand, who were not dead but simply missing. They had run off into shadow after getting particularly annoyed with the way that we all treated each other. There was, of course, the card for Eric, whose face I had not seen in Flora's deck, but whom I had remembered in perfect clarity. Like my hatred for him was burned so deep into my memories that not even my amnesia could ever truly prevent me from forgetting him. Strange how we remember those we hate more than those we love. There was a card for Cain, looking smug, with the ocean at his back and the wind in his hair, dressed all in green, wearing a tri-cornered hat set at a rakish angle, and a cruel smile upon his lips. He stood in profile, with his right foot on a small boulder, and an emerald-studded dagger at his belt. A plume of green and red feathers sprung forth from his hat, and there was ambivalence in my heart. There was also Fiona. My eyes, Blaze or Bran's hair, long, curling. She wore lavender and green and gold. She had striped baggy sleeves, brown gloves, and brown boots, and she held a wooden staff with a golden headpiece in her right hand. She was the intellectual of the family, always studying some arcane object or following some strange fantasy. But I hated her. Well, maybe not hate. Just a strong dislike. Then again, it had been centuries since I'd last seen her. Perhaps she had changed. Or I had. Finally, there was Dad. Oberon. Father to us all. The Lord of Amber stood before me in his green and gold and royal ermine cloak. It had once seemed to me that nothing could ever displace the immortal Liege of Amber from his throne. What had happened? How had my father met with his end? I stared and concentrated. Nothing. Nothing. Something? Something. Father, I said, staring at the card. There was a long silence and darkness. Father, I repeated, and there came a faint echo, very weak and distant.
Yes.
Where are you? What's happened? Yes? This is Corwin, your son. What came to pass in Amber that you're gone?
My time.
Do you mean that you abdicated? None of my brothers has given me the tale, and I do not trust them sufficiently to ask. Eric now holds the city, and Julian guards the forest of Arden. Cain and Gerard maintain the seas. Blaze would oppose all, and I am allied with him. What are your wishes in this matter?
You are the only one who has asked. Yes.
Yes, what?
Yes. Oppose them.
How can I help you, Father? Where are you?
I am beyond help. Take the throne.
Me? Or Blaze?
You. You have my blessing. Take the throne, and be quick about it.
Why, Father?
I lack the breath. Take it.
And then he was gone. Suddenly, I was shaking. I could barely control myself. Now, I want you to know that Dad and I never got along that well. I didn't hate him like Random or some of the others did, but I sure as hell had no reason to be especially fond of him. He had been big, he had been powerful, and he had been there. That was about it. He was also most of the history of Amber, as we knew it, and the history of Amber stretches back for so many millennia that you might as well stop counting. So far as I knew, Dad's own origins were known only to himself. I had never encountered anyone whose memory stretched back to a time when there had been no Oberon. Strange, you say? Not to know where one's own father comes from, when one has had centuries in which to exercise one's curiosity? Yes, I suppose it is. But he was secretive, powerful, and shrewd, traits we all possess to some degree. He wanted us well situated and satisfied, I feel, but never so endowed as to present a threat to his own reign. I cast the cards then, several times, and the same thing came up each time. His name was Cain. He was sitting at a desk in the captain's quarters of a large ship, reading a book, when he looked up and focused his piercing brown eyes somewhere in the vicinity of my own.
Who?
This is Corwin.
Corwin? Is this a joke?
No.
Where are you?
With Blaze.
There was a rumor you'd shown up in Amber recently, and I had wondered at the bandages on Eric's side.
You're looking at the reason. What's your price?
What do you mean?
Let us be frank and to the point. Do you think I and Blaze can take Eric?
No, and that's why I'm with Eric. And I won't sell out my armada either, if that's what you're after, and I'd imagine you are.
All right then. It was nice talking to you. I'll see you soon, brother.
Wait. I don't even know your offer.
Yes, you do. You've guessed it, and you're not interested.
I didn't say that. It's just that I know where the equities lie.
You mean the power?
All right, the power. So, what have you got to offer?
I'm willing to give you command of the whole naval force of Amber, if we come to power.
You're sailing the wrong way, Corwin.
Well, what do you want, then?
I don't know. You're the one making the offer.
How about my title?
What? Duke of Colvier? And who do you become, One of you has to come out on top. And are these your terms that you're offering me, or both of yours?
My terms, but I think Blaze will agree to them.
You think?
I don't see why he wouldn't. And to answer your first question, we have decided to see who lives once we come out victorious. And if we both do, then we'll fight a duel.
Interesting. You know good warriors don't always make good kings.
What's your price?
How large is your army?
Suppose I tell you. Suppose I can fit your price. What's then stopping you from selling out back to Eric's side?
Nothing really, I suppose. But if it looks like you're going to win, I'd like to be on the winning side. If your army is big enough, if your plan is good enough, then I won't sell back to Eric, will I?
All right. Well, answer me this first. What can you give in return for what I offer you?
Aid to take the throne, of course. I can even help you thwart Blaze at the last moment, so that you can secure the crown and forget this dueling business. I'd be expecting a lot more than a dukedom for that sort of service, though.
How?
I have my ways.
And what then is to stop you from thwarting me also?
I don't want the throne.
What do you want?
The seat next to it.
Royal advisor?
Prince Kane, Royal Advisor and Lord Regent to Corwin I, King of Amber.
You can't have the regency. I already offered it to Random.
Ah, yes. That old ratfink. I'd like to have his head on a silver platter.
You're kidding.
No.
Then the answer's no.
Then you can forget about this thwarting business.
I stared at him for a short while. Silent.
Think about it, Corwin. You behead Random, and then you don't have to keep your promise about the regency.
True. But still no deal. I like Random, and he's married a noble woman in Rebma. Killing him after he helped me would probably start a war with Rebma, and I don't want that. If anything, I'd like quite the opposite. To take Moir as my queen and rule both kingdoms.
That's quite the ambition.
You're a sly bastard, Kane.
Ah, thank you.
I was silent again, rolling the options around in my head like boding balls. No, I won't kill Random, but I will give you the regency, and everything else you asked for. You and Random will have to settle your differences on your own grounds when the time comes.
Then you won't be receiving that additional assistance.
That's fine. I can deal with Blaze.
Really? Well, if you say so, brother.
I almost killed Eric in our last confrontation.
Almost.
Yes, well, he squealed for help and I had to dash.
I'm sure. So, how large is your army? And how much of it makes up the navy? And what are your tactics?
We have almost 300,000 men, and we're getting more in by the thousands per day. I've yet to confer with Blaze as to the tactics to be employed once we arrive in Amber, but I believe we have around 2,200 vessels right now.
What kind of ships?
Chinese-style junk boats. They're easy to make.
No cannons, then?
Guns don't work in Amber.
Indeed, they don't. But might you not need them for the journey to Amber?
Perhaps. But I feel Eric won't want to throw any sort of naval force at us out in shadow. He's relying on you and Gerard mainly, isn't he?
Perhaps. But one can never be too careful.
Perhaps. But it's too late now to recall all the ships and fit them with cannons for a just-in-case scenario.
I guess we'll see what happens then.
And how big is your fleet?
Several hundred vessels, armed to the teeth.
Then your assistance will be much appreciated.
And Blaze is taking the rest of the troops through shadow.
I don't know who's leading which forces yet.
Very well. Then keep me posted.
So it's a deal?
If you fail, there will be 3 beheadings in Amber.
But you don't really expect that, do you?
No. I think either you or Blaze will sit upon the throne before too long. I'll be satisfied to serve the winner. That regency would be nice. I'd still like Random's head, though.
No deal. Take it as you've heard it, or we can forget the whole thing.
I'll take it.
Till next time, then, brother.
Goodbye, Corwin.
He nodded, and the contact broke. Next I tried Gerard. He wasn't wearing the dressing gown anymore. He was wearing a white and blue polo neck that didn't quite fit him, and brown leather pants, and he'd let his beard grow out somewhat.
Corwin, my God, you're alive.
Indeed I am. And back in the running, too.
Back in the... You mean you're opposing Eric?
Yes, with Blaze.
Ah. So you want to discuss prices with me?
Pretty much.
Well, have you spoken to any of the others yet?
I just spoke to Kane. He says he'll support me. He'll even reinforce me.
I see.
His reward leaves his rank open.
I see.
Would that be something you're interested in?
It would.
Would it be sufficient on its own to win your support?
If you're offering me what I think you're offering me, then yes. But I will not furnish you with troops to help you kill our brother.
Admiral of the entire Navy for free passage through the southern waters, then?
Yes. As I see it, you're the lesser of two potent evils. Eric wouldn't be a bad king, but now you're here with a legitimate claim, and, well, I'm certain that it was Eric who exiled you, wasn't it?
Yes. He gave me amnesia, too, so I couldn't come back. Better than being dead if Dad ever returned.
Exactly. How'd you manage it, by the way?
Managed to hitch a lift with Random, and then take the pattern of Rebma.
Interesting. But yes, I can see how that would work. One last thing. I need to be sure you don't fail. I mean, if Kane's agreed, then you're probably doing something right. But I need to be sure. So how large is your army?
Over 300,000 men.
Blimey, you've been busy.
You could say that.
Well, I trust your integrity. So good luck.
Thanks. And thanks.
Goodbye, Corwin.
See you soon, I hope. That one had gone better than expected, and I was glad. Gerard had always been reliable. And then I tried Julian, just for the sake of it.
Corwin, always a pleasure.
Spare me your wit. I'm here to talk business.
I see. Looking to buy me out?
Pretty much.
Well, you can forget about it.
Really? Even if I told you Kane and Gerard are already on my side?
Do you really think that they'll keep to their agreements?
I have to. Otherwise, what's the point in even making them in the first place?
The wit? No, dear brother. Mark my words. You're going to lose this war.
Am I now?
Yes. I can feel it.
What about what I said on the cliff?
As far as I'm concerned, Eric still holds the stronger position.
Very well. Nice talking to you then, as always. Next time we meet, I'll put a sword through your neck.
Not if I put mine through yours first.
Goodbye. I had a feeling that one would draw a blank, but it was worth a shot. Then I searched for Benedict through his card, but came to no avail. Perhaps Moi had been right. And finally I seized upon Brands, and for another long while there was nothing but the cold. Until there came a scream. It was a horrible, tormented thing.
Help me!
How can I?
Who's that?
It's Corwin. Where are you?
Deliver me from this place, Brother Corwin. Anything you name shall be yours in return.
How can I? Where are you? And the contact broke. There had been no vision. Only blackness on the face of the card, and his voice. The same as my contact with Dad. And Brand, too, was gone. I rose with a drink and crossed to the window, leaving the cards where they'd fallen upon the tabletop within the keep. I sipped and sighed. What of Brand? Where was he? Who had done this thing to him? And Dad, too. What was happening to them? Answers, none. I wondered, though, as I stared up and out. Was there something I was missing in the whole picture? Some factor I didn't quite dig? I didn't know. The following morning, I attended a meeting of Blaze General Staff. He had 4 admirals, each in charge of roughly a quarter of its fleet, and a whole mess of army officers. Altogether, there were about 35 of the high-ranking brass at the meeting, big and red or small and hairy, as the case might be. The meeting lasted for perhaps 4 hours, and then we all broke for lunch. It was decided that we would move 3 days hence. Since it would require one of the blood to open the way to Amber, I was to lead the fleet aboard the flagship, and Blaze would take his infantry through the lands of shadow. We were to rendezvous at the port town of Balesport, a place on the northern coast of Amber, and from there we would lead our combined forces over the top of Colvir and down into the city from behind, since a frontal assault would be almost impossible, and using the side entrance upon the sea-facing cliffs was too risky for such a large body of men. I was troubled by this, and I asked him what would have happened if I had not shown up to give this assistance. I was told 2 things in reply. 1, if he had to go it alone, he would have led the fleet through and left them at a great distance from the shore, returning in a single vessel to Avernus, and led his foot soldiers forward to a rendezvous point at a given time. And 2, he had purposely sought for a shadow in which a brother would appear to give him aid. I had some misgivings when I heard about the latter, though I knew I was really me. The former smacked of being a bit unworkable, since the fleet would be far too out to sea to receive any sort of signals from the shore, and the chance of missing the date, allowing for mishaps when it comes to a body that large, was too great, as I saw it, to encourage a whole big lot of faith in his general plan. But as a tactician, I had always thought him brilliant, and when he laid out the maps of Amber and the outlying country which he himself had drawn, and when he had explained the tactics to be employed therein, I knew that he was a Prince of Amber, almost matchless in his guile. The only thing was, we were up against another Prince of Amber, one who occupied what was definitely a stronger position. Blaze had calculated that if all went well by the time we reached Balesport, we'd only have a 30% loss, not including the troops that we were hoping to get from Cain. But if things didn't go according to plan, then who knows? So I was worried. But with the impending coronation, it seemed about the only course available to us, and I decided to go along for the whole ride. If we lost, we were creamed, but he held the biggest threat available and had a workable time schedule, which I didn't. So I walked the land called Avernus, and considered its foggy valleys and chasms, its smoking craters and its bright blue sun against its crazy orange sky, its icy nights and too hot days, its many rocks and carloads of dark sand, its tiny though vicious poisonous beasts, and its big purple plants like spineless cacti. And on the afternoon of the 2nd day, as I stood on a cliff overlooking the sea beneath a tower of massed vermilion clouds, I decided that I rather liked the place, and if its sons would perish in the war of the gods, I would immortalize them one day in a song, if I were able. This mild balm in mind for what I feared, I joined the fleet and took command. If we made it, they would be feted forever in the halls of the immortals. I was guide and opener of the way. I rejoiced. I directed things from the flagship, a huge Chinese-style treasure boat with over 100 crewmates of both species. I led us into a storm and we emerged that much nearer our destination. I led us past an enormous whirlpool, and we were so much to the good. I led us through a shallow rocky place, and the shade of the waters deepened there afterwards, their colors beginning to approximate those of amber. So I still knew how to do it. I could influence our fate in time and place. I could take us home. Home, that is, for me, at least. I led us past strange islands and thick fogs, past an enormous volcano and down a flooded valley, through a vast tunnel and across a sea of clouds. Blaze by now was marching across the plains of the worlds. Somehow, I knew he would make it, past whatever defenses Eric had set up, and I kept in touch with him by means of the cards, and learned of his encounters along the way. like 10,000 men dead in a plains battle with centaurs, 5,000 lost in an earthquake of frightening proportions, 1,500 dead in a whirlwind plague that swept the camps, 19,000 dead or missing in action as they passed through strange burning jungles, 6,000 deserting in a place that looked like the heaven they'd been promised, 500 unaccounted for as they crossed a sand flat where a mushroom cloud burned and towered beside them, 8,600 gone as they moved through a valley of sudden volcanic activity, 1,500 drowned from overnight floods, 54 dying of jewels among themselves, 300 dead from eating poisonous native fruits, 1,000 lost in a stampede of buffalo-like creatures, 73 gone when their tents caught fire, 200 carried away by flash floods, and 3,000 slain by the maddening winds that fell from the blue hills. I was pleased that I'd only lost 186 ships in that time. To sleep, perchance to dream. Yeah, there's a thing that rubs. Eric was killing us by inches and hours. His proposed coronation was only a few weeks away, and he obviously knew we were coming against him because we died and we died. Now it is written that only a prince of Amber may walk among shadows, though he may lead or direct as many as he chooses along such courses. We led our troops and we saw them die, but there is shadow and there is substance, and this is the root of all things. Of substance there is only Amber, the real city in the real world. And of shadow there is an infinity of everything and anything. Every possibility exists somewhere as a shadow, and it extends from Amber to chaos. There are only 3 ways of traversing it, and each of them is difficult. If one is a prince or princess of the blood, then one may walk, crossing through shadows, forcing one's environment to change as one passes, until it is finally in precisely the shape one desires it, and there stop. The second means is the cards, cast by Dworkin Barrowman, master of the line. He was an ancient artist and magician to whom space and perspective meant nothing. He it was who had made up the family trumps, which permitted us to contact one another, to travel to each other instantaneously, bending time and space itself to bridge between dimensions. The third means was the pattern, also drawn by Dworkin, which could only be walked by a member of our family, and once completed could transport us in the same manner as the trumps, but to anywhere that we might desire. That strange design was the binding force of our entire universe, yet so little was known about it. And I've always felt that our powers that we possess because of it have yet to be fully realized, but only Dworkin knew for sure. The details of Dworkin's origins were unknown. He had been Oberon's servant and trusted regent for the longest time. He was a great artist, and it was undeniable that he had possessed strange powers. But he had vanished ages ago. We'd often speculated about him, but no one seemed to know of his whereabouts. Perhaps Dad had even done him in, to keep his secret secret. Any man with the power over shadows could reach his own Amber. Even now, Blaze and I could find shadows of Amber, where each of us ruled, and spend all of time and eternity ruling there. But this would not be the same for us, for none would be the true Amber, the city where we were born, the city from which all others take their shape. So we were taking the hardest route. Anyone knowing this and possessing the power could interpose obstacles, as Eric had done so, and now we faced them as we died. What would come of this? No one knew. But if Eric were to be crowned king, it would be reflected through shadow everywhere, and this was a thing I could not allow to happen. On the 8th day of our voyaging, we were near to Amber, and that's when the storm hit us. The sea turned dark and the clouds collected overhead. Then the winds arose and broke upon our vessels. We were tempest-tossed and storm-torn, as the poets say or said. My guts felt loose and watery as the first billows hit. We were hurled from side to side like loose ice in a giant's hand. We were swept over the waters of the sea and the waters of the sky, and the sky turned black, and there was sleet mixed in with the glassy bell ropes that pulled the thunder. Everyone, I'm sure, cried out. I know I did. Eric had cut loose in Amber, that was for damn sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 hours passed and there was no letter. How many had we lost? I didn't know. I felt Blaze's presence tingling in my mind then.
What's the matter? I've been trying to reach you.
He was standing in a bleak plain, black sky above him, red sun flaring in the distance. Life is full of great vicissitudes, Brother Blaze, and we're currently riding out one of them.
Storm?
You bet your sweet ass it is, the granddaddy of them all. I think I see a monster off port side. If he has any brains, he'll aim for the bottom. Oh, he just did.
We just had one ourselves.
Monster or storm?
Storm. 2,000 dead.
Keep faith, brother. Hold the fort and I'll talk to you later, okay? He nodded, and lightnings flashed at his back.
Eric's got our number.
I had to agree. 3 more hours till it eventually let up, and many more later till I learned that we had lost nearly half the fleet. It was a hard rain that fell. But somehow, to the sea over Rebma, we made it. The mountains were a pale blue silhouette, 50 or 60 miles distant. I drew forth my cards and held randoms before me. When he realized it was me, the first thing he said was,
"Turn back."
"Why?"
"'Cause, according to Luella, Eric can cream you now. She says wait a while till he relaxes, and then hit him, like a year from now, maybe."
I shook my head. "Sorry, too late to turn back now. Too many losses in getting us this far."
"Then you must think that you have some chance across the waters. I gather you've already spoken with Kane and Gerard?"
I nodded.
"All right, well, good luck. But listen, I just learned that Eric somehow got a hold of the Jewel of Judgment. You know, that old trinket that Dad used to wear when he was doing public affairs and also during times of war. Eric learned how to use it. He can control the weather with it, and God knows what else he might be able to do with it."
Pity. We'll have to suffer through it. Can't let a few storms demoralize us, can we?
"Corwin, I'll confess. I spoke with Eric myself 3 days ago."
"Why?"
"He sent a letter to me, asking to talk with me. Since he'd been so formal about it, I decided to humor him and see what he had to say. That and the fact that it's pretty boring down here. Anyway, he went into great detail about his defenses with me, presumably so I could later tell you and try to deter you, as I am now. He's strong, Corwin. He and Julian have more than tripled their forces, and he has the whole country on lockdown. And I'm not certain how much you can trust Kane, though I don't know how much you've offered him."
"You can never trust Kane, but we made a deal, and I'm pretty sure he'll stick to it. Hope he does, at least."
"Why not let Blaze fight his own war? Hit Eric later, on your own terms."
"Because Eric is about to be crowned."
"I know, but it's as easy to hit a king as it is a prince, right? What difference does it make what he calls himself? It'll still be Eric."
"Call it principle."
"More like pride."
"Whatever. I'm in too deep now, and I'm committed."
"Then you're crazy, Charlie."
"Probably."
"Well, good luck."
"Thanks." So Eric was weathermaster in Amber, and Kane is never to be trusted. It is a proud and lonely thing to be a prince of Amber. I wasn't real fond of it just then, but there I was. What to do? We sailed on, of course, into the jaws of death. What can one say? The second storm was worse than the first, and it was electrified, but I held the wheel. We managed to ride out its backlashings, but I was scared. It was all true, and we were in northern waters. If Kane had kept his word, then all was well, but if he was selling us out, he was in an excellent position to do so. So I assumed he had sold us out. Why not? I prepared the fleet, 73 vessels remaining, for battle when I saw him approach. The cards had lied, or else been very correct, when they'd placed him at the center of things. The lead vessel headed towards my own, and I moved forwards to meet it. We came up side by side and regarded one another, our fleets at our backs. We could have communicated via the trumps, but Kane didn't choose to, and since he was in the stronger position, family etiquette required that he choose his own means. He obviously wanted to be on record, though, when he called out through an amplifier.
"Corwin, kindly surrender your fleet. You're outnumbered 5 to 1. You can't make it through.
What about our arrangement? I said, raising my own amplifier to my lips.
Ha! Null and void. You're too weak to take Amber now, so save lives and surrender.
Pray hear me then, Brother Cain, I said, looking at the morning sun, and give me your leave to confer with my captains till the sun stands high in heaven.
Very well. They appreciate their positions, I'm sure.
Thank you. If I tried to flee, Cain would pursue me through the shadows and destroy the ships, one by one. Gunpowder does not ignite in the real world, but if we moved very far away, it would be employed to our undoing, as I'm sure Cain would find some, for it was probable, and therefore possible. And if I were to depart, the fleet could not sail the shadow seas without me, and would be left as sitting ducks upon the real waters, here. So the crew were either dead or prisoners, whatever I did. Random had been right. I drew my trumps and tried to call Blaze. He was in the middle of a battle, on horseback. He pulled away after killing a man who tried to leap at him, then looked up at me, his eyes blazing.
Yes?
It's me, Corwin. We're in trouble. 73 ships made it through, and Cain has betrayed us. He's called us to surrender by noon.
Damn his eyes! I haven't made it as far as you. We're in the middle of a fight now. An enormous cavalry force is cutting us to pieces, so I can't counsel you fairly. I've got my own problems. You do as you see fit.
And the contact was broken. Damn. Gerard was too far away to get here in time, even if he would be willing to help me, and I knew that he wouldn't be. So what then did that leave me? The Trumps have another power, though, one that could prove very useful now. That is, when a Trump contact is made, the two participants become linked through their psyches. It's more than just a visual connection. This psychic link allows us to exert our wills upon one another, in a contest of mental strengths. Cain would be ready for such an attack, and I probably couldn't break him, though I might be able to hold him. Even then, though, his captains had doubtless been given orders to attack. Eric would be ready for anything, and I was sure that he was stronger than me in that field too. Then there was the card for Amber itself. It could take me there, and I could try an assassination attempt, but I figured the odds were about 1,000,000 to 1 against my living to effect it properly, since the Trump delivered me to the gates outside of the palace, and I was sure that there was a bounty on my head by now. What then? I lit a cigarette. I paced the deck. It was no longer morning. The mists had long vanished, and the sun warmed my shoulders. Soon it would be noon, perhaps 2 hours. I was willing to die fighting, but it was senseless for all these men to go down with me. Perhaps my blood was tainted, despite my power over the pattern. A true Prince of Amber should have no such qualms. I decided then that my centuries on the Shadow Earth had changed me, softened me perhaps, had done something to me which made me unlike my brothers. Finally, I decided to surrender the fleet and transport myself to Amber and challenge Eric to a final duel. He'd be foolish to accept, but then, what the hell? I had nothing else left to do. I turned to make my wishes known to my officers, and the power fell upon me. I was stricken speechless. I felt the contact and finally managed to utter, "Who?" through clenched teeth. There was no reply, only a twisting thing that bored slowly within my mind and wrestled with it there. After a time, when he saw that I could not be broken without a long struggle, I heard Eric's voice upon the wind.
How goes the world with thee, brother?
Poorly.
Too bad. Had you come back and supported me, I would have done well by you. Now, of course, it is too late. Now I will only rejoice when I have broken both you and Blaze.
I did not reply at once, but I fought him with all the power I possessed. He withdrew slightly before it, but he succeeded in holding me where I stood. If either of us dared divert his attention for an instant, we could come into physical contact, or one of us could get the upper hand on the mental plane. I could see him now, clearly, in his chambers in the palace. Whichever of us made such a move, though, he would fall beneath the other's control. So we glared at each other and struggled internally. Well, he had solved one of my problems by attacking me first. He held my trump in his left hand and his brows were furrowed. I sought for an edge but couldn't find one. People were talking to me but I couldn't hear their words, and I stood there backed against the rail. What time was it? All sense of time had departed since the beginning of the struggle. Could 2 hours have passed? Was that it? I couldn't be sure.
I am coordinated with Cain. He contacted me after your parley. I can hold you thus, while your fleet is demolished around you and sent down to Rebma to rot. The fishes will eat your men.
Wait! They are guiltless. Blaze and I have misled them. They think we are in the right. I was literally just about to surrender the fleet.
Then you should not have taken so long about it. For now, it is too late.
I smelled the smoke then, and I heard the sounds of metal on metal. That would mean that Cain had come upon us and was doing his job.
Stop them! Please! My men don't have a chance against that many.
Not even were you to yield.
And he bit it off and cursed.
Damn you!
I had caught the thought then. He could have asked me to yield in return for their lives and then let Cain continue with the slaughter. He would have liked to have done that, but he'd let those first words slip out in the heat of his passion. I chuckled at his irritation.
I'll have you soon anyhow, as soon as they take your flagship.
Until then, try this.
And I hit him with everything I had, boring into his mind, hurting him with my hatred. I felt his pain and it drove me harder. For all the years in exile I'd spent, I lashed at him, seeking at least this payment. For his putting me through the plague, I beat at the barriers of his sanity, seeking for vengeance. For the auto accident, for which I knew he had been responsible, I struck at him, seeking some measure of anguish in return for my hurt. His control began to slip, and my frenzy increased. I bore down on him and his hold upon me began to slacken. Finally there was a flash and the card sizzled in his hand and he cried out,
"Ah! You devil!"
And he moved his hand to cover the card, and the contact was broken. I was released, and I stood there, shaking. I had done it. I had bested him in a contest of wills. No longer would I fear my tyrant brother in any form of single combat again. I was stronger than him, and we both knew it. But such a duel of wills had cost me dearly. Time, during such events, worked in strange ways, and it seemed like only minutes had passed for me, but in truth it had been hours, and we were losing the fight. A bolt whistled past my head. I drew my blade and leapt into the fray. I didn't know how many I slew that day. I lost count somewhere after 12 or 13. It was more than twice that, though, on that first engagement alone. The strength with which a Prince of Amber is naturally endowed, which had allowed me to lift a Mercedes, served me that day, so that I could raise a man with one hand and hurl him over the rail. We slew everyone on board both boarding ships and opened their hatches and sent them down to Rebma, where Random would be amused by the carnage. My crew had been cut in half by the battle, and I had suffered innumerable nicks and scratches, but nothing serious. We went to the aid of a sister vessel and knocked off another of Cain's raiders. The survivors of the rescued vessel came aboard the flagship and I had a full crew once more. "Blood!" I called out. "Give me blood and vengeance this day, my warriors, and you will be remembered forever in Amber." And together as men they raised their weapons and cried out, "Blood!" And gallons, nay, rivers of the stuff were let that day. We destroyed 2 more of Cain's raiders, replenishing our numbers from those of the survivors of our own fleet. As we headed towards a 6th, I climbed the mainmast and tried to take a quick count. We looked to be outnumbered 3-1. There seemed to be between 45 and 55 remaining of my fleet. We took the 6th, and didn't have time to look for the 7th and 8th, as they came to us. We took them too, but I received several wounds in the fighting that again left me with half a crew. My left shoulder and my right thigh had been cut deeply, and a slash along my right hip was hurting. As we sent those ships to the bottom, 2 more moved upon us. We fled and gained an ally in one of my own ships, which had been victorious in its own recent battle. We combined crews once more, this time transferring the standard to the other vessel, which had been less damaged than my own, which had begun shipping water badly and was beginning to list to the starboard. We were allowed no breathing space, as another vessel neared and our men attempted to board. My men were tired and I was getting that way. Fortunately, the other crew wasn't in such great shape either. Before the second of Kane's vessels came to its aid, we had overwhelmed it, boarded, and transferred the standard again, as that ship had been in even better shape. We took the next and I was left with a good ship, 40 men and gasping. There was no one in sight to come to our aid now. All of my surviving ships were engaged by at least one of Kane's. A raider was headed towards us and we fled. We gained perhaps 20 minutes this way. I tried to sail into shadow, but it is a hard, slow thing that near to Amber. It is much easier to get this close than it is to depart, because Amber is the center, the nexus. If I'd had another 10 minutes, I could have made it. I didn't, though. As the vessel dove nearer, I saw another one off in the distance, turning in our direction. It bore a green cross on a white sail, and red and golden eagle heads sprung forth from the crest in its center. Beneath this were sails of Eric's colors, and it flew the standard of the White Unicorn. It was Kane's flagship. He wanted to be there for the kill. We took the first one, but didn't have time to open its hatches before Kane was upon us. I was left standing on the bloody deck, with a dozen men about me, and Kane moved to the bow of his ship and called upon me.
Surrender, Corwin. You've lost.
Will you spare my men's lives if I do this thing?
Yes, I'd lose a few crewmen myself if I didn't. And there's no need for that.
On your word as a prince. He thought about it a moment, then nodded.
Very well. Have your men lay down their arms and board my vessel when I come alongside.
I sheathed my blade and nodded about me. You have fought the good fight, and I love you all for it. But we have lost this place. Lay down your arms and know that your exploits this day will never be forgotten. One day I will praise you before the court of Amber. We have lost this one engagement, but the battle still continues elsewhere. Kane will keep his word to spare your lives when he sees that I have gone to join with Blaze upon the land, for he would not have the knowledge that he was forsworn come to Amber. I am only sorry that I cannot take you with me. Goodbye. And with this, I drew Blaze Trump from the pack and held it low and before me, out of sight of the other vessel. Just as Kane came alongside, there was movement beneath that cold surface. We touched hands, and a moment later I was stood atop a grassy hill, facing a beautiful orange sunset. Below us were thousands of tents, many still being pitched, a few fires just being sparked. How many have we got left?
Around 180,000.
Not quite what we planned, then.
No, not quite.
What's the new plan, then?
Another half-day's journey or so and we'll be in Arden. We'll ignore Bale's sport and head straight for Colville, up and over, and down into the city from behind.
It's gonna be close, then. He nodded, and we stood in silence. A light breeze about us, an eagle call above us, and a long journey ahead of us. Eric's storm reached through shadow overnight. The temperature plummeted, and in the morning I stared past stiff flags and regarded a world gone white beneath a grey sky, filled with flurries. My breath went black in plumes behind me. The troops were ill-equipped for this, save for the hairy ones, and we got them all moving quickly to prevent frostbite. The big red guys suffered, though. Theirs had been a very warm world. By mid-morning, the rains came in. It is a very demoralizing thing to tramp along and be rained on. A cold rain, at that. How I've always hated the mud, through which it seems I've spent centuries marching. We sought after a shadow that was free of rain, but nothing we did seemed to matter. We could march to Amber, but we would do it with our clothes sticking to us, to the drumbeat of the thunder, with the flashings of the lightnings at our backs. The trump for Amber indicated that a warm, dry autumn prevailed there, and we were nearing the real earth. By late evening we were on the edge of Arden. The orders were given to make camp then, with triple security cordons. Considering the tired condition of the men, we were ripe for an attack, but the troops were staggering and couldn't be pushed much further. The attack came several hours later, and Julian led it, as I learned later from descriptions given by survivors. He headed commando raids against our most vulnerable campsites on the periphery of the main body. Had I known it to be Julian, I would have used my trump to try and hold him, but I only knew that after the fact. We'd lost perhaps 2,000 men in the abrupt winter, and I didn't yet know how many Julian had accounted for. It seemed the troops were beginning to get demoralized, but they followed us when we ordered them ahead. The next day was one continuous ambush. A body of men the size of ours could not be allowed to deviate sufficiently to try and deal with the harassing raids that Julian led against our flanks. We got some of his men, but not enough. One for every 10 of ours, perhaps. The mountains lay 40 miles distant, and were but a shimmer above the horizon. That afternoon, with a gathering of clouds and but the lightest of rain, the blots began to fall from the heavens. Then the rain ceased, and the sun came forth to dry things off. After a time, we smelt the smoke. After another time, we saw it, flapping skywards all about us. Then the sheets of flame began to rise and fall, and they moved towards us with their crunching, constant footsteps, and as they came nearer we began to feel the heat, and somewhere, way back along the lines, a panic arose. There were cries, and the columns swelled and welled forwards. We began to run. Flakes of ashes were falling about us now, and the smoke grew thicker. We sprinted ahead, and the flames rushed even closer. The sheets of light and heat flapped a steady, welling thunder as we ran, and the waves of warmth beat upon us, washed over us. Soon they were right there alongside us, and the trees blackened, and the leaves flaked down, and some of the smaller trees began to sway. For as far as we could see, our path was an alley of fire. We ran faster, for soon things would be worse, and we were not mistaken. Big trees began to topple across our path. We leapt over them, we circled around them. At least we were on a trail. The heat became stifling, and our breath became heavy in our lungs. To burn this ancient forest, as vulnerable as the woods of Ghana, seemed almost an act of sacrilege to me. But Eric was prince in Amber, and soon to be king, so I suppose I might have too. My eyebrows and hair were singed, my throat felt like a chimney. How many would this assault cost us? I wondered. 30 miles of woodland lay between us and Colvir, and there were over 50 behind us before we could get into shadows again. We raced on, but the fires outpaced us. We made it to a fork in the road and took it, towards the river Oysen, which could bring us to safety. Beating out flames on our smoldering clothing, wiping ashes from our eyes, spitting soot from our mouths, running hands through our hair when the flamelets nestled there, we ran. I was struck several times by falling boughs. All the exposed areas of my skin pulsed with more than a feverish pain, and many of the covered areas as well. We ran through burning grasses, heading down a long slope, and when we reached the bottom we saw the water, and our speed increased, though we didn't think it possible. We plunged in and let the cold wetness embrace us. Blaze and I contrived to float as near as possible, as the currents took us and we were swept along the twisting course of the Oysen. The interlocking branches of the trees overhead had become the beams of the cathedral of fire. As they broke apart and collapsed in places, we had to turn onto our bellies and swim or dive for the deepest places, depending on how near we were. The waters about us were filled with hissing and blackened debris, and to our backs our surviving troops' heads in the river seemed as a strip of floating coconuts. The waters were dark and cold, and our wounds began to ache, and we shivered and our teeth chattered. Several miles ahead lay the low, flat, treeless place that led onto the sea in Bale's Crest. It would be a perfect place for Julian to be waiting, with archers, I decided. I mentioned this to Blaze and he agreed, but he didn't reckon there was much we could do about it. I was forced to agree. The woods burned all around us and we swam and we drifted. Eventually we outpaced the burning areas and clouds began to form overhead. It seemed like hours, but it must have been less before my fears began to materialize and the first volley of arrows descended. I dove and I swam underwater for a long distance. Since I was going with the current, I made it quite a long way along the river before I had to surface once more. As I did, more arrows fell about me. The gods knew how long this gauntlet of death might be drawn, but I didn't want to stick around and find out. I gulped air and dove once more. I touched bottom. I felt my way among rocks. I moved along as far as I could, then headed towards the right bank, exhaling as I rose. I burst through the surface, gasped, took a deep breath and went down again without sticking around to get the lay of the land. I swam on till my lungs were bursting, and then surfaced again. This time I wasn't so lucky. I took an arrow through my left bicep. I managed to dive and break off the shaft when I struck bottom. Then I pulled out the head and continued on by means of the frog kick and underbody sculling with my right hand. The next time up I'd be a sitting duck, I knew, so I forced myself on, till the red flashes crossed my eyeballs and the blackness crept into my head. I must have stayed down for 3 minutes. When I surfaced this time, though, nothing happened, and I trod water as I gasped. I made my way to the left bank and grabbed a hold of the trailing undergrowth. I looked all around me. We were running short on trees at this point, and the fires hadn't gotten this far. Both banks seemed empty, but so did the river. Could I have been the only survivor? It didn't seem possible. After all, there'd been so many of us when the last march began. I was half dead with fatigue, and my entire body was laced with aches and pains. Every inch of my skin seemed to have been burned, but the waters were so cold that I was shaking and probably blue. I'd have to leave the river soon if I wanted to live. I felt that I could manage a few more underwater expeditions, though, and I decided to chance them before departing from the sheltered depths. Somehow I managed 4 more laps, and I felt that I could not come up again if I tried a 5th, so I hung onto a rock and caught my breath, then crawled ashore. I rolled onto my back and looked all around. I didn't recognize the locale. The fires hadn't reached it yet, though, and there was thick clumps of bushes off to my right, so I crawled towards them, crawled into them, fell flat on my face, and went to sleep. When I awoke, I wish I hadn't. Every inch of me ached. I was sick, and it was raining. I lay there for hours, half delirious, until I finally managed to stagger back to the river for a long drink of water. Then I headed back for the thicket, made it, and slept again. I was still sore when consciousness came upon me once more, but a little stronger. I walked to the river and back, and by means of my icy trump, found that Blaze was still alive.
Where are you?
Hell if I know. Somewhere near Bale's Crest, I think. So near the edge of Arden, north side. Where are you?
At the foot of Colville, northeast side. We've set up camp here.
What happened? I was asleep a while.
Yes, I thought you might be dead. We're just now trying to gather everyone up. We've got over 2,000 at the moment, and more keep strangling in every minute.
2,000? We had over 100,000 this morning.
Yes, but that was this morning. This is now. Shall I bring you through?
Please. I stepped through, into an orange-lit office tent. What happened with Julian?
We fended him off as we arrived. He won't come near us now. His militia isn't that large, and worked best when they had the drop on us.
Then he called for a medical officer to take care of me, and we went and found us some food. By late evening, our numbers weren't looking that much better. 3,000 against Colvir. I don't like the sound of that.
Neither do we,
he said, glancing at the 3 remaining officers.
But we can't turn around now. The men are willing to die for us. They want to see Eric dead as much as we do. And we've got so close. I'd almost like to believe we can make it.
So do I. So what then?
We just have to wait and see. Tomorrow, we'll give it our all. But, because of being forced into Bale's Crest like this, we'll have to take the stairs to get to Amber now. This is a frontal assault or nothing. And it's not going to be nothing.
Damn, that's risky. But I agree. Let's just hope there's no more nasty surprises in store between now and then. The next day, we began the ascent. There is a stairway that winds up the eastern face of Colvir, along the almost vertical sea-facing cliffs, allowing for men to go 2 abreast along it. This narrows, however, forcing us to go single file. The feeling of pain from my burns had begun to subside. My thigh was healthy, but my shoulder and arm still hurt from here to hell and back again. A quarter of the way up, we met with a column of armed men descending, and the first of these traded blows with the leaders of our vanguard, and 2 men fell. 2 steps were gained, and another man fell. We rose the slippery way. Eric had apparently put away his weather-making toys now we were engaged with his forces, so the breeze was sharp and cool and smelt of the sea, and the birds were collecting at the foot of the mountain. We gained 6 steps and lost another man. It was strange and sad and wild. Blaze stood before me, and soon his turn would come. Then mine, should he perish. We pushed on, slowly, and there was blood on every step for as far back as I could see. There's a moral there, somewhere. Onwards and upwards we rose, till 4 of our vanguard remained, and it was good that they fought in a holy war because there was true zeal behind each of their blows. The next man wasn't as zealous, though, and fell almost immediately. And then there were 2. Blaze drew his long, filigreed blade, and its edge sparkled in the sun.
Soon, brother, we'll see what they can do against the prince of the realm.
Only one, I hope. He laughed. Then the final of our vanguard fell, and Blaze leapt forwards and immediately dislodged the first man to face him. The point of his blade found the throat of the second, and the flat of it fell alongside the head of the third, dislodging him also. He duelled a moment with the 4th, and dispatched him as well. My own blade was in my hand, ready as I watched and advanced. He was good, better than I remembered him to be. He advanced like a whirlwind, and his blade was alive with light, and they fell before it. Oh, how they fell, my friend. Whatever else you might say of Blaze, on that day he acquitted himself as became his rank. I wondered how long he could keep going, though. He'd a dagger in his left hand, which he used with brutal efficiency whenever he could manage a corps à corps. He left it in the throat of his 11th victim. We were about 2/3 of the way up by then, and the stair zigged and zagged its way back and forth across the face of Colvir. The eastern stair is seldom used. It's almost a decoration. 3 more men plummeted past me, and we came to a small landing and a turn. He cleared the landing and began the ascent. I could see no end to the column which opposed us, and I decided that it must stretch all the way to the landing at the top. I hoped my turn wouldn't come. For what felt like an eternity, I watched him, and they died, and they died. I could hear the murmurs of awe from the men behind me. I thought he might even make it to the top. I almost believed it. We made it to another landing, and there was some blood on his sleeve by then, but he smiled constantly, and the warriors behind the warriors he killed were ashen. This helped him too, and perhaps the fact that I stood ready to fill the gap also contributed to their fears, as they'd heard of the naval engagement, I later learned. Blaze worked his way to the next landing, cleared it, turned and continued on up. I hadn't thought he could make it that far then, but I didn't think I could have made it as far as he had either. It was the most phenomenal display of swordsmanship and endurance I had ever seen since Benedict had held the pass above Arden against the Moonriders out of Ganesh. He was tiring, though, I could see that too. And suddenly, I felt for him. He was my brother, and he'd done well by me. I don't think he thought he'd make it then. Yet he was still fighting on, in effect giving me my chance for the throne. He killed 3 more men, and his blade moved more slowly each time. He fought with the 4th for perhaps 5 minutes before he took him, and I was certain that the next would be his last. He wasn't, though. Blaze sprang over 2 steps and hamstrung the man before him, casting him downwards. I rushed to fill the gap to be tight behind him and ready. He took the next 2 with a burst of energy, but the next man was to be his last. He'd leapt forwards, and though he had impaled himself, he struck Blaze on the shoulder, and they went over the edge together. Then, in that brief moment, just as they fell, almost by reflex, almost without knowing what I was doing, yet knowing fully in one of those microsecond decisions you justify after the fact, my hand leapt to my belt, whipped out my pack of trumps, and cast them towards Blaze. "Catch them, you fool!" I yelled, and I didn't have time to see what happened next, as I parried and thrust, and killed my way forwards. And thus began the final lap of our journey up Colville. Let's just say we made it, and I was gasping. My troops came up behind me, and we consolidated there, under the eastern entrance. Then we entered the city. Wherever Eric was, I'm sure he'd never have guessed we'd make it this far, and I wondered where Blaze was. Had he gotten a chance to use a trump before he reached the bottom? Had he even caught them? I guess I'd never know. We had underestimated, all the way around. We were outnumbered now, so the only thing left to do was to fight on for as long as we could hold out. Why had I done such a foolish thing as throw away my trumps? I knew he had none of his own, and that's what had dictated my response. Conditioned, perhaps, by my years on the Shadow Earth. But I might have used them to escape if things went badly. So we kept fighting, and things went badly. We fought on until twilight, and by then there was only a small band of us remaining. We were fighting a defensive fight now, backed up against the doors of the cathedral on the main concourse, and one by one we died. We were overwhelmed. Then I saw Eric, and he looked down upon me from a raised platform opposite the plateau. If only I could reach him. But I couldn't. Let us be brief. They killed everyone save me. I fell, and was clubbed and hog-tied. And then everything went away but the nightmares. We had lost. I awoke in a dungeon, far below Amber. Sorry that I had made it that far. How many times I awakened and returned to sleep, I do not know. Twice I found bread and meat and water on a tray by the door. Both times I emptied the tray. My cell was almost pitch dark and very chilly. I waited there, and I waited. Then they came for me. The door swung open, and a feeble light entered. I blinked at it as I was called forth. The corridor without was filled to overflowing with armed men, so I wasn't about to try anything. I rubbed at the stubble on my chin and went where they took me. After a long walk, we came to the hall of the spiral stair and began to ascend. I asked no questions as we moved, and no one offered me any information. When we reached the top, I was conducted further into the palace proper. They took me to a warm, clean room and ordered me to strip, which I did. Then I entered a steaming tub of water, and a servant came forth and scrubbed me and shaved me and trimmed my hair. When I was dry again, I was given fresh garments of black and silver. I donned them, and a black cloak was hung about my shoulders, its clasp a silver rose. I was ready. I was taken to the far back of the palace, where a smith placed manacles about my wrists, fetters on my ankles, with chains upon them too heavy for me to break. Then the chains were taken up by several of the guards, and I was led back to the front of the palace. I had no eyes for the magnificence that lay all about me. I was a prisoner. I would probably soon be dead or on the rack. There was nothing I could do right now. A glance out of the window showed me that it was early evening, and there was no place for nostalgia as I passed through rooms where we had played as children. I was led up a long corridor and into the great dining room. There were tables all over the place, and people seated all about them, many of whom I knew. All the fine gowns and suits of amber burned about me on the bodies of the nobles, and there was music beneath the torchlight and food already on the tables, but no one was eating yet. I was taken to the foot of a huge center table, and they seated me there. The guards stayed and stood behind me. They fastened the ends of my chains to the rings fresh set in the floor. The seat at the head of my table was as yet unoccupied. Julian sat to my left, and Flora was on my right. I ignored Julian and stared at Flora. She was wearing a beautiful white and purple dress with full skirts and plenty of frills. She wore her long golden hair in a bun and had a silver circlet upon her brow. Hail, Flora. Good to see you again.
Hello, Corwin. How are you?
Me? Oh, I'm fine, thank you. Just perfect. I must say, I didn't expect it to end like this. I'm surprised I'm even here.
I'm sorry.
No, you're not.
I was just being polite.
Spare me.
Corwin, I think the lady finds you offensive and obnoxious.
Really? What she said to you so far this evening? And he didn't blush. He whitened.
That's enough.
Random not joining us tonight?
What do you think?
Something wrong, brother.
I said that's enough.
I stretched then, and rattled my chains on purpose. Outside of the effect it produced, it also showed me how much slack I had. Not enough, of course. Eric had been careful. Come a little closer and whisper me your objections, brother. And he made a small growling sound and looked like he was about to stand, and then thought better of it. I had been the last to be seated, so I knew the time was near at hand. And it was. There came a fanfare of notes from 6 trumpets, and Eric entered the hall. Everybody stood, except for me. The guards had to drag me to my feet by means of my chains and hold me there. Eric smiled and descended the stair to my right. I could barely see his own colors beneath the ermine robe that he wore. He moved to the head of the table and stood before his chair. A servant came and stood behind him, and the wine stewards made their rounds, pouring. When all the glasses were filled, he raised his.
May you forever dwell in Amber, and may she endureth forever and always.
Everyone raised their glass. There were a couple hundred people between us, but my voice carried, and Eric's eyes were upon me all the while, as I said, "To Eric, who sits at the foot of this table." No one moved to touch me as Julian emptied his glass upon the floor. All the others did the same, but I managed to quaff most of mine before it was struck from my hand. Eric seated himself then, and the nobles followed suit. I was released to fall into my chair. The serving began, and since I was hungry, I ate as well as the rest of them, and better than most. There was constant music, and the meal lasted for over 2 hours. No one said a word to me during the whole time, and I said nothing more myself. But my presence was definitely felt. Our table was quieter than the others. Whilst I sat and ate, I picked out more familiar faces. I noticed that Cain was sat at Eric's right hand, and Gerard wasn't much further away either, so I knew then that Flora and Julian were out of favor. Opposite to Kane was Lord Hendon, the royal secretary. A little further down, opposite Gerard, was Lord Danesh, captain of the palace guard. Then there was Chantress, the horse lord, and somewhere in the middle of the table I picked out Baron Bale, Lord Feldane, and Lord Rain. I spotted Lord Calm not too far from Julian, who was sat opposite Christian Bolero, the archbishop, and then to Flora's right was Dame Margot, the old family wet nurse, whom had raised us all and taught us all our manners. None of them would return my glances, though, except for Rain. I gathered then that it only required a small formality for Eric to be king in Amber, and this followed shortly. After dinner, there were no speeches. Eric simply stood. There came another flash of trumpets, and there was a procession leading all the way to the throne room of Amber. I knew what was coming next. Eric stood before the throne and everybody bowed, except for me, that is, and I was forced to my knees anyway. Today was the day of his coronation. There was silence. Then Kane bore in a cushion which held the crown of amber. He knelt and froze in that position, offering it. Then I was jerked to my feet and dragged forwards. I knew what was about to happen. It came upon me in a flash, and I fought, but I was beaten down and brought to my knees at the foot of the stair before the throne. The music rose up softly. It was Greensleeves. And somewhere at my back, Julian said,
"Behold, the crowning of a new king in Amber."
Then said to me in a whisper,
"Take up the crown and hand it to Eric. He will crown himself."
I stared at the crown of amber upon the crimson cushion Kane held. It was wrought of silver and had 7 high points, each topped by a gemstone. It was studded with emeralds, and there were 2 huge rubies at either temple. I didn't move, thinking of the times I'd seen the face of our father beneath it. "No," I said simply, and a blow from a mailed fist fell upon my left cheek.
"Take it and give it to Eric,"
he repeated. I stared at the high, sharp peaks. "Very well," I sighed, then reached forwards and held it in my hands a few moments. I quickly placed it on my own head and stood and said, "I crown me, Corwin, King of Amber." It was removed immediately and replaced upon the cushion. Several blows fell upon my back, and there came a murmuring from throughout the hall.
"Now pick it up and try it again."
Another blow fell, and I felt my shirt grow wet. All right. Okay. I stood again and reached out. This was my final humiliation. I took the crown and hurled it at Eric, hoping to put out one of his eyes, but he caught it and smiled down at me as I was beaten.
Thank you, brother. Now hear me, all you present, and those of you who listen in shadow. I assume the crown and throne this day. I take into my hand the scepter of the Kingdom of Amber. I have won the throne fairly, and I take it and hold it by the right of my blood.
"Liar!" I cried, and a hand was clapped over my mouth.
I crown myself Eric the First, King of Amber.
And the nobles cried their praises throughout the hall. Then he leaned forwards towards me and said,
Your eyes have looked upon the fairest sight they will ever behold. Guards! Take Corwin away to the smithy, and let his eyes be burned from out his head. Let him remember the sights of this day as the last he might ever see again. Then cast him into the darkness of the deepest dungeon beneath Amber, and let his name be forgotten forever.
I spat and was beaten. I fought every step of the way, but was taken forth from the hall. No one would look upon me as I went, and the last thing I remember was the sight of Eric seated upon the throne, pronouncing his blessings upon the nobles, and smiling. That which he said was done to me, and mercifully I fainted before it was finished. It was then that I pronounced my curse, and I slept. For how long? Knowing that Eric would never rest easy upon the throne, for the blood curse of a Prince of Amber, pronounced in the fullness of fury, is always potent. I have no idea how much later it was when I awakened within absolute blackness and felt the terrible pains within my head. I clawed at the straw, and no tears came. That was the horror of it. I had traced the dimensions of my cell exactly, save for the ceiling, 5 tiles wide and 4 tiles deep. In one corner was a lavatory hole, and in the other a thick straw mat. In front was a large wooden door, bound in iron with a flap at the bottom that occasionally produced food and drink. After 7 sleeps, the pain in my eye sockets subsided, but my hate was still strong. I hated my brother who was king in Amber. Better he had killed me. I wondered at how he fared at ruling the kingdom, but could not guess. When the darkness reached as far as Amber, however, I knew that Eric would have his regrets. This much I knew, and this comforted me. And thus began my days of darkness, and I had no way of measuring their passage. For even if I had eyes, I could not have distinguished night from day in that place. So time went on its way, ignoring me. There were occasions when I broke into a sweat over this, and shivered. Had I been there weeks, months, or only a few hours? Or had it been years? I forgot all about time. I slept. I paced. I reflected upon things that I had and hadn't done. Sometimes I would sit and breathe slowly and deeply and empty my mind, and keep it that way for as long as I could. This helped. Thinking of nothing. Eric had been clever. Although the power lived within me, now it was useless. A blind man cannot walk among shadows, especially not in Amber. My beard had grown down to my chest and my hair was long. I was always hungry at first, but after a time my appetite waned, and sometimes I grew dizzy when I stood up too rapidly. I could still see, in my nightmares, but this hurt me even more when I awakened. Later, though, I felt somewhat distant from the events which had led up to this. It was almost as though they had happened to a different person, and this, in a way, was true. Then one day, I heard a scratching at the door. I ignored it, but it came again. So I crossed the cell and heard the flap in the door swing open. Yes, I said, and realized that I had not heard my own voice in some time.
It's me, Rain. How are you?
Oh, fine. Just fine, thank you. Steak and champagne every night, and dancing girls. God, you should make the scene sometime.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry that there's nothing I can do for you.
I know.
I would if I could.
I know that too.
I brought you some things here.
What are they?
Some clean clothes, 3 loaves of bread, a head of cheese, some steak, 2 bottles of wine. pipe, some tobacco, and a lot of matches. It's the least the prince deserves.
Thanks, Rain. You're all right. How did you arrange this?
The guard on duty this shift owes me one.
All right. Well, thanks. But don't do it again. Save yourself the risk.
I wish things had turned out differently.
Yeah. You and me both. I turned to rest my back against the wall and stared upwards, although there was nothing to see. How long have I been here?
4 months and 10 days.
What's new in Amber?
Eric reigns, that's all.
What of Julian?
Eric has left him in charge of the Forest Arden since your attack. Right now, he's away with Gerard, and I don't know where.
I see. What about Kane?
He's in Amber, enjoying himself, wenching and drinking mostly.
Gerard?
Like I said, he's on some trip with Julian, but he's in charge of the whole Navy now.
What about Random?
He's just up the corridor.
What mean you, friend?
He walked the pattern in Rebma and showed up here with a crossbow. He wounded Eric before he was taken.
Really? Why wasn't he slain?
Well, rumor has it he's married a noblewoman of Rebma. Eric didn't want to cause an incident with Rebma at this point. Moir has quite a kingdom, and there is talk that Eric is even considering asking her to be his queen. All court gossip, of course, but interesting.
Yes.
She liked you, didn't she?
Yes. How did you know?
I was present when Random was sentenced. I got to speak with him for a moment. The Lady Vial, who claims to be his wife, has asked to join him in prison. Eric is not yet certain how to respond.
How long ago was this?
30 or 40 days since Random showed up, and then Vial made her request about 10 days later.
She must be a strange lady if she truly loves Random.
My sentiments exactly, my lord. I can't think of a more unusual combination of people.
Well, give Random my regards and my regrets, should you chance to meet him.
Will do.
How about the rest of my family?
Your sisters Deirdre and Luella both reside in Rebma. Florimel is enjoying Eric's favors and high in present courts, and I don't know where Fiona is. I don't think anyone does.
How about Benedict and Brand?
No word from them either.
Blaze?
His body was never found, so it's possible he still lives.
Then I guess that covers the whole family tree, as it stands. Have you written any new ballads of late?
Not really. I've been working on the Siege of Amber a bit, though I think it will be an underground hit, if at all.
I remember when you were a child. We always used to tease you.
I didn't mind.
And one day you picked up that lute, and we started playing together.
Yes. We were singing with voices raised high, echoing through the chambers of the palace. Yes, I remember.
And then the wars broke out with those shadow creatures. What were they called?
The Weirmoken.
Yes. Scary bastards. And you squired for me.
I'll always remember the day you knighted me under the Jones Falls.
You earned it. And now look, you're a lord, and you've likely gone on to become my better with the ways of words and music.
Thank you.
I reached my hand out through the tiny gate at the bottom of the door. I would clasp hands with thee, friend. It was good of you to do this thing for me. But don't do it again. He squeezed my hand and muttered something, and was gone. I found his care package and stuffed myself with the meat, which was the most perishable item. I ate a lot of bread to accompany it,
and I realized that I had almost forgotten how good food can taste. Then I grew drowsy and slept. I don't think I slept very long, though, and when I awoke, I opened one of the bottles of wine. It didn't take as much as usual in my weakened condition to get me kind of high, so I leaned against the wall, sat on my mattress, lit my pipe, and mused. Rain was a good man, one of very few left in Amber. I wondered how long he would survive. I hoped mainly that Eric had no measure of our complete powers. He was king in Amber, granted, but he didn't know everything. Not yet. Not the way Dad had known. There was 1,000,000 chance that might still work in my favor, and it served to grant me small purchase upon sanity, there in the grips of despair. But maybe I did go mad for a time. I don't know. There are days which are great blanks to me, even now, as I stand on the brink of chaos. God knows what they held, and I'll never see a shrink to find out. There are none of you good doctors who could cope with my family anyway. I lay there and I paced there within the numbing darkness, and over time I grew sensitive to sounds. I listened to the scurrying of rats' feet through the straw. I listened to the distant moaning of other prisoners, the echoes of a guard's footsteps as he approached with a tray of food. I began to estimate distances and direction from things like this. And I suppose I became more sensitive to odors too, but I tried not to think about them too much. Aside from the imaginable, nauseating ones there was, for a long while there was something that I could swear to be the odor of decaying flesh. And I got to wondering, if I were to die, how long would it be before someone took notice? How many chunks of bread and bowls of slop would go uneaten before the guard thought to check within after my continued existence? The answer to that one could be very important. The death odor was around for a long while. I tried to think of it in terms of time again, and it seemed that it persisted for over a week. Then I got to wondering about Eric. How was he making out his liege? What problems was he encountering? What was he up to right now? Why hadn't he been around to torment me? Could I ever truly be forgotten in Amber? Never. And what of my brothers? Why had none of them contacted me? It would be so easy to draw forth my trump and break Eric's decree. But no one did. I thought for a long while upon Moi, the last woman I had loved. What was she doing? Did she ever think of me? Probably not. Maybe she was Eric's mistress by now, or his queen even. Did she ever speak to him of me? Again, probably not. And what of my sisters? Forget it. Bitches they all. There was absolutely nothing I could do. That was the most horrible part of the whole thing. I was as helpless as an embryo. To be born again into sight and fury was a thing which I would give my soul, even for an hour, with a blade in my hand, to duel once again with my brother. But alas, wishes. I lay back on my mat and slept. When I awakened, there was food, and I ate once again, and paced. My fingernails and toenails had grown long. My beard was very long, and my hair fell across my eyes, constantly. I felt filthy, and I itched all the time. I wondered whether I had fleas. I had lost a lot of weight as well. I could visualize myself, pallid and thin. I couldn't even cry, though I felt like it a couple of times. There was something wrong with my tear ducts. It was a dreadful thing that any man should be brought to this. The thought that a Prince of Amber could be brought to it, though, drew a terrible emotion from the center of my being, wherever that may be. I had been reared to think of us as invincible entities, clean and cool and diamond hard, like our pictures on the trumps. Obviously, we were not. At least we were enough like other men to have our resources. I played mental games. I told myself stories. I reviewed pleasant memories. I recalled the elements: wind, rain, snow, the summer's warmth, and the spring's cool breezes. I had had a small airplane on the shadow Earth, and when I flew it, I had enjoyed the sensation. I recalled the glistening panoramas of color and distance, the miniaturization of cities, the broad blue sweep of the sky, the herds of clouds, and the clean expanse of the ocean beneath my wings. I remembered women I had loved, parties, military engagements, and when all was done, and I could help it no longer, I thought of Amber. Then a whole lot more time must have passed. One day, there were two men in the corridor. I could tell this from their footsteps, even before I heard the sounds of their voices. One of the voices I recognized. The door swung open, and Julian said my name.
Get up, Corwin.
What do you want?
Come with me.
Since I didn't have much choice in the matter, I drew myself erect and advanced. He took my arm, and we walked along the corridor, and he said nothing more. From the echoes I could tell when we entered the big hall, and soon after he guided me up the stair. Up into the palace proper we went. I was taken to a room and seated in a chair, and a barber set to work on cutting my hair and beard. I didn't recognize his voice when he asked me if I wanted the beard trimmed or removed. I told him to cut it all off, and a manicurist set to work on my nails, all 20 of them. Then I was bathed, and someone helped me dress in clean garments. They hung loose on me. I was loused also, but forget about that. Then I was led into another black place, but this one was filled with music and odors of good food, and the sounds of many voices, and some laughter. I recognized it to be the dining room. The voices subsided a bit as Julian led me in and seated me. I sat there until the trumpet notes, to which I was forced to rise. Today was the anniversary of Eric's coronation, and a toast was called to him as he presumably entered. No one spoke to me, and I didn't make any overtures. I was present as a ghost only, to humiliate me, and to serve as a reminder to my brothers as to the price of defying their liege. It went on well into the night, and I ate as much as I could. Someone kept me well provided with wine, which was nice, and I sat there and listened to the music and listened to the passing conversations. Then I got stinking drunk and was half dragged, half carried back to my cell in the morning. My only regret being that I hadn't got sick enough to dirty the floor or someone's pretty garments. I was thrown on top of my mattress and the door slammed behind me. And thus ended my first year of darkness. I shall not bore you with repetition. My second year was pretty much like my first, with the same finale. Ditto for the third. Rain came twice that second year, with a basket of goodies and a mouthful of gossip. Both times I forbade him to ever come again. The third year he came down 6 times, every other month, and each time I forbade him anew and ate his food and heard what he had to say. Something was wrong in Amber. Strange things walked through shadows and presented themselves with violence to all and sundry. They were destroyed, of course, but Eric was still trying to figure out how they had occurred. I didn't mention my curse, though I later rejoiced in the fact that it had come to pass. Random, like myself, was still a prisoner. His wife had joined him, though. Julian and Gerard had returned from whatever business they had been on, and the positions of my other brothers and sisters remained unchanged. Finally, one day, it was there, and it made me feel so good that I immediately broke out the final bottle of wine Rain had brought me and opened the last pack of tobacco which I had been saving. I smoked and sipped and enjoyed the feeling that I had somehow beaten Eric. If he found out, I felt it might be fatal, but I knew he didn't know. So I rejoiced, smoking, drinking, and reveling in the light which had occurred. Yes, the light. I had discovered a tiny patch of brightness off somewhere to my right. Well, let's take it like this. I awakened in a hospital bed and learned that I had recovered all too soon. I'd lived through the plague. I'd even lived through the march on Moscow. I heal faster than others who have been broken. All the lords and ladies of Amber have something of this capacity. But I regenerate faster and better than anybody I've ever known. Napoleon once made a remark about it. So had Gerald MacArthur. With nerve tissue, it just takes me a bit longer, that's all. So my sight was returning to me. That's what it meant. That lovely patch of brightness off somewhere to my right. I had grown new eyes, my fingers told me. It had taken me over 3 years, but I had done it. It was the 1 in a million thing I'd spoken of earlier, the thing which even Eric could not properly assess, because of the variances of powers among the individual members of the family. I had beaten him to this extent. I learned that I could grow new eyeballs. I had always known that I could regenerate nerve tissue, given sufficient time. I had once been left paraplegic from a spine injury that I'd received during the Franco-Prussian Wars. After 2 years it had gone away. So I had my hope, a wild one, I'll admit, that I could do what I had done then with my burnt-out orbs, and I had been right. They felt intact, and the sight was returning, slowly. How long till the next anniversary of Eric's coronation? I stopped pacing, and my heart beat faster. As soon as someone saw that I'd recovered my eyes, I'd lose them again. Therefore, I'd have to escape before the 4 years had passed. How? I knew that my sight hadn't fully returned. That was still a long way off. But even if it had, it was quite pitch dark in there. I knew this because I knew the dungeons under Amber. I lit my pipe, paced some more, and assessed my possessions, seeking anything that might be of aid. There was my clothing, my sleeping mat, and all the damp straw I wanted. I also had matches, but I quickly rejected the notion of setting fire to the straw. I doubted anyone would come and open the door anyway if I did. Most likely the guard would come and laugh, if he came at all. I had a spoon that I'd lifted from the last banquet. I'd wanted a knife, really, but Julian had caught me trying to steal one and snatched it away. What he didn't know, however, was that that was my second attempt, and that I already had the spoon tucked inside my boot. So what good was it? I'd heard stories of guys digging their ways out of places with the damnedest things, but this was a stone brick cell, and I knew that the door was very thick. Even if I managed to get the door open, then what? I could try to find my way to the pattern, perhaps, but I had no idea where this cell was in relation to the chamber of the pattern, or the palace, for that matter. These dungeons were vast and complex, and beheld all kinds of secrets and death traps and endless tunnels to get lost in. If only it weren't impossible to walk through shadow from Amber itself. Then I wouldn't have to fool around with the pattern. But my amber is the center of all, and you just don't depart it that easily. Still, I had to try. The door was mainly wood, oak. It was bound with 4 metal strips, and the door opened outwards, I knew, and the lock was to my left. My memories told me that the door was about 2 inches thick, and I recalled the approximate position of the lock, which I verified by leaning against the door and feeling the tension at that point. I knew that the door was also barred, but I could worry about that later. I knelt on my sleeping mat, and with my spoon, I traced a box about the area which contained the lock. I worked until my hand was quite sore, maybe a couple of hours. Then I ran my fingernail over the surface of the wood. I hadn't scarred it much, but it was a beginning. I switched the spoon to my left hand and continued until it began to ache. I kept hoping that Rain would show up. I was sure I could talk him into giving me his dagger if I really pressed the matter. He didn't put in an appearance, though, so I just kept grinding away. Day after day I worked, until I was perhaps half an inch into the wood. Each time I'd hear a guard's footsteps, I'd move the pallet back to the far wall and lie down on it with my back to the door. When he'd pass, I'd resume work. Then I had to stop for a while, as much as I hated to. Even though I'd wrapped them in cloth torn from my garments, my hands had blistered, and the blisters had broken, and after a time the raw flesh underneath had begun to bleed, so I took a break to let them heal. I decided to devote the time to planning what I'd do after I'd got out. When I had worked my way far enough through the door, I'd raise the bar. The sound of it falling would probably bring a guard. By then, though, I'd be out. A couple of good kicks would break out the piece I was working on, and the lock could stay right where it was if it wanted to. The door would swing open then, and I would face the guard. He would be armed and I wouldn't, so I'd have to take him. Then, if I succeeded, with a blade in hand, nothing could keep me from reaching the pattern. I'd walk it, and when I made it to the center, I could transport myself to any shadow world I chose. There, I could recuperate, and this time I would not rush things. If it took me a century, I'd have everything let up perfect before I moved against Amber again. After all, I was technically its liege. Had I not crowned myself in the presence of all before Eric had done the same? I'd make my good claim to the throne. After, say, a couple of weeks, my hands had healed, and I was developing large calluses from the scraping activities. I heard a guard's footsteps and removed myself to the far side of the cell again. There was a brief creak, and my meal was slipped beneath the door. Then there were footsteps again, this time diminishing in the distance. I returned to the door. Without looking, I knew what was on the tray. A chunk of stale bread, a crock of water, and a piece of cheese, if I was lucky. I positioned the mat and knelt on it, and felt at the groove. I was about halfway through. Then I heard the chuckle. It came from behind me. I turned, not needing my eyes to tell me that someone else was present. There was a man standing at the left wall, giggling. Who are you?
Escape? You're trying to escape, aren't you?
How did you get in here?
I walked.
From where? How? I struck a match and it hurt my eyes, but I held it. He was a small man. Tiny might even be a better word. He was around 5 feet tall and a hunchback. His silver hair and beard were as heavy as my own. The only distinguishing features in that great mass of fur were his long, crooked nose and piercing black eyes, now squinted against the light. Dworkin.
Yes, that is my name. What's yours?
Don't you know me, Dworkin? Look at me closely. Forget the hair and beard. Add 100 pounds to my physique. You drew me in exquisite detail. On several packs of playing cards.
Yes, Corwin, I remember you. Yes, I do.
I thought you were dead.
Well, I'm not, though. See?
And he pirouetted before me.
How's your father? Have you seen him recently? Did he put you here?
No. Oberon is no more. Eric is liege in Amber now, and I am his prisoner.
Well, then I have seniority, for I am Oberon's prisoner.
Oh? None of us knew that Dad had locked you up.
Yes, it's true. He did not trust me.
Why not?
I told him I'd thought of a way to destroy Amber. I described it to him and he locked me away.
That wasn't very nice of him.
I know. But he did give me a pretty apartment and lots of things to do research with. Only, he stopped coming to visit me after a while. He used to bring men who showed me splotches of ink and made me tell stories about them. Now, that was fun. Until I told a story I didn't like and turned the man into a frog. Yes. The king was angry when I wouldn't turn him back. And it's been so long since I've seen anybody that I'd even turn him back now. If he still wanted me to. Once...
How did you get in here? Into my cell?
Well, I told you. I walked.
Through the wall?
Of course not, you silly goose. Through the shadow wall.
No man can walk through shadows in Amber. There are no shadows in Amber.
Well, I might have cheated a little.
How?
I designed a new tramp and stepped through it to see what was on this side of the wall. Oh my, I just remembered. I can't get back without it. I'll have to make another. Have you got anything to eat? And something to draw with? And something to draw on?
Here, have some bread and a little cheese. He wolfed both down and drank all of my water too, before wiping his mouth and beard on his sleeve and grinning. He was missing several teeth, and some of the ones remaining looked sharpened.
Oh, thank you, Corwin. Now, if you'll give me a pen and a piece of parchment, I'll be returning to my own rooms. I want to finish a book I was reading. Well, it's been nice talking to you, though. Not too bad about Eric. I'll stop back again sometime and we'll talk some more. If you see your father, please tell him not to be angry with me, because I'll, well, you know...
I don't have a pen or parchment.
Oh, goodness, that is hardly civilized.
I know, but then Eric isn't very.
Well, what are we to do then? I do prefer my own place above this one. At least it's warmer and has better lighting.
You've dined with me, and now I must ask you a favor. If you do this, then I promise that I will do everything I can to make things right between you and Dad again.
What is it you want?
Long have I admired your art, and there is something that I have always desired as a work of your hand. Do you recall the lighthouse of Cabra?
Of course! I've been there many times. I know the keeper, Jorpin. We play chess together on stormy nights.
More than anything else I can think of, for most of my adult life, I've longed to see one of your magical sketches of that great grey tower.
A very simple subject, and a rather appealing one at that. I'll fetch you one if you'd like.
No, I'd rather something more enduring, to keep me company here in my cell, to comfort me and any others who may later occupy this place.
Commendable. What do you have in mind as a medium?
I have here a stylus, and I'd like to see it traced upon the far wall, so that I might gaze upon it as I take my rest.
Well, the illumination in here is quite poor.
I have several books of matches. I'll light them and hold them for you whilst you draw. We could even light some of the straw if we run low.
Those are hardly ideal working conditions.
I know, and I apologize for them, Great Dwarkin, but they are the best I have to offer. A work of art by your hand would brighten my humble existence beyond measure.
Oh, please. Very well. But you must promise me that you also provide me with enough light so that I may sketch my own chambers.
Deal. I have 3 and a bit books of matches. I'll give you the stylus. Here. And you say go as soon as you're ready, and I'll light the first match.
All right.
Do you have a feel for the object?
Yes. This is a sharpened spoon, isn't it?
Yes. Now, whenever you're ready.
All right. Begin.
And I struck the first match, and he moved over to the moist grey wall. First, he did an upright rectangle to frame and contain the thing. Then, with several deft strokes, the lighthouse began to appear. It was amazing. Daft as he was, his skill was still intact. I held each match at its barest base, letting it burn away completely before I struck another. When the first book of matches was gone, he had finished the tower and was working on the sea and the sky. Great, really great, I said, as it appeared to be almost finished. Then he made me waste another match whilst he signed it, and I was almost through the second book.
Now, let us admire it.
If you want to get back to your own apartments, you'll have to leave the admiring to me. We're too low on matches at this point to be art critics.
Oh, fine,
he said, pouting a little. Then he turned to the wall on his right.
Now, let's see. There was a skull and a bookshelf and... Oh yes, that was it. Okay, light the next match.
I did so, and the process began again. He sketched a tiny study, a skull on the desk, a globe beside it, walls of books all around, and things that looked like floating candles. I had finished the third pack of matches by then and was starting on the remaining partial pack. Now that's good, I said, as it was nearing completion.
One more to sign it.
I lit a match.
Done. Thank you, Corwin. Goodbye.
He gazed at it while the 8th match burned. There were only 2 remaining. Then he took a step forwards and was gone. I stood there, shaking, full of mixed feelings. Then I heard his voice and felt his presence at my side. He was back again.
Oh, I've just thought, how will you be able to see the picture if it's so dark in here?
Huh? Well, I've become somewhat accustomed to the dark now. I've lived here long enough for it to become my friend. I lied.
I see. I just wondered, that's all. Could you give me a light so I can go back again now?
All right, here. And I struck the penultimate match. But you better bring your own illumination next time, I called as he walked back through the wall. I'll be out of matches after this. 1 match left. All right. I turned quickly and considered the lighthouse of Carbra before the match failed. Yes, the power was there. I could feel it. Would my final match serve me, though? No, I didn't think it would. A longer period of concentration than that was required for me to use a trump as a gateway. What could I burn? The straw was too damp and might not take too well. It would be horrible to have the gateway, my road to freedom, right there with me and not be able to use it. I needed a flame that would last a while. My sleeping roll. It was a cloth liner stuffed with straw. That straw would be drier, and the cloth would burn too. I cleared half the floor, down to the bare stone. Then I sought for the sharpened spoon, to cut at the liner. I cursed then.
Damn it.
Dworkin had carried it off with him. I twisted and tore at the thing. Finally, it came open, and I pulled out the dry straw from the middle. I made a little heap of it, and then set the liner nearby to use as extra fuel if I needed it. The less smoke the better, though. It would attract attention if a guard passed this way. This wasn't too likely, though, since I had just recently been fed, and I only got 1 meal a day. I struck my last match, then used it to set fire to the cardboard book that had contained it. When this got going, I put it on the straw. It almost didn't take. The straw was a lot damper than I thought, even though it came from the center of my mat. But finally there was a glow, and then a flame. It took 2 of the other empty matchbooks to achieve this, so I was glad that I hadn't thrown them down the john. I tossed on the 3rd, held the liner in my left hand, and stood facing the drawing. The glow spread up the walls as the flames danced higher, and I concentrated on the tower and recalled it. I thought I heard the cry of a gull. I sniffed something like a salt breeze, and the place became more real as I stared. I tossed the liner into the fire, and the flames subsided for a moment, then sprang higher. I didn't remove my eyes from the drawing as I did this. The magic was still there, in Dworkin's hand, for soon the lighthouse seemed as real to me as my cell. Then it seemed the only reality, and my cell but a shadow at my back. I heard the splashing of the waves, and felt something like the afternoon sun upon me. I stepped forwards, but my foot did not descend into the fire. I stood upon the sandy, rock-strewn edge of a small island called Cabra, which held the great grey lighthouse that lit a path for the ships of Amber by night. A flock of frightened gulls wheeled and screamed about me, and my laughter was one with the booming of the surf and the free song of the wind. Amber lay 43 miles behind my left shoulder. I had done it. I had escaped. This was real. I woke up on the beach. I felt the gentle lapping of waves around my feet. It was apparently high tide. I felt the breeze on my damp, sandy face. I smelt the salty tang in the air. I heard the gulls cawing and flapping around me. This was real. I made my way to the lighthouse and climbed the stone stair that led to the door on its western face. It was high, wide, heavy, and watertight. Also, it was locked. There was a small key about 300 yards behind me. 2 boats were moored at it. One was a rowboat, and the other was a sailboat with a cabin. They swayed gently, and beneath the sun and water was a mica behind them. I paused for a moment to regard them. It had been so long that I had seen anything, that for an instant they seemed more than real, and I caught a sob within my throat and swallowed it. I turned and knocked on the door. After what seemed too long of a wait, I knocked again. Finally I heard a noise within, and the door swung open, creaking on its 3 dark hinges. Joppin, the keeper, regarded me through bloodshot eyes, and I smelt whiskey upon his breath. He was about 5.5 feet tall, and so stooped that he reminded me somewhat of Dworkin. He had dark grey hair with a few shots of silver, and a receding hairline. He wore a thick mustache that reached down and around to his sideburns, and he wore a slightly too tight pale green t-shirt that served only to emphasize his pot belly and sagging skin. His dark eyes squinted, focused, and, as with many people who are hard of hearing, he spoke rather loudly.
Who are you? What do you want?
I realized then that if I was that unrecognizable in my emaciated, hairy condition, that I might as well try and maintain my anonymity. So I said, I am a traveler from the south, and I was recently shipwrecked. I clung to a piece of wood for many days, and I was finally washed ashore here. I slept on the beach all morning. It was only recently that I recovered sufficient strength to walk to your lighthouse.
Oh, come in then. Lean on me, boy. Here, take it easy. Come this way.
So we stepped inside.
Come up the stairs. I've got a spare bedroom. Don't mind the clutter, though. I'm afraid I don't get many visitors.
That's fine. Thank you.
Not a problem.
He led me to his quarters, which were extraordinarily messy, being strewn with many books, charts, maps, and pieces of nautical equipment. He wasn't any too steady himself, so I didn't lean too hard, just enough to maintain the impression of weakness I had tried to convey as I'd leaned against his doorframe. He led me to a daybed, suggested I lie down, and left to secure the door and fetch me something to eat. I removed my boots, but my feet were so filthy that I put them back on again. If I'd been drifting about very long, then I wouldn't be dirty, and I didn't want to give away my story, so I drew a blanket that was there over me and leaned back. Joppin returned shortly with a pitcher of water, a pitcher of beer, a great slice of beef, and a half loaf of bread upon a square wooden tray. He swept clear the top of a small table, which he then kicked into a position beside the couch. Then he set the tray down on it and bade me to eat and drink. I did. I stuffed myself. I glutted myself. I ate everything in sight. I emptied both pitchers. Then I felt tremendously tired. Joppin nodded when he saw it come over me. Then he told me to go to sleep. Before I knew it, I had. When I awakened, it was night time, and I felt considerably better than I had in many weeks. I got to my feet and retraced my earlier route, and departed the building. It was chilly out there, but the sky was crystal clear, and there seemed to be a million stars. The lens at the top of the tower blazed at my back, then went dark, blazed, then went dark again. The water was cold, but I just had to cleanse myself. I bathed and washed my clothing and wrung it out. I must have spent an hour doing that. Then I went back to the lighthouse, hung my clothes over the back of an old chair to dry out, then clawed beneath the blanket and slept again. In the morning, when I awoke, Joppin was already up. I plodded into the kitchen and smelled a smell that I had often dreamed of in my cell.
Ah, good morning, stranger. Feeling any better?
Somewhat. Is that bacon I smell?
Yeah, I'm afraid I just had my breakfast. I didn't want to wake you to offer you any, though. You look so calm and peaceful. I thought it'd best that you rest some. Now that you're here, though, I can make you some more.
Please. I haven't had bacon for years. But first, where is your bathroom?
If you go upstairs 2 floors, you'll find it. Please feel free to have a bath and borrow my razor if need be. Take as long as you like.
Thanks. And I plodded back upstairs and then some. I took a bath like he'd suggested, and borrowed his razor and some scissors, and gave myself a shave and a sort of haircut. I bathed again afterwards, and when I donned my salty, stiff, clean garments, I felt almost human again. I'd been careful not to give myself a clean shave, but instead wore a fringed mustache and a goatee, and I kept my sideburns on. Then I went back to the kitchen and was served a hot bacon and egg sandwich and a glass of cold, refreshing milk. As I ate, he stared at me.
You know, you look kind of familiar, fella.
I shrugged and took a bite. That's good. Oh, thank you.
My pleasure. Now, tell me about this shipwreck of yours.
Let's see. We were sailing around the west coast of Garnath, heading for Amber from the Isles of the Sun. Just an ordinary cargo delivery, same journey I've been making for years. On such a trip, a storm hit us. I don't know how many bad storms you've seen, but this was unlike any I'd ever seen. There were winds and rain and crashing waves. Half the deck was covered in water one moment, and then we were flung into the sky the next. We clung for our dear lives. Some men abandoned ship then and there, but I clung on. Then the lightnings came, great white forks piercing the clouds and seas alike, like blazing serpents. Then one hit us. Two, actually. The second shattered the main mast, and when it fell, it split the rest of the ship in twine.
Goodness.
I was flung into the ocean when it crashed through the deck, and I did everything in my power to stay afloat in the dark abyss. I probably would have drowned had it not been for a piece of the hull drifting past me, and then I just held on and waited. I must have passed out somewhere along the line, though, because the next thing I remember, I woke up here, yesterday.
Wow. Well, you're a very lucky man, I'd say. Here, I'll get you a drink. Here, you just, rest easy. I'll take you ashore any time you like, or I'll signal you a passing ship if you see one you recognize.
Thank you.
Oh, what's your name, by the way?
Corey.
Call me Jorpin.
Well met, Jorpin. I'd like to take you up on your offer of hospitality, if you don't mind. I'm still very weak, and I'm not sure what to do with my life yet. Now, I think it'll take me a few weeks, or even maybe a few months to recover fully, and I'm not certain where I'd go if you were to simply take me ashore.
Yes. Well, that's fair enough, I suppose. But if you're going to stay for that long, perhaps, once you've recovered some strength, you could help me clean this place up a bit?
Sure thing. So I stayed with him for close to 3 months as I recovered my strength, and I helped him around the place like he'd suggested, tending to the light on nights when he felt like getting smashed, and cleaning up all the rooms in the house, even to the extent of painting 2 of them and replacing 5 cracked window panes, and watching the sea with him on stormy nights. He was apolitical, I learned. He didn't care who reigned in Amber. So far as he was concerned, the whole bloody crew of us were rotten. So long as he could tend to his lighthouse and eat and drink good food and brew, and could consider his nautical charts in peace, he didn't give half a damn what happened ashore. I came to be rather fond of him, and since I knew something of old charts and maps also, we spent many a good evening together, correcting a few. I had sailed far into the north many years ago, and I gave him a new chart based on my recollections of that voyage. This seemed to please him immensely, as did my description of those waters.
Corey, I'd like to sail with you one day. I didn't realize you were a skipper of your own vessel one time.
He'd said. Who knows? I'd told him. You were a captain yourself once, weren't you?
Yes. How'd you know?
All these things you've collected. Bits of old rigging, rusty bolts, seashells and the like, and your fondness for the charts. Also, you bear yourself like a man who once held command.
Yes, it's true. I had command over 100 years. Seems like a long time ago, though. Let's have another drink.
I mused. I must have gained over 40 pounds in the months I'd spent with him. Any day now I was expecting him to recognize me as a member of the family. Maybe he would turn me into Eric if he did, and maybe not. Now that we'd established this much of a camaraderie, I had a feeling that he might not do it, but I didn't want to take the chance and find out. And sometimes I sat tending the light and wondered, how long should I stay here? Not too much longer, I decided. Then, after an attempted trump call, which I had immediately resisted, I decided that the time had come for me to move on. It wouldn't do for me to remain this close to Amber while I was so vulnerable. I had recovered sufficiently, though, to make my way among shadows again, to seek for the place where I had to go if Amber were ever to be mine. I had been lulled into something close to peace by Joppin's old ministrations. It would be a pain to leave him, for in the months of our association I'd come to like the old guy. But that evening, after we'd finished a game of chess, I told him of my plans to depart. He drew up 2 glasses of whiskey from the sideboard, and we chinked them together.
Well, good luck to you, Corwin. I hope to see you again one day.
I didn't question the fact that he had called me by my proper name, and he smiled as he realized that I hadn't let it slip by. You've been all right, Joppin. If I should succeed in what I'm about to try, I won't forget what you did for me. He shook his head.
No, I don't want anything. I'm happy right here where I am, doing exactly what I'm doing. I enjoy running this damn tower. It's my whole life. If you should succeed in whatever you're about to do, no, don't tell me about it, please. I don't want to know. I'll be hoping you'll just stop around for a game of chess sometime.
I will.
You can take the butterfly in the morning if you like.
Thanks. The butterfly was his sailboat.
Before you go, I suggest you to take my spyglass, climb the tower, and look out across the shore at the Vale of Garnath.
Why? What's there to see?
You'll have to make up your own mind about that one.
Okay, I will. Thanks. Then we proceeded to get pleasantly high and turned in for the night. I'd miss old Joppin. With the exception of Rain, he was the only friend I'd found since my return. I wondered vaguely about the valley which I'd grown so to love. What could be so unusual about it now, these 4 years later? Troubled by dreams of werewolves and sebats, I slept, and the full moon rose above the world. At the crack of dawn, I did the same. Joppin was still sleeping, which was good, because I don't really like to say goodbye, and I had a funny feeling that I would never see him again. I climbed the tower to the room that housed the big light, spyglass at my side, and I moved to the side facing the shore and focused on the valley of Garnath. There was a mist hanging above the wood. It was a cold, grey, wet-looking thing that clung to the tops of the small, gnarly trees. The trees were dark and their branches twisted together like the fingers of wrestling hands. Dark things darted among them, and from the patterns of their flight, I knew that they were not birds. Bats, probably. There was something evil present in that great wood, I knew, and then I recognized it. It was myself. I had done this thing with my curse. I had transformed the peaceful valley of Garnath into what it now represented, a symbol of hatred for my brother, and for all those who had stood by and let him get away with his power grab, let him blind me. I didn't like the look of that forest, and as I stared at it, I realized how my hate had objectified itself. I knew it, because it was a part of me. I had done a thing which had never been done before, not during the whole of Oberon's reign. I had opened a new way into Amber, and I had opened it only to the worst. This was the source of the things that Rain had mentioned, the things that troubled Eric. Good, in a way, if they kept him occupied. But I couldn't escape the feeling that I had done a very bad thing indeed. If I won out in Amber one day, I might have to cope with my own handiwork, which is always a devilish thing to attempt. I lowered the spyglass and sighed. So be it. In the meantime, it would give Eric something to have insomnia over. I moved back down the tower and grabbed a quick bite to eat. Then I picked up my things, outfitted the butterfly as rapidly as I could, hoisted some canvases, cast off and set sail. Joppin was usually up by that hour, but maybe he didn't like goodbyes either. I headed her out to sea, knowing where I was going but not real certain how to get there. I'd be sailing through shadows and strange waters, but it would be better than going the overland route, with my curse abroad in the realm. I had set sail for a land near as sparkling as Amber itself, an almost immortal place, a place that did not really exist any longer. It was a place that had vanished into chaos ages ago, but of which a shadow must still somewhere survive. All I had to do was find it, recognize it, and make it my own once again, as it had been in days long gone by. Then, with my own forces to back me up, I would do another thing that Amber had never known. I did not know yet how, but I promised myself that guns would blaze within the immortal city on the day of my return. As I sailed through shadows, a white bird of my desire came and sat upon my shoulder. I wrote a note and sent it on to my destination. It said, "I am coming," and it was signed by me. I would never rest until I held vengeance and the throne within my hand. And good night, sweet prince, to anybody who stood between me and these things. The sun hung low on my left, and the winds bellied the sails and propelled me onwards. I cursed once, then laughed. I was free and I was running, but I had made it this far. I now had the chance I'd wanted all along. A black bird of my desire then came and sat upon my left shoulder. I wrote a note and sent it off into the west. It said, "Eric, I'll be back," and it was signed Corwin, Lord of Amber. A demon wind propelled me into the night. End of Book 1. We hope that you've enjoyed listening to Roger Zelazny's 9 Princes in Amber, and hope that you look forward to the next one in the series. The Tales of Amber series was narrated and produced by me, William Barton. All credit for the music and sound effects used go to their original artists. I'd like to thank the voice actors involved that helped me make this project possible, and I'd like to give special thanks to my friends and family who have supported me throughout the project's development. This was a fan-made production by Sir Aaron's Mind. Thank you for listening.